Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Veldar, hello. Dennis, hello. Jake the Obscure, hello. Veldar, hello. How's everyone doing? GG's on first, Veldar. Welcome on in. How's everyone doing? Happy Monday. I hope everybody's all good. Right, we are on this island. And we were... what were we doing? Sorry, I've had another fucking Monday where... Actually, it was hectic, and actually a bunch of stuff worked and actually turned out quite well. So, yeah, I had some good news over the phone. A company that wants to charge me £145 has realised that when I said, you know, you guys have fucked up, this wasn't me, they've kind of agreed that actually, yeah, this wasn't you, we did fuck up. And because of that, they've decided to waive half of that and make it £70 like I agreed to. So, that's a weight off my mind. And I managed to get a couple of items that I don't need returned, which is good. But yeah, it's been another busy Monday. Welcome in. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone got their week off to a good start. What's this guy say again? Seen the small metal pedestals all around town. We call those joy pedestals. I got them installed a little while ago by a newly formed Joyous Volunteer Association. It's part of the grand plan to help decorate the town. Anyway, they're brilliant. I may as well tell you that both myself and Zinari, the guy who runs the stall over there, are members, just so you know. You just have to be part of this, stuff like this. Okay, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Writing a word for a D&D campaign. Ah, okay. Well, I hope that goes well. I imagine you have to write, like... Because, yeah, for a whole campaign, you've got to write all the various different narrative threads, right? You've got to write all the different sort of, you know... Come on, brain. You've got to write like a dialogue tree, right? You've got to sort of write all the various different options and sort of, you know, places people can go and things they can say and do. It must be quite a lot of work. Currently working on an Aztec-inspired nation of lizard people. If you know, you know. Fair enough. 35 countries across 7 continents. I'm fleshing out. Okay, fair enough. Damn. That's a lot. Just playing some Animal Crossing. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying the Animal... Which Animal Crossing? I haven't played them, but I know there's a few of them, because there's... New Horizon is the one that came out on the Switch, I think. And before that, it was something else. But I can't remember which one. Don't sue me, Games Workshop. So I recently read that Games Workshop have completely outlawed AI from ever being used in their business, right? And apparently their stock went up like 2,000% or something. Like massive W. They finally added in Zelda stuff in New Horizon. Oh, okay. So there's... Oh, yeah, because I suppose it's all Nintendo, isn't it? Yeah. But yes, apparently Games Workshop have outright ruled out, said that they've banned AI. And, yeah, everyone, as a way of sort of, getting on board, has just invested like crazy in their stock. Shamelessly copying their Warhammer Age of Sigmar's Lizardmen faction. Oh, I see. Well, yes, as long as you evolve it a certain amount, because in the creative world, a lot of us artists, maybe you would call me an artist or not, but yes, a lot of us creative people, we understand that not so much where you get an idea from, it's where you take it to. And I think that if somebody can immediately see that you've copied something or like you haven't really evolved it, then it's kind of like that's not quite in spirit of, in the spirit of what we mean. But yeah, if you make something and then say, yeah, I was heavily inspired by blah 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 blah, blah blah blah, being whatever, not an artist that's like some strange Ukrainian name. No, but yeah, if you say I was inspired by this, and then suddenly everyone's like, oh, I can see the colours and I can see the font choices or the line work or the way everything's very sparsely populated on the page. And you suddenly realise that was an inspiration. And that's the difference between plagiarism and inspiration, is that if you really enjoy something, you kind of cut your teeth as a designer or an artist by kind of copying what you like, and then you learn how to make your own version of that. But unfortunately, with the advent of AI, everyone's like, well, now I can just copy whatever I want. And yeah, that's where we're at. But yeah, pay artists, dude. There's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of millions of billions of artists, you know, out there that struggling to like crazy to pay their rent. And you know, if they just have to go and get a normal job and they give up on their career as an artist, we miss out on the next Picasso or the next Van Gogh or the next Beethoven or the next, you know, we miss out. And this is the thing. It's the same as scholastic scholarships. That's the one I was looking for. It's the same as educational scholarships. People are like, well, why is this person just getting like a free education? You know, they're from some other part of the world. But you have to understand that, like, you know, the highest levels of intelligence, they're not contained to the first world. A human being with the brain chemistry to tackle the cure for cancer, the cure for AIDS, the cure to the economy problem, you know, that could be trapped inside the mind of somebody that can't afford an education. And what's wild is that in the past, I wish I had more examples to provide, but in the past, sort of everyday, you know, not to be derogatory, but everyday kind of people that have very little scientific backing or education have theorized and been able to prove incredibly difficult scientific theories. They've said that this is how it works. You can tell that's how it works because of this. And everyone's like, well, hang on, that's true. Let's dive into that. And that turns out to be true. And they can prove it scientifically. And that person posthumously gets given, you know, maybe not even posthumously, maybe, they get awarded like a PhD or like a Nobel Prize or something. It's crazy. Because even though they had no scientific background, they could still grapple with the concept of a scientific theory, and they were still able to theorize about the way something works, and it turned out to be right. When you've got millions of scientists unable to figure out what the fuck is going on, which is kind of crazy. Shamelessly copying their Warhammer, just without the big frog mage overlords. Yeah, well, that's a start. It's a start. I mean, yeah, you've got to be careful because, yeah, if it's a popular part of their franchise and IP portfolio, then they're going to be quite protective over it. But, you know, remember when rich people were so egocentric, they commissioned artists to make massive works of art for them. They stopped doing that. Yeah, I mean, the whole, like, so, like, when you walk into, like, somebody's mansion and they've got a self-portrait of themselves, like, hanging on the wall, I'm like, holy fuck, your penis must be tiny. It must be, like, on a particle level. Because, yeah, like, having a bunch of money and thinking a good use of that money is to pay an artist to paint a picture of you that you hang in your own home. Wow. Wow. Like, that's just pathetic in ways I didn't even know was possible. But yeah. Because, like, yeah, portraits of couples and stuff, it's kind of like, it's still a little bit kind of over the top. But yeah, portraits of just, you know. But it reminds me of, like, how some people have loads of money but no taste. We were invited to an event at somebody's mansion, right? And this person actually had some real artwork. They had some proper artwork. And they had an abstract oil painting. And I remember asking them about it, and they talked about how they spoke to somebody who's a dealer, and this is how much they paid for it, all these stuff that, you know, that has to be confirmed, right? With the art purchase, you know, nothing about how it makes them feel or what they like about it or anything. But anyway, so I looked up the painting, you know, to look at the artist, and then I saw that the painting was displayed in a few different galleries before going into private ownership, which was obviously this person's mansion up in fucking North London. This motherfucker, like, I looked at all the pictures and I was like, why does it look different? And I realized this motherfucker hung it upside down in their house. I was like, oh my god, just the fucking worst kind of person. But I did eat a lot of food for free in their house. There was a lot of food everywhere, and loads of people were, like, going around giving us tiny little nibbles of food. Because Amici family commissioned artists to symbolically link them to Jupiter and its moons, if I remember. Okay. symbolically link us to a planet. Right, I mean, let's see if we can climb up. So, yeah, because tonight I would quite like to check where all the pieces of hearts are, because I'm pretty sure 2 more and I get another heart. But we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 hearts. And I think I'm supposed to have a few more than that. I have unfortunately checked what happens if we go to Forsaken Fortress, and yeah, Ganon will come out and fight us if we go to Forsaken Fortress. I'm not sure I want to do that just yet, because I feel as if I'm supposed to probably find a few more items and get some more hearts, because yeah, I presume the battle with Ganon will be pretty fucking crazy. But yeah, like, it takes a special kind of admiration for oneself to have like an oil painting commissioned of yourself to hang in your own. Symbolism is powerful. Louis the 14th, Letesse-moi, the Sun King, was considered the greatest king of France ever. Yeah, well, this is the thing. Like, not to discredit what you're saying, but yeah, I often worry that when, you know, the history books say, oh, they were the greatest king ever, you know, I kind of feel like, you know, I'm sure there are people that say that, you know, certain prime ministers were the greatest ever because of propaganda, but were they? Because you kind of only have the propaganda of the time to go by, and like the only kind of people that could afford to really print propaganda or print anything, get anything made, would be royalty, because nobody else had any money, right? Back in those days, it was like, you know, royalty and the peasantry. That was it, kind of, you know. Middle society did develop in time, of course. But yeah. There's always history books talking about how great people... Because, I mean, you know, in England, lots of people glaze Winston Churchill, and I have no doubt that the guy definitely navigated the country through a very fucking difficult time. But there are, like, letters and correspondence in between, you know, him and other people. And... He said some pretty fucking gross things, but again, I suppose everyone did back then, but yeah. He said some pretty fucking awful things. And yeah, it kind of makes you realise that, yeah, if you measure a person only on their successes and completely ignore their shortcomings, you're not being very objective, I suppose. Reigned for 72 years and 110 days, longest reign of any monarch in history. So he must have done some things right. Yes, yeah, but I mean, I don't think the public. I mean, yeah, it was France. So if they weren't doing a good job, they probably would have been dragged out in the street and hung, because yeah, the French are like that. You know, we meme on the French a little bit, but yeah, when it comes to kicking off at royalty and kicking off at the government, they don't fuck around, you know, like, especially the agriculture, because yeah, France is a big country full of open green space, so there's lots of agricultural stuff going on over there. But yeah, the agricultural sector in France, if there's a whiff of the government trying to do something that they don't like, they'll fucking absolutely kick off. And I respect that. I respect the fuck out of that, you know. So, I need to have a list of where all the hearts are, which I have here. Because we have... Let's have a look. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got 9 hearts. So whereabouts? Because yeah, I have no idea how many hearts we're supposed to have, but yeah. It's telling us to go to Forsaken Fortress, which is like part of, is it the Earth Temple? The Triforce? So yeah. Big boss battle, and then Hyrule Castle. Yeah, Forsaken Fortress. So we've done that. Now time to head to Forsaken Fortress. So yeah. So yeah, but you can see here, like they've got like a crazy amount of hearts by this point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14. They got 15 hearts before going to fight Ganon or Phantom Ganon. So yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that we don't have anywhere near as many hearts. But the thing is, the game just hasn't really allowed us to fucking like do like we haven't really had much of a chance to do a bunch of dungeons or temples because we haven't got the ice arrows or the fire arrows or the strong gloves. And this is what I was going through that guide looking for. Like, when are we supposed to get those? Because if we're supposed to go and defeat Ganon and finish the story and then go and do a bunch of extra shit, then fine. But I also feel like I should be able to fucking find these items and get everything before I go to fight Ganon, I think. But yeah. Centralised the governing body of France in his palace of Versailles and so pacified this aristocracy. Fair enough. French crown prince was called Le Dauphin, the Dolphin. That's the magic of exploration. I do think that they should somehow subtly tell you, by the way, this item you can get. Yeah, well, yeah. I feel like the game, because of the fact that you're just out on the ocean, it's like they can't really contain the player. So I've unlocked the whole map. I found every island I can see here at the moment that, you know, isn't part of a later part of the game where an island appears in the middle of nowhere or whatever. But yeah, there seems to be an island in every single square. Now, what they all do is still up for, you know, contention. But yeah, I feel as if somewhere on the line it sort of kicked me out of one part of story and just sort of, you know, hasn't really given me any guidance other than just go to Forsaken Fortress. But that will result in me fighting Ganon, which yeah, might be a bit much. Slime Monster Obama, my Jello American. My Jello Americans. Middo, welcome in. How's it going? My fellow Americans. It's crazy, dude. America went from Obama to Donald Trump. It's fucking crazy, right? They had like one black president. They found the worst white president they could to replace him. Where are you in terms of story? What are they telling you? Just go to the fortress. Yeah, like if I get out of the boat and speak to the Red Lion as like a character rather than a boat, they're like, "What are you waiting for? Go to Forsaken Fortress." I'm like, "Yeah, okay," but I'm missing a huge chunk of items. I'm missing like 1, 2, 3 items, and there's a shit ton of dungeons that I haven't done yet. So I'm like, do I really want to go and fight Ganon just yet? Heard Obama wasn't great, but I need to look into why something about torture methods. Could be just Hogus. Let me check. Yeah, like I heard that. Thank you for the stream streak, dude. I appreciate that. Someone said, yeah, but Obama didn't achieve anything. They didn't do anything. I was like, well, I don't think they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything that pissed everyone off too bad, you know. Whereas Trump seems to have only done things that have pissed everyone off, both foreign and domestic. You know, they've pissed off a bunch of people around the world, and they've also pissed off a bunch of people in America as well. You want 5 years on my social media? You can fuck off, mate. I think it's great. I think it's great that Trump's tanking the USA's tourist market. 5 years of social media. Obama is basically Jesus Christ in comparison to Trump. He at least was presidential and obeyed international law. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is it. You know, I'm pretty sure Obama. I mean, well, I think Obama tried to get Obamacare started, which was like a national health service. Right? They were trying to create a national health service for the Americans, which I think is an incredibly, you know, noble thing to do. But apparently Trump just completely scuttled it, like just completely undid everything. And it's like, wow, you were so close, America. You were so close. You were so close to it, but yeah. Best I can think of that Trump has done is reduce taxes for some people. Apparently the job employment rate is for minorities improved. The job employment rates for minorities, so basically slave labor went up. But aren't they deporting all the minorities? That's the thing. Maybe the employment rates for minorities went up because half of them got deported. As terrible as that is, I shouldn't laugh. But yeah, like maybe more of them are getting employed because there's less of them. Oh, there you go. You forced disabled people to get jobs. I mean, they're doing that here in the UK as well. People that have been long-term disabled are being forced into work. Not me yeeting myself out of the tower by knocking them out. Weird. Welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. Get on the ladder, Link. Link, get on the ladder. Link, get on the ladder. Come on. Undead is pretty. He's putting it mildly. Oh, was it like? Was it even more violent than that? 10 years of emails and phone numbers. The fucking Burger Reich. The Burger Reich. USA is never going to recover from the. Well, yeah, I don't think the UK is going to recover from the shit show it's in now. I think that this is just how it's going to be until I retire. From clutching at straws, yeah, exactly. The best thing Trump did was going to Japan and dumping all the fish food in the koi pond like a toddler. I think the employment went up because forced disabled and stuff to get jobs, like, which is not a good thing because their quality of life. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it does. Employment rate for children went up. Rejoice. Yeah, yeah. We're bringing back racism and slave labor. Yeah, nice one, Trump. Fucking hell. Enjoy your daily bread. Thank you for redeeming. Don't believe that employment has gone up for anyone. No, it's just fake numbers. Well, this is the other thing. Is they talk about fake news all the time, as if they aren't probably proprietary, but as if they don't have a propensity for sending out fake news themselves. They're kind of making it seem like, oh, that's fake news, and when they get accused of it, it's like, well, this is the game we have to play. You can say there's a game to play with music or art or video game streaming or content creation. There's a game to play, but when you're talking about running a country, it's not about playing games. It's about diplomacy. But what would I know? Afraid the poor have died from starvation. I've solved the starving problem to reduce people being poor. I'm the best president ever. Yeah, this is kind of it. is they put a politically positive spin on the terrible things that are happening because of their administration. Can change if we get green. And yeah, we need to get a government in that's anti-capitalist, much more focused on the working class, just to get the bedrock foundations of the country working right. I fear as if they've let the foundation of this country, which is the working class, just fucking rot from underneath everything at the top. And they don't understand that without the working class earning, learning and spending in the UK economy, things aren't going to keep going. We are going to run out of residual income and residual investment in our infrastructure and our services. Everything's going to become too expensive, and everyone is going to regress into a much more kind of miserly kind of existence where we just buy very basic food. We go to the supermarket, we don't go out to restaurants, we don't buy expensive ingredients, we just buy basically peasant food, right? And we just cook everything at home using the cheapest way possible, and we just stop engaging with all of the things that the first world is known for, all of the consumerism, all of the sort of leisure and services based activities. We just stop engaging with any of that, and we just go back to living like simple people, and we just let the economy fucking crumble around us. And they'll be crying about it. They'll be like, well, why is no one going out and spending fucking £600 a month on a hire purchase car? Why is nobody getting a mortgage? Why is nobody fucking spending money on dinner, going out and spending 3 times what the food's worth? Why is nobody getting the bus or the train at fucking basically the same price as owning a fucking car on hire purchase? Why is everybody staying in rather than going out and spending their money in the services-based economy that we operate on? Because there's no fucking money. Until you fucking realign the minimum wage and people's average wages with how much everything costs, it's all just going to become way too far stretched. It's just going to fall apart. And we'll have another once-in-a-lifetime financial crisis. I swear to God, I'm only 40 years old, and I've seen 2, maybe 3 once-in-a-lifetime financial crashes. It's like, they had the Great Depression, yeah, but they've had like 3 or 4 more since I've been alive. You know, like, they're getting worse, and they're getting closer together. How is that not the giant red flag to the way the finance sector is managed and regulated? I don't know. But yeah. Trump is so capable. Well, this is it. Like, you know, Trump and their administration, they're so good at bullshitting. And that's just his background in business. You know, he fucking lied to people through his teeth. And how he managed to get elected based on the fact that he's a good businessman when he isn't. He's been fucking bankrupt multiple times in his life. And it's crazy. In the UK, once you declare bankruptcy, if you declare bankruptcy because you physically just can't fucking pay back how much you owe, you're never allowed to run a company again. Like, you're never allowed to be in charge of a business again, ever. You're like, the regulations say you're not allowed to be a CEO or director of a company ever again because you've declared bankruptcy, right? But other parts of the world, you just declare bankruptcy like it's just, oh, it's just a financial proceeding that we go through because we fucked up. And it's like, well, you can't just fucking borrow shitloads of money to get a business going, and then that business fucks up. You can't just say, oh, whoopsie, and just start again. But that's what the wealthy elite do. People look at Elon Musk and say, oh, he's this brilliant man. No, he just has a bunch of fucking blood money. He just has a bunch of money. That's what every fucking entrepreneur has, is a shit ton of, like, a safety net, right? They can fuck up 7, 8, 9, 12, 13 companies. They could fuck up 15, 16 times starting a business until one starts to actually tick over a profit. And then everyone's like, oh, there's some entrepreneurial genius. They're not. It took them 15 fucking tries. They just get more tries than everyone. This is the finance problem, is that you have people that have good ideas for business, but the economy is so fucking unstable because of people like that, that your business, the margins are so fucking tight. A couple of years of the economy being bad and you're fucked. You are cooked. That's it. Your business, the good idea that actually works, is gone. It doesn't matter because people haven't got the money to spend because the economy's fucked. Doesn't matter how good your business is. And yeah, like, the way people have had like 9 businesses that have failed and have one business that starts to do well, and they're on the cover of a magazine, like, look how clever this person is. They're not fucking clever at all. They just had 9 cracks at it. And they finally fucking found something that works. It took them 9 tries. Don't get me wrong, there are people out there that went to business school, started a business, became wealthy, and they know what they're doing, right? I'll listen to them people all day. They obviously know how to start a business. But the amount of people that get so much glaze for being these amazing businessmen, they're not. They've been bankrupt like fucking 7 times in their life just because the financial system in America allows it. It's not a fucking good businessman. Like, if they had to fucking, if you put the amount of money they've made with this company that's successful and offset how much they've spent on companies that failed, they are still massively in the, they're massively in the red. They're massively overdrawn. But they had that money to waste. They had that money to expend, you know? And yeah. I'm going down a fucking rabbit hole again. I apologize. Monday, the next president, if any will be, if the US will be, if they probably have, spend the entire time. Well, this is it. Is that a political party that gets elected after a terrible one spends the first term, if not more, undoing all the fucking shit that the last one did. And unfortunately, when they undo all the shit, because they spend all their time fixing the mess made by the last government, they don't actually have the time or the fucking contingency or resources to enact the things they promised to enact. So when they don't deliver on their promises, they get fucking out and they put the other fucking people back in, who then start re-fucking doing everything that they fucking undid to fucking appease all their fucking rich friends. It's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. Watching this fucking 15-year cycle repeat, where a government gets elected, starts trying to turn the fucking needle. They start trying to turn the fucking country to pivot towards what we actually need. And because they don't fucking achieve all the things they promised, because they're too busy trying to get the fucking ship to just turn just a little bit, just fucking recalculate and just course correct just a little bit, because everything's so fucking complicated in the UK. That they'll spend fucking 20, 30 years trying to get us on a path that makes sense. But by that time, everyone gets fed up and then re-elects the fucking cunts from another government. And then they just fuck everything up. It's so annoying. Then we should beat the shit out of the rich who've tried eating the rich bread. Yeah, we should eat them, to be honest. Not saying do it, just punch those numbers in, see what the computer says. Build guillotines is the only solution at this rate. Guillotines and fucking Judas Krause. I think there should be a fucking there should be a guillotine in every public square. You know, not with the blade in it. You know, they have to come and put the blade in when they're going to use it, but hopefully they wouldn't need to use it. But yeah, just as a deterrent, because like, what they used to do was they would take the fucking corrupt leader of anything out of the building and they would string them up outside. And then, you know, the building was just sat there and there's the person swinging from a lamppost or something or a tree. And it's barbaric and ridiculous and over the top. Don't get me wrong, it is fucking barbaric. But it did enough get people in line. It did enough remind people in power that I don't care how fucking rich you are. Like, there's a lot more of them than there are of you. I don't care how fucking... It doesn't matter what private army you can afford. You know, there's hundreds of millions of people that will fucking descend on you. But yeah, we're all too civilized, aren't we? That would resolve it, Brad. But unfortunately, the common man is a fool and a selfish bastard. This is true. It's unfortunately true. You're doing the strike in the first week of February. Doing this. Where is there a protest somewhere? Hear about the Board of Peace. Is there a Board of Peace? How underfunded are they? Apparently. I hate to surprise you, but there are companies in the USA who buy companies, pass their debt to those companies and bankrupt them, and then they lose the debt. It's the legal thing. That's why the world is fucked. Yeah, because I heard about this. People buy other people's debt. They buy other people's debt for some, and they manage to make that into a profit-driven enterprise, which is fucking mind-boggling to me. The mathematics behind that is beyond what I'm capable of. Put gold leaf desecrating the over. Yeah, and then they fucking knock down a building and they're going to rebuild it and it's going to be tacky and awful, and they're renaming the Kennedy Center to like the Trump Kennedy Center, and everybody is like, no, that's sacrilege, you can't do that. But yeah, he's the president, right? Pre-Trump diplomatic relationship between the US and Europe was built over like 70 years. That's not going to come back anytime soon. No. And like Europe and the way it supports the UK, I think they're getting pretty fed up. And I mean, Europe has its own troubles at the moment because, you know, there's in the agricultural parts of Europe, I think there's an awful lot of foot and mouth disease or an equivalent disease, and therefore lots of animal produce, lots of animal stock, like actual animals, not the produce they make, but animals themselves are being slaughtered. And apparently they're going way overboard, and lots of farmers are losing like 60-70% of their herd, even though none of them have tested positive for these diseases. So they're just, yeah, it's fucking like they're going way overboard, and as a result, milk and butter and everything dairy is really expensive because there just isn't as much milk. Dennis, welcome in. You were here a second ago, Dennis. What were you doing coming in and saying hello to the stream and then raiding in moments later? Dennis, welcome in, dude. How was stream? What were you playing today? Was it more marbles today? But thank you for raiding, dude. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Pre-Trump diplomatic going on in well, yeah, they want to buy Greenland, and Greenland's like, no, get fucked. We're not for sale. It's like, we're not selling it to you. I don't care how much money you've got. We're not selling it to you. In every fucking backyard. Imperialism is disgusting. Forgot what country it was, but years ago there was something they told his people, I'm raising taxes, and basically the entire country told him to fuck off and get with fixing roads. Well, this is it, is that taxes always go up, but public services barely ever improve. This is the scam. It's the scam as old as the hill. Story that as old as time. Is taxes have continued to go up and wages haven't, but public services have continued to go down. And it's like, well, if your taxes are going up, your public services should get better, right? They go up above inflation. Obviously, taxes have to go up by inflation to match the inflationary cost of everything that tax is spent on, right? So, you know, but yeah, when it goes up by more than inflation, when you say that the tax has gone up by 57% over this many years, 5% for inflation, 4%, 3%, 5%, 4%. You know, if we aggregate that together, it's gone up by about this much. Why is it 7 times what inflation is? Oh, well, because of this. Okay, so why are trains, the mail service, buses, bins, roads, you know, general upkeep of the country, why is everything fucked? Where is the extra money going? And it's like, whoa, it's very complicated, blah, blah, blah. And then they have a fucking party during COVID lockdown with champagne. People photographed delivery people wheeling cases of champagne into the fucking Houses of Parliament. They were wheeling completely, like, not even unmarked boxes that were making a clinking noise that sounded like they were boxes of champagne on a dolly truck being taken into the Houses of Parliament whilst this is going on. Fucking hell, dudes. Fucking hell. It's fucking crazy. Do you know what's fucking hilarious, right? Is with a tumble dryer, you have like a hose that you're supposed to plumb it and put like a filter, like a fucking vent on the outside of your house that's got these flaps that close to stop cold air getting in. But most people just hang the fucking hose out the window, right? They can't be asked to make it. They don't own their property, so they can't make a hole in the wall. But I was on a fucking cruise up the Thames, up and down the Thames, back to where it was Putney Pier we went from. And we were going past the Houses of Parliament, and there's a tumble dryer hose just hanging out of one of the windows. And I was like, that perfectly summarizes the UK. You've got this really ostentatious building that has all kinds of historical, merit. And there's a fucking tumble dryer just hanging out of one of the windows. Oh dear. Excuse me. Guillotines are too quick for the scumbags on top of running our only fucking aim. Soak them to fucking escapism. Is escapism? Mass strike, no buying anything for the week. Ooh, okay. I'll have to fucking stock up on a few. This is the thing. Everyone's like, we should do a price boycott. We should just not spend any money for like a week. And I was like, but I'll have to stock up before. This is the fucking trap. This is the consumerist, capitalistic hellscape. Is that if I wanted to not spend money for a week, I'd have to stock up before, which is the same fucking thing. But yeah, I'll have to read into it and see what the parameters are. Make my own butter and my own bread and stock. I'm set. I'm glad to make it yourself. It's probably healthy for you that way. Heavy cream, get butter, churn. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You just get heavy cream and just fucking churn the fuck out of it. And apparently you can just put milk in a bottle and just fucking shake it. If you just keep shaking milk in a bottle, you get butter at the end of it, which is crazy. You have to shake it for fucking ages though. You need to start growing stuff too. Yeah, an allotment would be nice. There are some allotments, but I think they're probably quite expensive. Seeing as it gets below freezing on a regular basis now, it's happened a few years in a row. Everything's just going to fucking die anyway. Have my performance review tomorrow, and my team lead will tell me that I did good. But if that corp cannot afford to give me a raise, well, yeah, this is the thing: is that you get like multiple like positive feedbacks in a row with some businesses, but you never get a pay rise. But then you get the company has the, because not the company I work for now, but other companies I've worked for, like years and years and years in a row, nobody got a pay rise, and I was like, this is a dead end job. I'm going to quit this job. And then they were like, a word from the fucking upper management and C-suite. We wanted to thank everybody for their hard work and blah, blah, blah. And these motherfuckers are in some elaborate, ostentatious dining hall. Everyone's wearing a tuxedo and everything. And they've all got fucking champagne. They're like, we wanted to say thank you for everyone's hard work. I was like, mother, how much did that fucking cost? How much did that cost? Because you guys all got a raise, I guarantee it. You guys all got a fucking bonus and all got a raise. We don't get shit hit out on the factory floor, right? And you're fucking emailing us all and sending out these fucking like photos and printing them up and putting them in the staff common areas where we get changed and put the fucking overalls on. And it's like we wanted to say thank you to the fucking hard-working team in the factory. Meanwhile, fucking you guys are in suits and fucking tuxedos and champagne. Like, don't fucking show us. Like, at least don't show us that you're spending all the company money on yourself. Like, don't fucking give it away, Like, because you get that letter, it's been a tough year, and we've had to do this, and they're saying this, and they're fucking writing it on a brand new laptop in a hotel somewhere in fucking Spain on holiday for like 6 months, right? Or for 4 months or whatever. And it's this heartfelt message, we've had to work really hard, it's been a very tough year full of challenges, but you guys have risen to the challenges, and we can't thank you enough, we couldn't do this without you. And then there's nothing about anybody getting a bonus, nothing about any raises, and nobody gets one. At least if it's just a letter, right? You can't really, but yeah, the photograph of everyone like, hey, let's all pose and take a picture of us spending company money on this elaborate day out. I was like, oh, fucking okay. Yeah. There should have been a riot. Here, D Tetris, my OBS overlay. Now I fixed it. Oh, did you fix it? Okay, that's good to hear, dude. Well, I hope you had a good stream. Is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip? Or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either, whichever one you prefer. Dr. Martin Luther King dedicated his life fighting for equity and justice. He taught us that even in the face of intimidation and discrimination, we must never stop working towards a better future, a lesson that feels especially relevant today. Yeah, this is it. There have always been people that speak out about it, but I think now everybody is kind of, the right, the right and the sort of, the boomer generation, they sort of talk about how, like, why is everyone so radicalized? Why is everyone so radicalized these days? It's not. It's just that, we have the ability to communicate, and we know that there's enough of us that all feel that the way things work isn't right. It's just obviously very difficult to straighten things out. Sure, maybe don't talk about it here. The boats and ancient Persian execution. Okay, yeah, maybe don't talk about it here. But yeah, mostly public scenarios. We raised the prices of butter by £3. Okay, I'll make it. Oh yeah, exactly. No, wait, hold on, no. But that's it. They're sort of. They test the waters, they raise the price of things. Sorry, I should be playing the video game, but they raise the price of things, and then when sales start to dip off, they sort of lower them back down a little bit. They can knock you off ladders. Oh, fuck off. But yeah, they raise prices until they see the sales start to slow down. Don't. Oh my God. Gonna get a chippy, good shout. 100% valid reason to step away. Bird, don't, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, fuck off. Does it go away if I step off there? No, okay. That's the point. I've got a bow and arrow, haven't I? I forget I've got a bow and arrow. Oh my lord. Oh my god, give me strength, fucking hell. There's like this huge dead zone where nothing happens, and then it fucking only just barely moves. I think maybe I need to adjust the dead zone, but yeah, there's no slow option. You've got to like just tease the joystick to be where you want it to be. It's so easy. Because the shape of the joystick is so easy. Go too far. And the fucking arrow goes way higher than it's supposed to. And then I push down instead of up. Oh, fuck this. Gonna go make a cuppa and lurk, have a good stream. I'll catch you in a bit, Biddo. See you next time, buddy. So they were both freaking out because I was higher than the tower would normally expect to engage me in, because I wasn't at the level. So they were like, "Whoa." But the ones behind me fucking shot me, for fuck's sake. I love that we can hit them over the edge. I actually love that. Piece of heart? No, it's a feather. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, fair enough. I'm sure it takes one of the worst clips, can that surprise you? Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Wonderful. I'll do one of these, non-raiders. Please feel free to say hello to our lovely friend Dennis up here who just raided. Spider-Matt, welcome in, dude. How's it going? In a cinema. Very moody. Very moody. Greg just got off work. Glad to hear it. It's the stone simulator. Yeah, the stone simulator where you can move the camera, but that's it. You can't really do anything else. That's really interesting. I imagine there's some interesting video essays about that game that I'd like to look at some point. Anyway, I will get back to the game. Red fire arrows on the boat. Oh yeah. You can fire arrows from the boat. But the boat moves up and down, right? Guy attacks you on the ladder 3 times, then one time you get up there, he turns around. Yeah, they just go back to like their sort of like perch, like oh, nothing happened, you know. Need 1 day from retirement. Excuse me. Interact with the stone. He is only slow. Need like 1 million years to. Oh, so you can move, but it takes 1 million years. Okay, fair enough. Speed run incoming, right? Can we really not break barrels with the Master Sword, really? But yeah, speaking of speedruns, I was watching someone playing The Witcher 3 earlier today, and I was watching somebody playing the brain. Sorry, hang on, let me start again. Brain. So speaking of speedruns, I was watching somebody playing The Witcher 3, and the NPCs move at a slightly different speed that you can't match. So walking is too slow and running is too fast. And you have to kind of like constantly spam the forward button to sort of, you know, try and synchronize with them. And it reminded me of a game that was on the Penn and Teller Mega CD game called Desert Bus. And Desert Bus, you're driving a bus across the desert, surprisingly. And yeah, it veers to the left or right, I can't quite remember, and you have to keep correcting the steering. And yeah, it's like the most tedious fucking game ever. But that's kind of like what trying to match the NPC walking speed is in some games. You have to just keep tapping a button in a certain rhythm for a prolonged period. But Desert Bus is like, it's this ridiculous kind of meme of a game where like you have to legitimately drive 72 kilometers at like a certain amount per kilometers per hour. It takes fucking ages. Give me a fucking bomb, right? When I land in my boat. No, miles away. Link, get in the boat. Waiting for my bus to bring me home and let the dogs out, eat lunch, read a book, and then continue more Robocop Rogue City unfinished business. Sounds like a pretty good afternoon to me, dude. I hope you enjoy. Played another friend multiplayer on stream. Too dangerous. Oh yeah, we've reached the edge of the map, haven't we? Right, so I want to go to the right. So I want to do a bit of a snaking run because yeah, I've been going past those towers, and I think those towers, some of them might have heart pieces, but also yeah, when Ferret gets back from the chippy, it'd be good to know where I should look for the fire arrows or the ice arrows, because I think we've got we've obviously charted everything, and sometimes when you speak to the fish, they tell you, like, if you chart the ice island, they say if you go a certain amount of squares, you know, but we went there and we couldn't do it. And then there's another island which is on fire all the time, and they told us to go a certain amount of squares north and west or whatever, and we went there and we couldn't get into that dungeon. So that's where I kind of got a bit lost. That's where I was sort of like, okay, now I suppose I just sail around until I find an item that changes things. And we have found a few items, but nothing to do with ice or fire. And we haven't found the gloves that allow us to pick up heavy objects. So I don't know which one of them is next. Yeah, that's kind of what we need. We need fire arrows, ice arrows, or we need the ability to pick up heavy objects before we can go and unlock anything. But also there's an ability which that turns us into stone as well. So I don't know where we find that or how we find that, but yeah, maybe because we were told about that in one stream and then a few days went by and I jumped back in, maybe I forgot something somebody told me, so maybe I should check the guide in a moment. But yeah, I want to do a quick sweep just as a warm-up. I want to do a quick sweep. We'll go past any of the major islands, because I'm pretty sure I've visited almost every island at least once or twice, and I haven't got the ability to do anything. There's the island that's got all the switches on it, but those like things, I think you need a hammer or like the big fist to like hit them to make them go down. And there's also a platform that we stood on that's a button that we stood on that's a bit springy. And I presume that the ability to turn to stone will make us heavy enough to push that switch down. But obviously I need that ability before I can do that. So that island with the 4 switches, can't do anything with that one. There's an island with a dungeon, but there's a fire in front of the door, and I can't put out fires yet. Not that I know of. There's this island here, which is the Gale Island, where I need the ability to turn... Oh no, this is the island where I need the gloves to pick, or something to pick up heavy objects. So I can't do anything with that. And I feel like because that's there, and there's one of those big heads on Outset Island, I think that that's the item we were supposed to get first, or very early in the game, and maybe that's where we've missed it. Because I presume in one of these dungeons... where you have to pick up the big object to get out of the way. I imagine one of those will have the fire arrows or the eye, and then we've got a bunch of islands we can go to and look at and do some dungeons. Because that's kind of what I want to get back to. I want to get back to finding dungeons and doing dungeons. But yeah, I'll do these first, because all I've got to do is sail up and climb up and hit things with swords. So it's a nice, easy way to. And obviously it means I'll find all the items that are in these towers. So if anything important comes up in one of them, then yeah, we're good to go. Anyway, so there's some treasure around about there. Which I'll grab just for the sake of it. Hoping to finish it. Wish you the best of luck. Thanks for the shout out, Panda, my friend Panda. Panda. I know a couple of pandas on Twitch. That is, people whose names are Panda, but not an actual panda. I'd like to meet an actual panda. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, chat. If you could meet any animal that you haven't obviously yet met, any animal, if you could meet them, and like, I don't mean like, I'd love to meet a tiger, and then you go and see this drugged up, like half asleep, because that's always felt a little bit kind of like, I'm not sure I completely agree with that, because I've heard that there are people that will declaw, back off, they'll declaw or like file the claws right down. But yeah, so like I've seen like photographs of people with a tiger, and somebody who is a fan of tigers, like that's like one of their favorite animals. They were like, I would never do that, and I was like, why aren't they like your favorite animals? Like, well, no, that whole market, like they capture them, they like drug them like daily to make them docile, and they file their teeth down so they can't chew food properly, and they file their claws down so. Because they've had their claws filed down, after they get after they get sort of rescued, they have to be kept in captivity for longer to let their proper claws come back. But their teeth, they can't even reshape their teeth properly sometimes. So yeah, like it's not a particularly nice practice for tigers, So it's crazy that people that are fond of tigers as a favorite animal. Because yeah, I mean I see them, and it's just a big cat, right? So I'd like to meet one, but at the same time, it's like yeah. Pandemonium. Yes, I remember we raided them. I think you suggested them. What were they playing? What were they playing? But they were British as well, and they were very friendly and very lovely. But yeah, I'd like to meet an elephant, because although I don't agree with keeping elephants in captivity, I know that elephants are quite, you know, gentle creatures. Like, there's stories of elephants traveling across like farmland and not knocking down fences. They step over fences to not break them, which is, yeah, like just like so adorable. So I'd like to meet an elephant once in my life, and maybe go diving with a whale, because of the sheer size of them, to be close to an animal that big. But apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up in about 27 seconds. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen, but you guys know the drill. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you're lurking and you want to follow in secret, once we're over there, there's no alerts for follows. There's alerts for everything else, but not for follows. So if you want to follow in secret, we can facilitate that over on the BRB screen. No ads here. Well, or yeah, if you just want to hang out for a little bit, that's totally up to you. But I'm going to get up and move around for my back. It's good for your health. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll try and find some more towers to fight all these guys. Because once we've done all the towers and opened up all those chests and found all the treasures and everything, we have kind of, you know, we've got to the point where I'm going to have to use a guide to find what I do next. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll continue. Where's my horse? What are you doing? Camera, please get out of my arse. Fuck me. Yeah, we don't have I don't think we've got the recipe for it. Cat. You make a cat.
Come to this. Jesus.
Fuck me, dude. Fucking hell.
Just a flesh wound.
So we got fucking hell, dudes. Look at these gravestones. It's concept art. It's fucking concept art. Look at it. EU Reezy. EU Reezy. There we go. So non-raiders, please feel free to stop by this channel and have a look. Oh, yeah, what game is this?
What am I witnessing?
Are we watching a clip of somebody playing a Star Wars game? This clipception, chat. Look at this. Where else do you get this kind of integration?
What a clip.
Move fast, Isaac. Aegis 7's looking damn close out there.
Oh shit. Oh, I need oxygen. Please tell me there's oxygen in that room. Come on. No! Did I just die? Fuck. I literally just died. The timing, I know, right? Okay, we can get back, that's fine. Game! Oh my god, game! Fucking grab the fucking game! What is this? Oh my god, game, you fucking done me. You fucking done me! Fucking hell, dude. So there's a grapple point back there, but it just doesn't work. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah. Ooh, that was 500 counterattack damage. But 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you for everything this year. Thank you. Honestly. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Need a small break. What game is that? What game? Was there a clip? What happened in the clip? I'll try and remember because I wasn't sure what clip that was. But yeah, welcome back, dude. Enjoyed that game, even though I cheated. Another Crab's Treasure. So, yeah, another Crab's Treasure. There's like, I think they. So I have a suspicion that during the development and the trailer sort of phase of Another Crab's Treasure, they released the trailer and everyone was like, oh my god, it's like Dark Souls but for crabs, right? It's like Crab Souls or whatever. And I think that they sort of, they weren't intending to do that, but they, you know, sort of realized the buzz they were getting. Okay, let's pivot the game towards that, because yeah, it definitely had like what felt like Souls-like aspects, or it was trying to. But it wasn't like, it just definitely didn't feel polished or finished in any way, shape or form in some ways. But yeah, it was a cute little game. But yeah, like there was I think they added the gun just to make sure that people that didn't want the Souls-like experience had a way out. 3 sharks game, are you serious? Yeah? It's funny though, I don't think they can actually turn around. They can't get far enough away from me. 4 sharks, okay. I don't think they can get far enough away from me to do the animation set, because when you're going with the wind like full speed, I don't think they can pick up enough speed to get enough distance to do the animation to turn around, because they tend to just stay in front of me at some point. Someone was strapped down in a chair. Someone was strapped down in a chair. Okay. Because we played Dead Space Remake, but I'm not sure if that's... I don't remember anyone being strapped down to a chair as you were watching. Was everybody wearing a cowboy outfit? Was it Red Dead Redemption 2? But because there was somebody in the doctor's chair, you know, and the doctor cuts his arm off, and the whole animation, but you're not ushered out of the room. Yeah, it wouldn't have been Dead Space then, it would have been Red Dead Redemption 2. Because yes, after you go to the doctor and they tell you it's tuberculosis, sorry, spoilers, after you go to the doctor and they tell you what it is, there's another patient. And obviously, with games like Red Dead Redemption and big open world games and sort of games of a certain kind, they have sequencing and stuff that I find interesting. So after I've interacted with an NPC or something, I like to see what they do, and a lot of the time they sort of go into the next room and you can't follow them, or you're ushered out of the room and you can't go back in. But no, in Red Dead Redemption 2, you know, owing to its incredibly fastidious nature, it has an animation where a guy comes in with a broken... No. Sorry, I'm fucking paraphrasing here. It's the same doctor who tells you you've got bronchitis, but later on you find a guy who's got a broken arm and you take him to that doctor. And I think there's some reason why you do, some quest opens up because you do that. But yeah, the doctor will just... You can just stand there while the doctor looks at it and says, yeah, that's not going to heal. I'm going to cut that off. And he fucking hacks it off with a hacksaw. quite literally hacks it off, and throws it in. Just throws it in the bin. He just fucking throws it in the bin. That was already fucking crazy and hilarious enough, but that was like one of the first times Krill was in the stream, and Krill redeemed a fucking a Monty Python soundbite of the Black Knight after he's been mortally, or he's been wounded. He's like, it's just a flesh wound. It fucking killed me. Don't plan on playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Really? Because, I mean, I would. I think it's one of the greatest video games that's ever been made, you know, in terms of like, you know, that kind of like video game that everybody loves. That's, you know, it's that. I think it kind of ticks basically almost every box you could ever hope for, to a reasonably like solid degree. Not a fan of old Western stuff. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I think the story is definitely significant enough to sort of outweigh the genre in which it's set. I think the story is fucking one of the best in video games ever told. But yeah, if you're not into Western stuff, then you're not into Western stuff. But yeah, like futuristic things. Have you played Mass Effect? Because I've never played Mass Effect, but lots of people I know, like, they think that's the best video game ever made. Witcher 3, yeah, Witcher 3 was also a big kind of open world kind of game. Not playing Andromeda. Heard people say bad things about it. Well, this is the thing. I wouldn't trust people saying bad things about a game. I think we've definitely entered into an era where you can't trust the majority of what people talk about when it comes to video games, because I know a lot of people that's just a rupee up there. Yeah, I think we are definitely in an era where lots of people say lots of things about video games, not because they have anything meaningful to say, but just because they need to talk about something that's popular one way or the other. And I know I say that as a live streamer who sits here talking about video games all the time, but I'd like to think that I have a much more sort of honest, sort of, you know, and kind of less biased view on video games. And I think that, you know, the roster of games that I've played and the way I've described them, I think will clarify that. Oh shit. Will clarify that, yeah, I've played a lot of different video games. So although my opinion is still just an opinion, you know, there's nothing that gives it any more weight than anyone else's. The only reason I have the confidence to talk about, you know, video games as a whole is because I do play video games as a whole. I do talk about a lot of different games, but I also play a lot of other games, you know. I don't just play one category of game and then make statements like, oh, gaming is dead. But brother, what? Like, gaming has never been this vibrant. Like, as a 40-year-old man, I remember as a kid literally waiting for months for a new game of like a decent quality to come out. There was the occasional release that was like, man, it's going to be crap, but, you know, we'll play it because, you know, because people were just trying to cash in on video games. But yeah, we were waiting months for games to come out, and like now, there's like 5 games a year drop that are all really high quality and worth playing. Bunny, welcome in. GG's on second. Welcome in, buddy. How's it going? Happy Monday. Excuse me. Okay, so killing all those birds doesn't do anything. We kind of want to head north. Only briefly. But yes, GG's on second, Bunny, and GG's on third, Matt. Appreciate how certain content creators think through a game. That's why I look for in a creator. Yeah, that's what I try to do. I try and look at a video game as unbiasedly as possible. I try to look at it and try and talk about it from a position of, based on what I know about video games and what I've experienced in other video games, does this video game do what it's aiming to do? And I think that's the big difference. Is I'm as someone that comes from a creative background, as a designer and artist and stuff, I've often had to look at my own work objectively and ask myself, is this really achieving what it's supposed to achieve? Is this really saying what it's trying to say? Is there some way I could make this, more representative or more symbolic or more referential to the thing that I'm trying to use as my inspiration for this piece of work? Does this sell the client's business? Does this tell the story I want it to tell? And that's a very important thing in the creative world of narratives and everything. Never forget the story you're trying to tell. Never get blindsided by, money or by, a need to stay relevant and trendy and copy what other people are doing because it's what people are expecting to see. Like, always remember the story you set out to tell. What are you trying to say with your art? Oh, fucking hell. This is a bit fucking crazy. Are you fucking ladder camping, my dude? Oh god, I hate these things. No. These things are gonna fucking use up all my fucking health, dudes. Oh my god. Yeah, do you know what? It would be really nice to get a sail that just lets you have the wind behind you all the time, because the gimmick of changing the direction of the wind every time I want to travel in a different direction, it is getting a bit tiring. I'm not gonna lie, it is getting a bit fucking ridiculous. Because all I want to do is get up that fucking ladder, but those things are going to stop it from happening. And they will hit me from so far away. Yeah. I know you've got dialogue stuck in your fucking queue, but how far away do I have to get before they fucking stop? Yeah, there's a lot of this, right? In Wind Waker, there's a lot of this. I am wearing thin with this game a little bit, dudes. It's visually compelling, but fuck me, is it kind of like, what do you want the player to experience? Do you want the player to get incredibly frustrated trying to argue with a bunch of mechanics? Or do you want them to play the video game? Because, yeah, I don't know why the game is fucking mugging me off so much. It's kind of doing my fucking head in. Oh, come on, that's close enough, game. Come on. Oh, so I sailed away from... They should only cast one fireball when it should... Oh my god, this is so fucking just infuriating. They just haven't thought about how you fucking handle the enemies. Like, the worst kind of enemy you could put guarding this fucking... Sorry, dudes. I've had a stressful day. It's been pretty fucking hectic, and yeah, I just want to play a video game. I thought I'll play a Nintendo video game because they're normally really well-rounded and pretty fun to play. Fuck me, dude. This is fucking torturous. Because I've burned so many hearts, and I can't risk it. I'm gonna have to fucking don't start with me, game. Don't start. So where were we? Yeah, so let me approach that one a bit differently. I need to have the boomerang out before we go there. But yeah, I think I checked, and I don't think there's any of them here. But yeah, I'm just at this point, I'm not even going to be subtle about using save states. It's just, you get into these scenarios where you're just kind of fucked. Like, you've got multiple enemies firing projectiles 3 at a time that basically just waft towards you. So not only do you need to avoid the middle projectile, you've got to be traveling away from where the middle projectile was aimed fast enough to miss the other projectile either side. It's not that there's 2 this side or 2 this side, there's 3. So you have to avoid this cone of damage that's coming towards you. And yeah, when the wind only blows in one direction, yeah, it's there's a lot of it. There's a lot of this stuff where it's like, how the fuck am I supposed to overcome this? Like, you know, I can't aim the fucking bow and arrow quick enough to shoot them, right? And I know I can stun them with the boomerang, but if they're floating in midair, I can't fucking hit them. So, yeah. So yeah, that's where we are. Sorry, I just want a game to be fun. You know, I don't want to fucking challenge myself right now. I'm not playing a Souls game. I'm not playing a game on hard mode. I just want to play a fun, simple, easy game just to have some fun. But it just seems that every game I play at the moment is either mechanically awkward and janky, or just like hard in a very awkward and stupid way. I know people will say, "Oh, he's coping. He can't play hard video games." Fuck you! I'll play a hard video game. If a game has a well-crafted difficulty curve, I will play the fuck out of it. If a game just fucking cheats the player and mugs the player off and artificially establishes difficulty by doing just underhanded things that don't really have any real skill-based way of dealing with them, it's just, no, we just basically make this enemy have 3 times the amount of health. You do half the amount of damage you would normally do. Their range has been doubled, you know, their cooldown has been halved. They just basically just change some numbers in the code, and it doesn't make it more fun. It just makes it more awkward. And I remember playing the Uncharted games, and I played through them, and I wanted to play through one of them again, but on hard. And yeah, I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, it just keeps spawning enemies, and the enemies just have ridiculous amounts of health. So I would find a way to break the AI so I could shoot them like in a gap where they couldn't see me, and all their bullets would just hit the sides. And that's how I beat the game on hard. And I was like, well, that wasn't a good difficulty curve. But then I played something like Bloodborne or Dark Souls. I'm like, holy shit. Like, the game is designed to be this way. And that's why it's so fucking good, is because it's designed in a way that you can overcome. And the difficulty curve in a Souls game, it's not so much about, like, It's not so much about inherent talent or skill. It's just about dedication. It's not difficulty. It just requires you to dedicate yourself to learning how to get through a Souls game. When I talk about hard, I tried Returnal, which was brutal, but the play is fun. Well, this is it. I think that like Returnal, bullet hell games in general do get very, very difficult. But if you like the gameplay, you'll stick around, and that's what did it for me with Bloodborne. Was I started playing Bloodborne, I was like, this is amazing, right? This is really, really, really good. Like story-wise, character-wise, environment-wise, level design-wise, weapon-wise, combat-wise, music-wise, everything is just so fucking good. I want to finish this video game. So I fucking ground away at it because it was my first Souls game. I was doing it on stream as well. But yeah, I got through it. Managed to get through it. But after completing Bloodborne and then Dark Souls 2 and 3 and 1 and Sekiro and Elden Ring and Lies of P, now when I play a game that has kind of that synthetic difficulty, I'm like, oh dude, this is exactly the same game, but the enemies are just really shitty and unbalanced now. You know, they're not fun to fight with. You have to fucking hide from them because they do a fucking absurd amount of damage with absolutely no balancing factor whatsoever. This is not fun, you know? And the proof is in the pudding, because there are people that are differently able and they can't play a video game with a controller or a mouse and keyboard the same way I would. But the Souls games were so good that they decided to stick with them. Because before I played a Souls game, I was like, why do people that struggle with video games play the most difficult video games? But then I realized it's not because Souls games are the most difficult video games. It's because Souls games are some of the best video games you can ever play. And it doesn't matter how difficult you find it, it pales in comparison to how good they are. You will continue to play them, even if they are really, really, really obtusely difficult, because they are so fucking good. But in the process of playing them, because they're so fucking good, you become better at that kind of combat. And that's one of the amazing things about the Souls games. One of the many amazing things about the Souls games. Is they're so fucking good that even though they are incredibly fucking difficult, you just can't stop playing them. Francisco, welcome in. Is it Francisco? Not Francisco, sorry, I'm trying to read it in Italian, sorry. Francisco, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. So we went over here, we shot these, didn't do anything, so it doesn't matter. So we'll do a left here. I'll go lay down for half an hour, BRB. Catch you in a bit, Dennis. See you in a bit, dude. Enjoy your lie down. But yeah, I think if you have the opportunity to play a video game when it's cheap, even if you heard people on YouTube and social media saying it's bad, I think it's worth playing. I think games, you know, there have been certain, I mean, the thing is, I had no interest in The Witcher 3. Someone told me, based on what I've said about other games, that I would like Witcher 3. And I was like, cool, I'll add it to the list. And then somebody very kindly bought it for me. I was like, okay, well, now we have to play it. So I played it, and I was like, damn, I can see why. I can, yeah, I don't think I'll buy Witcher 3 on release, Witcher 4 on release, but I think I'll play Witcher 4 at some point. But I do feel as if I'll see people playing it and look how detailed it is and be like, oh, okay, I'm kind of tempted. I'm kind of fucking tempted, dudes, I'm not going to lie. Because, yeah, based on the trailer and the technical expo, the technical demo they did of the crowds and everything, yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be pretty fucking special. Because CDPR, they know how to make a video game. Well, they know how to tell a story, first and foremost. But as well as telling a story, they know how to fucking build a video game. And interestingly, they'll be working in Unreal Engine 5. And I've said this to a few friends. I presume the methods and technology and process that CDPR used to build The Witcher 4, I think will elevate what can be done. It will set a new high watermark for what can be done in Unreal 5, Unreal Engine 5. So yeah. Take Cyberpunk or Watch Dogs Legion, for example. That's futuristic. Those are kind of games I like. Yeah, so the thing is, like, lots of people dragged Watch Dogs 1 and 2. I played Watch Dogs 1. I think I completed Watch Dogs 1. It was okay. It was okay. But I think Ubisoft, I think it was Ubisoft that published, I think Ubisoft massively like embellished how good Watch Dogs 1 was going to be. So when we played it, it was a massive letdown. And that's unfortunate. This is why I'm trying to steer away from trailers and publishers, social media, and just in general, and also YouTubers and stuff, even though I'm a content creator in the sense that I stream, and I stream to YouTube, so I'm effectively putting content on YouTube as well, and I post shorts there as well, obviously. But yeah, I haven't really, for a long time, come across a content creator where I don't know. It's difficult. I don't want to fucking come across as if I'm making contrarian or clout chasey statements, but yeah, day in, day out, all I see is content creators saying really fucking divisive, like overly exaggerated clout chasey things about XYZ, and XYZ always happens to be what's currently, you know, trending. And with a lot of these people, you can see straight through the fact that they don't really care about anything. They just talk about what's trending. They look at what's trending and they talk about it and they make content about it. Here I am playing a game from fucking, I don't know, was it 2004 this game came out or something? 2003? It was, you know, 20 years ago. It was, you know, it's the GameCube. Multiple fucking generations of console ago. And it's not trending at the moment. You know, as far as I know, it has a fairly dedicated fan base, like a lot of the Zelda games and Zelda in general has. I'm a Zelda fan, have been since the Super Nintendo. But yeah, I'm not going to start talking about, well, what even is trending at the moment? I don't even know. This is the thing. I legitimately don't even fucking engage with, like, you know, whatever everyone else is talking about, because I feel like I can play video games and talk about them with you guys just on my own. Obviously, it's not as interesting and compelling, of course, which is why I don't do as well metrics-wise as a content creator, but I'm happy and I'm having fun, and I love you guys that come and hang out in my stream. So that's kind of all the boxes, you know, the bases covered, all the boxes ticked for me. It's hanging out with you guys and playing video games. If it's not popular enough to fucking, you know, affect the algorithm, then well, fucking boo-hoo, you know, whatever. I'm crap at Souls games. I knew that I would be crap because I was crap at similar games. And yeah, I bought a controller just for playing them. Well, this is it. Yeah, like I know a bunch of people that were like, they play the Souls games on PC, and they were like, yeah, I've got a DualSense. I was like, but you play everything on PC. You don't have a PlayStation. It's like, no, I play the Souls games on PC, so I have to have a controller. And I was like, is controller really like that much better? They're like, yeah, you need a controller. And I was like, really? But now that I own a PC and I'm playing a few different games on PC. Yeah, it's crazy how having all of the buttons laid out onto like a device that's not a keyboard. Because yeah, a keyboard, you've got way more buttons, but you've only got a certain amount of space that your hand hovers over. And it's actually a lot harder because all the keys are the same to the touch. Apart from the ones with the bumps on, but yeah. Yeah, it's not as handy as you'd think. I actually do genuinely miss having a controller sometimes. So I've recently purchased Battlefield 6, which is something I said I wouldn't do. I said I wouldn't get back into online FPS games because they stress me out too much. But I recently saw Battlefield 6 was on sale. It was like 30-40% off. So I got it for like 40 quid or something. I was like, okay, so that's, I mean, if I'd seen it for 40 quid years down the line, I would have bought it anyway because I like the stories and I like playing the stories and I like, you know, even if they're sort of a bit crap, to be honest. But yeah, dived in with a mouse and keyboard. And the thing is, I've played Counter-Strike and Quake 3 and a few other shooters with a mouse and keyboard, but I've never played Battlefield with a keyboard and mouse. I've always played it with a controller on console. So yeah, it's the first time playing with a mouse and keyboard. And yeah, it's crazy because G is the grenade key. So to throw a grenade, I have to push G, and G is not that far away from D, where one of my fingers is usually hanging out anyway. But I can't tell you how many times I've gone to push the button to throw a grenade and missed it. I've looked up with the mouse, which is nice and easy because it's mouse, but just looked up and then done nothing and had to just dive behind cover. And I'm like, fuck's sake. It must look so fucking stupid. But yeah, I have a mouse that has, you know, some buttons that I need to bind. I've got 2 mouse buttons. I've got the mouse wheel clicks in. Yeah, the mouse wheel, oh shit, fucking changing Oh, what have I done now? I've fucking separated. Oh, wow. I've just broken everything. Excuse me for one moment, chat. What have I just done? What did I just do? Did I just close everything? I think I just fucking closed. I think I just closed a bunch of stuff that I need to have open. Please bear with me for a moment, chat. But yes, I also have 2 buttons and a scroll wheel on the side, but I don't know if I can actually use them on a... Oh my goodness, what have I done? I don't know if I can actually use them in Battlefield. I don't know if I could use the inner scroll wheel, but I might see if I can use that, to be honest, because that would be handy. So I want to go to my studio, then I want to go to live. Yeah, okay, cool. Fucking hell. I closed my fucking YouTube dashboard. I was like, shit, I don't even know where that is. I don't even know how to get that back. So please bear with me for a moment. And I need my Twitch dashboard so I can see everything is still connected. Sorry, I've broken everything. I need to pin that as well. I need to pin these tabs so they are where I think they're going to be. Right, excuse me. Right, I unfucked everything. And now we're okay again, I think. I'll save the game there as well. But yeah, I need to because this is the mouse I use at my desk. It's a design. It's not a gaming mouse. It's a design mouse, so it's kind of more geared towards, you know, making changes to designs and stuff. So it has buttons and wheels, but it's not really a gaming mouse. It's a bit tall and a bit chunky to be comfortable for a gaming mouse. But I get by with it, you know. But yeah, I need to see which functions can be used, because it's got a couple of buttons on there that I might be able to do something with. Oh shit, okay, shot me in the arse. These are pretty good because they're kind of restocking a lot of the stuff that we used up until this point. But yeah, aiming is a lot easier with a mouse and keyboard for obvious reasons, but like having access to all the buttons that you need access to, because obviously in Battlefield you have like grenades, you have gadgets, you have 2 weapons and maybe a 3rd bonus weapon that you might use for something. So you kind of need access to more than just, you know, 2 buttons. But I am kind of in the market for a gaming mouse, but I don't want to get fucking fleeced by some fucking like fake gaming mouse company that I don't really want to be spending money on. So I need to ask a few people that I trust, namely my brother who plays a lot of games on PC, about what a good mid-tier, you know, excuse me, game, a good mid-tier, you know, functional mouse with a decent amount of buttons that's got some decent technology in it. It doesn't need to be like, you know, really good, because I'm not really good. I'm terrible. But I don't want to fucking dump like 150 quid or 200 quid on a fucking mouse. But yeah, I don't want to spend 40 quid on a mouse that turns out to be a complete piece of junk. But there's so many of them, right? There's so many, yeah, do you know what? I'll just fucking fly over there and slap this guy. Logitech G502. How much do they cost? How much does a Logitech G502 cost? Is it expensive? Really? Come on. The mouse disappears when I go over the fucking... Right, you can go away. Oh, 30 or 40 quid. Okay, yeah, I've seen these. Yeah, I've seen this. So it's kind of similar to... Oh shit. It's kind of similar to this. That's similar. Hey, don't say that. Don't say that. Jode, welcome in, dude. How's it going? So 40 quid. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that. I'll keep an eye out for that. 35 quid. Okay, because yeah, that could be my PC mouse. Is it rechargeable? Does it have to be wired? Because it does kind of need to be. This is my, because the computer's over there and the mouse needs to be all the way over here. So it being wireless is kind of. But I imagine they make a wireless version that's just more expensive, right? All right, you have TT. I do have TTS. Is it wired or wireless? Oh, it's wired. Okay. Is there a wireless version that we can obtain? Because yeah, I do need a mouse that has some buttons on it because it will make Battlefield way better. Rather affordable. I even bought a second one last time they were on sale, just so I had another. Fair enough. It's come down quite a bit, but man, I never found a better mouse. There is a wireless version. I only use the wired version because well, this is the thing. Like, you know, like wireless mice. Yeah, they seemed like such a fucking step forward in the back in the day. But when I look at like some of the more higher end, like upper market wired mice that have like a nice braided mouse cable that's like quite long, but it's really high quality like copper, so it doesn't have like any lag or anything. They're actually not that bad. They're really not that bad. And obviously it's just one less wireless device, so I kind of see, you know, the point in them. Connor, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Corsair M65 Ultra, I find it has great. Find it is great. Has wireless versions. Okay. I can't fucking put a lid on a bottle anymore because of fucking stupid lids. Corsair M65 Ultra. M65 Ultra. Okay, that's fairly nice as well. Because the thing is, I was like, okay, I need a mouse for playing video games, but I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna type gaming mouse into Google, and the fucking RGB, like, please pay attention to me senpai kind of mice that came up that are like skeletons that have like, they're hollow, so all the dust and shit is going to get inside the mouse, which I just can't see why that would be a good idea. But apparently people's hands get sweaty, and I was like, yeah, your hands get sweaty, but you don't want that moisture going inside the circuit of the mouse. Like, you know, you don't want moisture and condensation. You want it to be sealed and have, like, you know. So for me, the way you design a mouse is you have the shell, the top shell. Pizza, welcome in. My hollow Mad Catz mouse. Did they make one as well? But for me, the ideal mouse is a shell that fits on top of a platform, right? Because then that shrouds it from any sort of sweat and dust from your hand. And it's kind of, so, and also you can just unscrew it and take the top off and fix it and put it back on. But yeah, like, things have obviously moved on a little bit, and like they're just desperate to design something that kids will find really interesting. But yeah. I hate the people with those. Pick my mouse in spite of having RGB. I thought it looked pretty. It's the Mojo M1. Oh yeah, this is what. Yeah, but the one I saw was white and like just ridiculous, just so over the top. But that's not too bad. That's only got like that's only got bits of it that are like, you know, hollow skeleton, whatever. I've seen like the whole thing is like just basically there's nothing to it, and I was like, surely that's going to break like immediately. But what is it? The Razer? What is it called? The Death Adder. Yeah, a few people said Death Adder or Basilisk. Few people suggested the Death Adder or the Basilisk. But are they only 20 quid? Are they only 30 odd quid in it as well? But apparently, yeah, because it's Razer. Apparently, you know. But yeah, Corsair, I already have Corsair equipment, so I've already got Corsair software on my PC, unfortunately. And Stream Deck is Corsair, right? Logitech, sorry. I've already got Logitech software on my because I've got this thing. But yeah. Right, it's RGB. I'm saying pretty. Mine does have RGB, but you can tune it off. So it keeps. Yeah, this is it. I don't want like a fucking laser light show going on in my hand, to be honest. Sometimes I pick the fluff out of it with tweezers just for some fun. I didn't like how plasticky the weightless the Razer mouses are. Yeah, I don't trust Razer. Yeah, this is the thing. A few people said that, you know, a lot of people go with that when they're not sure, because I mean there are mice that are in the sort of £300 to £400 range that, yes, they offer like a level of update polling rate that's important or anything. But yeah, this has got an okay amount of weight to it. And the gaming mouse that my brother lent to me or gave to me years ago, it had a sled and you could put weights in it to make it heavier, and I did enjoy that. I like a mouse to have a certain amount of weight to it, and I also like the idea of being able to. Oh no! Don't do that! Don't do that! What are you doing? Excuse me. Let's do this and then this. I clicked on something, chat. I fucking clicked on something. Shouldn't do that. Excuse me. Don't hit the keyboard. Right, we're back in the game. Cool. But yeah, a few people said that, you know, like I said, oh yeah, someone suggested the Razer, and they're like, don't buy Razer products. And I was like, yeah, I've seen like the gaming chair and the gaming headset and the gaming drink and the gaming backpack and the gaming tablet and the gaming fucking case and the gaming this and the gaming that. They're kind of the monster of gaming, right? They're literally the monster of gaming. They sort of just show up, vomit their logo on everything, and then leave, right? They're kind of the fucking the monster of gaming. Is the wind moving the way we want? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Well, the G502, it comes with various weights, so you can choose. Ah, okay, that's probably the one I need then. Probably the one I need. But yes, I feel like I should have a mouse that's, because unfortunately the Microsoft Designer mouse and the Microsoft Designer keyboard that I got, this keyboard, which is very minimalist, very thin, very lightweight. It's got a magnetic battery door. It's a very, very aesthetically pleasing keyboard. It doesn't get in the way or do anything stupidly fancy or anything. But apparently everyone else shares the sentiment, because I can't find a replacement for that, the mouse, that isn't eye-wateringly expensive. And that's a very basic mouse. It's got a very nice click to it. It makes a nice clicking noise when you click it. It's got a nice, like, slightly lower, less egregious, like, it's more of a clunk than a click. Sounds fucking stupid, but when you click on things a lot, it's not, it doesn't do this. Hang on. Fuck's sake, play the video game, breadcrumbs. What type of autism did you guys get? So I've also got one of these, and I'm in the process of taking it apart and fixing it, because a battery fucking exploded in it and fucking almost killed it, but I managed to fucking save it. But yeah, this one, it's not quite as plasticky. It's got a slightly nicer click to it, and obviously when you put the metal body on there, it's a little bit different, the acoustics change. But this one, right? It's a much nicer sound. I don't know why, but that is just a much nicer sound. It's just so much nicer, right? Like, it's just a much more pleasant sound, right? And after using that mouse for a while, for fuck's sake, fuck you, Microsoft, fucking Craigasm. Yeah. So, but I was like, okay, I've had these for a while. Okay, whatever. I've had them for a while. I'll get replacements, right? So I can get a second-hand one, which will be broken as well because it's second-hand, for £18.99. But yeah, they want £60 fucking pounds for this mouse. This mouse that has 2 buttons and a wheel, and that is it. They want £60 fucking pounds, and I'm not giving them. There's only one left in stock. I'm not giving them £60 for this mouse. I'm not, especially because every cunt under the sun has copied it. It's like everyone has copied this mouse. The one, yeah, the suggested one, yeah. Hewlett Packard, and you know they both make, like Hewlett Packard makes one for 17 quid, and this is basically the same mouse. It will probably have a horrible click though. The click noise will be horrible. But yeah, they're like, I think they're kind of like sought after. I had one of these. Is this the same one? No, it's not. Mine had like a little red. It's sort of like there's like a bump of like plastic on the bottom of it. But I had an Nutella mouse at one point. But yeah, they're not cheap. They are not cheap, unfortunately. So I'm trying to fix the one that I've got, which is why I've taken apart my Magic Mouse to try and fix that one, because that one broke, which is why I'm using the designer one. But yeah, this is the whole stream, just clicking ASMR. Yeah, why? It's robbery. Yeah, £60 for a pebble. Yeah, exactly. It's fucked. The HP one isn't fabulous. I used one my second for a second at my current job until I cried, got into giving me a spare Dell one. Exactly. This is it. Is that if I buy a mouse for £20 and it sucks, it's because I bought a mouse for £20. However, I bought a controller for £16 and it has been not terrible. It hasn't been terrible. It's definitely not like the most. Excuse me. Definitely the, I pushed the wrong fucking button because I moved the fucking leaf to the different fucking control. But yeah, it's doing the job. It's responsive. It's a GameCube controller. It's the right shape. It has the right buttons, which makes life easier. But yeah, I don't know if it's that much better than a real GameCube controller, because a real GameCube controller, I would need a fucking £16 adapter. And then it would be an adapter that plugs in to the cable that's on there. So it would basically be an old GameCube controller with the cable that I'd have to, you know, get out of the way. But then the cable would then go to a wireless adapter that would then go to the PC. And I was like, okay, that's not a very elegant solution. It's basically the worst of both worlds, because if I have a wireless adapter, I don't want wire, right? But what I found is that 8BitDo, they do a kit where you can convert an original GameCube controller. You can convert the original GameCube controller into a wireless controller for like 20 quid. And I was like, damn, that's probably what I need to do, because yeah, but they're sold out. But also the original GameCube controller, I forgot how small the D-pad is. It's ridiculous. I'll show you guys in a second. Twos, welcome indeed. How's it going? How goes the Waking of the Winds? Pretty good. We're just doing a bit of a clean-up. I'm going to try and do all the towers and get those done. And then at some point I'm going to cave in on the ad break and go on the wiki guide or the walkthrough that I found to figure out where the gloves are and where the flame arrows and where the ice are, because we need to go and get those, because there's a bunch of dungeons I want to do. But yeah, the original GameCube controller, which I do have, look at this fucking D-pad. Look at this fucking tiny D-pad, right? I need something for scale. What can I offer up for scale? Yeah. So most of you know what this is, right? For the iPhone SIM tray, right? Look at this. That's how fucking small. So yeah, the D-pad is basically the same width as this thing. That's how fucking small it is. Fucking crazy tiny D-pad. Yeah, fortunately, this controller that I got, they've like massively bumped up the size of the D-pad to make it actually, you know, worthwhile. So do we not get anything for killing all the people on these at all? Ah, fuck off. Excuse me, sir. Game definitely isn't very clear. Yes, yeah, the game has been quite. The thing is, Zelda games have never been that kind of overt with telling you where to go, because that interrupts the idea of exploration and adventure, and that's a big fundamental design philosophy of the Zelda games. Is it needs to feel like you're exploring in the woods as a kid or something, right? Or in this case, you're a pirate or like a sailor explorer, right? Exploration isn't, and obviously you don't sort of handhold, you don't tell people where to go. You just let them explore, right? However, this game in particular has been sort of like super vague about like where things are. Like nobody has implied that I'm going to get, because Zelda games, they tend to have areas representative of the Gorons, the Rito, the Zora, you know, or there's like, you know, a forest area, then there's like an area that's full of ruins, and there's an area that's kind of a desert that you don't really go to, but you have to. Then there's like a castle somewhere, then maybe some little village somewhere, and like, you know, there's sort of like chunks of map that kind of, you know, where stuff congregates together. And you tend to find something of significance in that area as a whole, along with a bunch of other stuff like NPCs and quests and stuff like that. But yeah, in this one, because it's like the ocean and everything is contained to islands, there's a whole lot of time where you can go anywhere. Like as soon as you get the sail and the Wind Waker and you control the wind, you can go wherever the fuck you want, right? So they can't really get you to interact. And the thing is, it just like, it was like, go to Forsaken Fortress. So I was like, okay, Forsaken Fortress. And then, you know, we got kicked out of there. I was like, okay, it was a bit weird. We were going to what feels like the end of the game at the beginning. We got kicked out of there. And then I was like, okay, now we're going to go through all the various different sort of like missions and places and speak to people, and they're going to need us to do something that's going to lead on to something else, that's going to lead on to something else, and we'll go to island to island to island, and then we'll get a major island, like a major dungeon. And we have defeated a few bosses, but defeating the boss, I don't know, I suppose it has given us an item, or we've been given an item in the temple, but it just all sort of just stopped. Like it felt like the pacing of the game at the beginning was like okay, and then it's just kind of left us to drift, no pun intended, to just fucking drift listfully around. And I'm like, well, okay, I've been to every island and I can't find the one that I'm supposed to get into to do something. So yeah. And you know, we got the Earth Temple, or whatever temple it was. Is it Temple of the Gods? We got this temple, Tower of the Gods. So this was like a proper, like, you know, full fat, multi-layered, like puzzle dungeon. That is what I love about Zelda games. But yeah, you know, we did that, and now what? You know, we got the Master Sword, cool. Now what? It's just, we've just kind of been left, and it hasn't. I mean, the boat is saying go to Forsaken Fortress, and as I've, you know, sorry to say, I checked a little bit, but yeah, if I go to Forsaken Fortress, I'm going to fight Ganon. I don't want to do that yet. I want to fucking pick up a few bits and pieces. I want to level up. I want to have more hearts. I've only got one row of hearts to start with, but I think you're probably going to get two rows like a normal Zelda game. But yeah, I've only got like 8 or 9 hearts, and I reckon there's probably about 20 hearts you can get. So I'm like, you know, do we want to go to Forsaken Fortress yet? Because yeah, like I have no doubt that I could go to Forsaken Fortress and fight Ganon with what I've got, but I reckon there'll be a handful of things that I won't be able to deal with because I don't have the gloves or the fire arrows or the ice arrows, or, you know, I won't be able to, you know, I'll be sort of, you know, in trouble, rather than sort of like, okay, this is how we solve this puzzle, this is how we solve this puzzle. Fuck off, sharks. You get, then you get mad at yourself for not figuring out when you look up the art. Well, yeah, this is kind of it. And like, I agree that, you know, Zelda games are not really supposed to hold your hand. They're supposed to let you work it out, and I like that. But this one in particular, I mean, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Link to the Past, a bunch of Ocarina, a bunch of Majoras, you know, me or my friend worked out what we needed to do. But yeah, this one, it's just kind of, yeah, like I say, there was sort of guidance, and then the game is like, right, cool, let's go fight the final boss. I'm like, no. Like, I don't even have all the items yet, you know, it's not like I've got all the items, but I'm just doing side quest shit. Like, I haven't even got all the items yet. There's a bunch of dungeons I haven't even got access to yet, let alone found the secrets in, you know, so no, we're not going to go fight the final boss of the damn game. Surely I'm supposed to mooch between islands, finding my way in and out of dungeons that have puzzles for me to solve, and at the end of it, I get some useful item or some resource of some sort. You know, we are playing a Zelda game, right? But yeah. Had fries and nuggies for dinner. Sounds pretty good to me, dude. A classic staple of the adult diet these days. Thank you for the bunk, bunny. but they really want you to explore this game. And yeah, exactly, this is it. So, but the thing is, I've had a couple of streams now, and I feel bad, where I've been just kind of fucking mooching about, like going from island to island and being like, well, I can't do anything with this island, it's on fire. Or I can't do anything with this island, it's frozen solid. Or I can't do anything with this island because I keep getting blown away by the wind, you know? Or I can't do anything with this island because I need to be able to fucking hit a switch in a certain way that I can't do yet because I don't have that item or that ability. So I'm kind of like, what do you fucking want me to do, game? You know, how do I... Where's my next fucking dungeon, you know? Oh shit, you just redeemed a raffle. I was just about to go onto an ad break. There will be a double raffle, I presume. I might have to wait for it to finish. But yes, what I might do... if anyone in chat is feeling very, very friendly and wants to look up where we find the ice arrows, the fire arrows, or the gauntlets, or strength gloves, whatever they're called, and tell me which islands I need to look at, because yeah, at this stage I've charted every island. I've been to every island, but I can't seem to figure out which one I need to. And this does sometimes happen. Sometimes in a Zelda game, like, well, I can't do anything. I can't do anything because it's a Metroidvania underneath everything else. And then I find a dungeon. And I go, oh, I can do this here. Okay, cool. But with the arrows, the boomerang, the grappling hook, I've got the camera recently, so I'm not too sure if I can do anything with that. But yeah, I don't remember anything where I was like, oh, I can't do anything with this because I need arrows, or I can't think of anything. But yeah. But yes, enjoy the raffle. I can tell you right now. Twos, if you could tell me where I should go next, what island I should go to next, because yeah, I want to get more hearts and I want to get all the items before I even think about going to Forsaken Fortress. But yeah, if we could get a bit of guidance on which island I should be looking at, or whereabouts in the map I should be looking, because I feel as if we're supposed to do everything in like move towards the end of the bottom of the map, move upwards, right? But I'm not sure because we've already jumped to like basically the top of the map and then jump back down to the middle of the map and then jump back up to the top and then back down to outside island. It's kind of, we've been up and down a lot. So yeah, use Ballad of the Gales to go to the mother, go to Mother and Child Isles. Yeah, we went there and we ended up in some like secret like pond, I think. Anyway, the outbreak's going to start. I think it should do a second raffle, and then I'll come back. But yes. I think we've been there, but yeah, I could do it again, of course. But yes, I'll be right back. You should put the cat cam so it's like you're wearing him as a hat. Move him out of there. Fuck him. But now we need to change the redeem to be hat cam. You can kind of climb anywhere. Or, well, either that or, I'll do a quick check to see where the other Great Stars is. So that was done that. I think we only really want to do the quest just to speak to them. We'll leave that up there. We don't need that. So, where to find it? On the guarded carriage, towed by 2 trolls in Altus Plateau. Which is, as you say, not miles away. Really isn't miles away, is it? So yeah, let's do that. It's a shame a bunch of people. You got shish kebabbed. For fuck's sake. That's not how belly button piercings work. Come on. Best game. Right. Fuck you, FromSoft. Fuck you.
Work precisely as requested.
Maybe the one thing I didn't expect, to see the man behind the hollow curtain.
Are you
The
going to
elusive
finish
Mr.
that
Hands in the
croissant?
flesh.
Stop
Not only did you rescue those clowns,
Gauntlet of Strength. You have defeated an extraordinary foes. Now you can be faced in memory as a series of consecutive battles. You know what? I think I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. Gauntlet of Strength can be. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Oh, my voice is going. Excuse me. Maybe I'm hitting puberty. Excuse me. You asking for help, Grumps? A bit of guidance, because yeah, I'm kind of at a bit of a loss. But yeah, let's try Ballad of the Gales, and then we'll go to Mother and Child Isles. Oh, was it Greatfish Isle we went to? Definitely do it again. Yeah, so we go here. Oh. No, it's not. It's not a... So I thought this was a dungeon for a second, but it's not. It's going to become a fucking vocal stim for me, that is. Actually, I'm going to get a clip as well, because I was joking about mouse clicks earlier. I'll make a clip there. Future breadcrumbs. Go back and clip that, because it might be funny. So yes, Toos, we came here last time, and there was a cutscene. There was a cutscene, and there was a voice, and I think it said, "You're not ready. You're not ready for this jelly. You're not ready for whatever it is." I think he said, "You're not powerful enough. I'm not ready for this." In some way, shape, or form. I can't remember exactly what was said, but yeah. I don't know if we visited a bit too early, but I was using Ballad of the Gales to travel between different places to do the trading sequence, because it was much quicker and easier to just use Ballad of the Gales to get from A to B to trade all the various different things that you need to fill up that shop, because we figured out when you fill up that shop, you then get these sort of flower things that have like notches on the bottom that fit into those plinths. And there is that private oasis cabana kind of, you know, little safe house thing. And there's two of them outside. So I think we need two different kinds of item to put in there to open up that. And that'll be a dungeon. But I don't know which two we need. But I think I checked, and it's like we need I think we need one of them that we haven't got. I can't quite remember, but yeah. What you're missing then, I thought I just hadn't figured out how to get it. Yeah, so I mean, I could try Ballad of the Gales and try, you know, because obviously Tower of the Gods we've done. Dragon Roost Island we've done. Windfall Island we've done. Forest Haven we've done. Outset Island is where we started. So yeah, yeah. Just not sure. What I'm also not sure about is there is an icon that shows up in the bottom right of my screen to confirm that I have the NVIDIA replay on. Because when I'm playing Battlefield, I want to capture clips. And capturing them out of the frame buffer of the GPU is significantly better quality. Like, they're really good quality if I record them with the GPU. So I have a button set up on my Stream Deck to turn the replay buffer on and then capture, you know, the clip. But it's on all the time, because if I try and turn it on, where did I put it? So it's not responding to the button I've created, and if I do Alt-Shift F10, it doesn't do anything, and if I do Alt F10, it doesn't save any gameplay. But if I do Alt Z, I get the NVIDIA toolbar, and I can turn it on. But then it won't save. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know why. But yeah, that's also kind of broken as well, which is what I'm trying to figure out. Because it's definitely Alt F10 and Shift Alt F10 to turn it on and off. And Alt F10 to save it. But yeah. It doesn't seem to want to turn on or off, but the icon is always there for some reason. But that's an unrelated issue. But yeah, I am getting some strange behavior. So like even within this emulator, like when I push 1 to save, it doesn't always do it on the first press, which is what I thought I was doing before. But yeah, Nimbus, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. I hope you are well. Because we've used bombs to find. I mean, yeah. There was, wasn't there? There was a dungeon out the back. Let me try that again. Because I seem to remember some of the NPCs were saying that there was, you know, a treasure hidden somewhere. I think maybe they might have been referring to this. Let me go back down here and just double check. Because maybe this is where I need to be. Is this not just a big room with a load of doors that have a different combat challenge behind them? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, there's a different combat challenge between each one. But yeah, I think I've done this one. And the door with the flame above is the same one again. It's kind of a paradoxical layout. Yeah, do you think you could aim at the thing? You know? Because yeah, I thought, okay, there's a torch there, so I'll go through, but it just takes you back to the same room again. So you've got a couple of other doors with no light above them. And then the grate on that one will open. But yeah, I think I may have got, you know, I may have inadvertently sequence broke what I was doing. Read somewhere there may be a lack of magic. There's a fairy that doubles your magic meter. Maybe you need that. Okay. Do we know where the fairy that doubles my magic meter is? Oh shit. Just bonk him on the head. I do. Okay. Maybe that's what we need to do then. Maybe I need to go and get my magic meter doubled, because I've managed to find the fairy that gave me 99 bombs, but I haven't found the one that gives me 99 arrows. And yeah, I didn't know there was one that gives you double magic. So yeah, maybe that's where we need to go next. But yeah, I have a horrible feeling I've kind of sequence broke it, where we'll go there and I'll need to do something else, then I'll go there, then we need to do something else, then I'll go there, then we need to, and that's what's happened. Is I've just basically missed one thing and just ploughed on, and I'm going to have to reset all the way back to the beginning in terms of progress. You have to kill the big octo. Yeah, no, I shot them in the face. I shot them in the eyeballs. I shot them in the eyeballs with bombs. And what happened after that? Yeah, the tornado. What do they call? What do they call a tornado in water? Why is my brain not working? What do they call a water tornado? What is it called? Brain? A cyclone? Typhoon? Is it called a typhoon in the water? Because you've got in the air, it's a hurricane, right? But in water spouts? Is it a vortex? I think it might be called a vortex. But yeah, if you spin water and it goes clockwise one side of the equator and counterclockwise the other because of the magnetic poles of the Earth. 2 squares east of outset. There is 2 squares east of outset. Two-eyed reef. No, don't go down. Smarty pants. A whirlpool. That's the one. Yeah, a whirlpool. Yes. Yeah, there's a giant octopus that comes out, and you're stuck in the whirlpool, and you shoot it in the eyes, and then it stops. I don't remember anything. It's not in that reef, but it should be in the area based on what I'm reading online. Okay. So it's not inside the reef, but it should be around there. Okay, so we want to sail to the east. Eastwards we go. Look for a large gathering of seagulls. Somebody, it may have been you, somebody was asking, like, have you had a bunch of seagulls land on your boat yet? And I was like, no. The seagulls will occasionally be above me. They'll occasionally follow my boat, but I thought that was just a cute little detail. But they haven't landed on my boat. But okay, if I see a group of seagulls, I'll stop and see if anything happens. Because yeah, if I get something significant that suddenly unlocks a bunch of doors just by standing still and letting seagulls land on my boat, I'm going to be kind of pissed. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be somewhat miffed. I know you asked for help, but please... no, it's fine, it's fine. The thing is, I've had a stream and a half, maybe 2 streams, where I've just been just mooching about. And I'm like, I kind of want something to happen because I don't want you guys to get bored, you know? And I know that I'm happy to just mooch about in a game, dicking around, and, you know, what happens, you know? But at the same time, I'm like, I do want the stream to contain some kind of content and gameplay, because it's bad enough when I fucking get talking about a subject and go off on a fucking tangent again. And for those of you that were asking, I have made a rant counter, so we can now do exclamation point rant, and not only will Abe Simpson come up as the old man shouting at the cloud like we discussed, but also it will count. It'll create a persisted user variable, persisted command counter, and then I can reference that command counter in a message, but we can keep tally of when I fucking rant about something, because the tangent counter already exists. You can do exclamation point tangent. I need to make a list of all the commands, because I build these commands and I forget to talk about them, and then nobody knows how to use them. But yeah. Okay. So there's one of these. But I think it might be one that I've already done, because I did these earlier. Yes, like I say, we've had a couple of streams where I'm just fucking mooching around, and I'm sort of like, I need to come across something. And I know that a Zelda game, you just kind of have to mooch around until you find stuff. But yeah, I've charted every part of the map. And yeah, so these guys, there's stuff that's frozen in ice. So I can't do anything with that. I don't think I can get a fire started up there. Did you just decide to not throw the fucking boomerang for a reason, Link? Oh, did you know what, man? The enemies in this game suck fucking dick. Honestly, man, the enemies are so infuriating. They're so annoying. Like, the way they fucking attack you, the way they move, how difficult they are to target. Like, the enemy basically has to be attached to you to be Z-targeted. Like, you have to be basically being attacked before the Z-targeting will snap on, which makes the projectiles fucking worthless because they're so close. You may as well just fucking use the sword. It's so annoying. Like, it's one of the biggest L's this game has got, is the enemies that fly. Like, they're out of range until they're on you, basically. But yeah, the whiz robes and the birds are just, I don't know, I think they're called, are they called whiz robes? They're usually called whiz robes, right? They're sort of magic casters. Yeah, they're fucking annoying. And yeah, they, like, you can get like totally spam locked. Like multiple enemies will all be slapping you at once, and you can't do anything about it. You can't like do something that pushes them away, or like you can't jump out of danger. Like, you just get slapped by one and immediately get slapped by another. And obviously it's an old game, so enemy attack sequencing is maybe a little bit too complicated for games of this you know, genre, or this year, this era of time. But yeah, it doesn't change the fact that, like, yeah, some of the enemies will literally crowd you into a corner and fuck you if you're not careful. And that motherfucker's just gonna distance themselves to the point where it makes it awkward to shoot bombs, so it isn't even fucking worth it. Don't forget you have a telescope, extremely helpful for finding big octos. Okay, okay. Fuck off. They're literally just silhouettes, aren't they? They're like low poly model silhouettes. That's kind of cute. Be a very large gathering of seagulls flying in a circle. Okay. Yeah, okay. We will look for a big group of seagulls flying in a circle then. People are saying it's south of the reef. South of the reef. Also, one thing I must say, like the ocarina where you punch in the sort of combo you want to play and then play it is like immeasurably more fun to use than this thing, which is always counting and you have to at the right times. I just haven't really gelled with it very. I mean, I know that up, left, right is the Wind Waker song to change the direction of the wind. I know that down, right, left, up is the Ballad of the Gales. Have we learned? There's another one as well. Command melody is left, nothing, right, nothing. South of Two Eye Reef. Okay, so we'll head south. You know the songs you'd really enjoy. Yeah, this is the thing. Now in Ocarina, you sort of like you get Link to get the Ocarina out, and you push the things, and then once you complete it, with this one you have to get the Wind Waker out, and it's immediately counting off. So you've got to immediately, and it doesn't just display the songs on the side of the screen. It's like I shouldn't have to go into this secondary part of the pause menu to get the fucking song up. I shouldn't have to do that. But this game has a number of peculiar sort of choices. The fact that left and right on the camera was inverted is fucking batshit insane. Like batshit insane that left and right were like inverted, and that wasn't fixed until the Wii version, which is fucking crazy. My heart goes out to all my fucking GameCube faithfuls. But yeah, left and right being inverse as well as up and down, like, wow. I don't know what kind of wasabi you're fucking smoking, but yeah, fucking dog shit idea. I don't know who the fuck came up with that, but yeah, terrible idea. Love Ocarina, but Wind Waker is my favourite Zelda soundtrack. Yeah, oh yeah, the music's been great. The thing is, the visual presentation, the music, yeah. like lots of things have been great, you know, and I like the concept. I really enjoy the concept of sailing a boat from island to island, and the fact that the dungeons are kind of, the islands are like dungeons that then open up a dungeon. I like that. It's cool. What I don't like is the fact that the game's just fucking basically just cut us loose, and like I've gone to like probably 15 different islands and not been able to progress. And I'm like, at some point something has to give. Like, you know, I have to find something. You know, and I found 2 bottles. I found the pictograph. I found the Wind Waker. I found the grappling hook. I found the boomerang. I found the bow and arrow. I found the bombs. I found the leaf. But I'm still missing 2 items here and an item here. So, you know, I'm still missing an item. And there are islands with dungeons I can't get to. There's one that's probably just a fairy fountain, but there's a fire in front of the door. So I can't really do much with that. One of them had like boards covering the door, but that was obviously just a bomb, so I've done that. But yeah, beyond that, I'm kind of like, well, I've charted every island, and I haven't found anything to do on any island, you know. So definitely need the arrows to. Yeah, we need the ice arrow and the fire arrows. Now, yeah, this is it. This is it. Ice arrows, I could put the fires out. Fire arrows, I could melt things. So yeah, that's what we need. So yeah, I definitely need those arrows to progress. So I just need to know where they are. And yeah, we're not really finding. It should default to be on the fucking square that I'm on. Right. Yeah, I feel as if, like, I should just be able to, like... So, this is just me thinking out loud, but, like, if I hold down... If I tap the button... Yeah. Let me do this, right? If I hold the button down, and then push up, down, left, or right to select a song, and it just does a quick version of the Wind Waker, and it just redirects the wind to the way I'm pointing, that would make things... just so much better. And when I was going through the options list for the patches that I applied, one of them was always have the wind facing the way you want. Like, it just basically, it takes the heading of the boat and it makes the wind that, so you can just sail around without worrying and changing the wind just to get around. And I was like, oh, I don't know, that seems a bit like, you know, not the idea, but I fucking totally get it now. I totally fucking get it now. There should be a quick way to just play the song. Having to do it manually every time is just incredibly tedious. And just, yeah, unnecessary. I think once we've learned the song, it should just be something we can just access. You know, because if I got the Wind Waker out and I played a song and then I pushed the direction, north, east, west, or southwest, just to make it kind of... But no, we play the song and then we've got to specify the fucking direction as well. Because obviously when people play it, they don't know which heading they're on because the compass down there doesn't make enough sense. There is a compass down the bottom left, but it doesn't say north, west, east, or south. It just shows that it just shows your heading, but it doesn't actually confirm that it's north, west, east, and south. And also you can make the day thing do that. I don't know what the significance of that is. I have no idea why I can do that. I can flip it around. I have no idea. Why that does that. But yeah. Yeah, it's strange. So the GameCube has a weird controller and Wind Waker has weird controls. It's fucking inverted left and right by default and fucking inverse up and down all the time. That to me is like one of the biggest crimes in gaming for me, is that, like, if you don't like inverse up and down aiming, like, rip you basically, because there's no option to change it. The options are targeting mode, rumble, and sound. There's no option for inverse controls. So yeah, and like the fact that it's inverse not only up and down but left and right by default, I had to patch it to change left and right. Just, yeah, I don't know like who comes up with this stuff, but Because I was thinking to myself, like, did we really not have inverse controls back then? Did we not have like an option? Was it not like known that it's an option that you need? But no, we definitely had inverse controls. I had inverse control options on PC games before the GameCube even existed, you know? So yeah, it was definitely a known design mechanic. So yeah, they chose not to use it, which is, yeah, just fucking wild to me. They're playing my favorite game right now. Bees, welcome in. How's it going? Just talking about how fucking insane the controls are. Like, I bought a GameCube controller so I could play it properly, because all of that up there is just fucking crazy. Trying to map that to a PlayStation controller was giving me a headache. So I bought a GameCube controller. But even with the right controller, the controls are still batshit insane. Like, left and right, before I patched it, left and right were backwards. Up and down is always backwards. Like, the fucking, you push A to, like, interact with everything, unless you want to move a block. And if you want to move a block, you have to push the crouch button to grab the block to move it, rather than the A button. Which, yeah, is fucking crazy to me. Absolutely fucking crazy. But yeah. Visually and it looks and sounds amazing, but like the controls and some of the design choices and the way some of the enemies are, it's like, damn, this is like really fucking harsh. Really harsh. Controls are wonky. How are you there, Beast? It's good to see you. I hope you've been enjoying the gym. I've been seeing you in and out of there on the old Instagram. So just relaxing at home today. I tell you, relaxing. Yeah, I'm certain I've done this. This didn't happen last time. O Waker of the Winds. Thanks to you, I have been freed from that beast's foul grasp. As thanks, I shall give you just a little of my power. Never seen anyone defeat them with cannonballs. Well, yeah, I mean that's all I had. The first time I defeated them, that was all I had. But it worked. Your magic power has increased. You now have twice as much as what you had before. Okay. In the place where the wind god guides you, you will find one who can grant you a new power of the hero's bow that you will... power that can freeze fierce flames and melt coldest ice. When you find you have need of such power, you must call upon the powers of the wind god. May the winds of fortune always blow across your bow. Okay. Boomerang. Well, oh, you can use the boomerang. Yeah, but I was struggling to get a target on any of the eyes, so I was like, okay, I'll just have to free aim the bombs, you know, because using the bow and arrow would be fucking, yeah, but the bombs I can just chuck. I've got 99 bombs, so I can just fucking chuck them, right? So now that I've done that, I'm going to save the game like this, just to make sure we've got some progress banked. Definitely easier with it. Oh, okay, it's easy. Okay, fair enough. What are you playing at the moment, Beast? Because I apologise, I haven't had a chance to stop by yours in a while. But I always have a good time when I do. Because you were playing a game where you have to fix a car with somebody, and it was fucking hilarious. Well, it's usually fucking hilarious when you when you play a video game. But bunch of stuff, Quarantine Zone and Hightail. Hightail, that's what I saw. What's Hightail like? Is it like a Zelda game? Because I've heard of Hightail, but I haven't seen much about it. But what else were you playing? I saw you were co-oping with somebody else that I know, and it was all going south, and it was fucking hilarious. Winter Castle, yeah, it looks fucking like that. More like Minecraft. Is it like Minecraft? Okay. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you haven't got too many weirdos coming in telling you how to play the video game, because yeah, I can imagine if you play Minecraft, like an RPG block style game being compared to Minecraft, but gameplay is pretty different. Not too bad actually. Ah, okay, that's good to know. Good to know. Because yes, obviously being somebody who presents as female, playing video games on the internet, it's already bad enough. But yeah, certain games, like people have told me, it doesn't matter who you are, if you play Hollow Knight, people are going to backseat the shit out of you. And I need to be in the right headspace for that. I need to be in the right headspace to tell people to, because what I would do is I would make a fucking counter, like a backseat counter, you know. And like when somebody backseats, I'd be like, "Way, somebody backseated," and then fucking add it to the count, add it, and then an exclamation point backseat command, so everyone can do it. It's like Breadcrumbs has been backseated in Hollow Knight this many times, just to make a bit of a meme out of it, because they're obviously that community is pretty bad for it. But yeah, I need to be in the right headspace for it, because yeah, apparently they are not the nicest. Is it Mother and Child Isles? Yeah. Go there now. Let's have a look. Silksong, thank God it wasn't too bad for me. I was pretty strict with people. Yeah, and I imagine Silksong, a lot of people were playing it. The thing is, Hollow Knight's been out for a while, so it's accrued a lot of people that, you know, are very into it. We'll bring some annoying people. This is it. Like when you play a game that has like, if a game has a build system, that's it. That's it. Like if a game has a build system, like the backseating is usually terrible, right? Souls games, Hollow Knight, Lies of P, because there are variables, there are different things and different weapons, and that sort of variability, I think, is what does it. But at the same time, even when you play a game that has absolutely no build variety whatsoever, like Sekiro, you still get backseaters, and it's like, Jesus Christ, can we not have anything nice? We cannot have anything nice, can we? Playing Hollow Knight and intentionally running past all the secrets and doing dumb stuff. I was going to get onto this. I was going to get onto the point that the only fun I can have with backseaters is I continue to deliberately misunderstand their advice until they get fed up and leave. But if I can get a clip out of them losing their fucking minds at me deliberately misinterpreting what they're saying, like they say that thing over there, I'm like, oh, okay, well this thing over here, this thing. And I just walk over to an inanimate object, like, so I have to stand here and then do what? Do I have to hit this thing? Like, no, the thing, oh, the thing over there. And then I walk towards the thing. And then immediately walk out. Honestly, it is a lot of fun. You can have fun with them. But yeah, like, I'd rather just not have them, to be honest. Because yeah, like the thing is, when someone's playing a story game for the first time, yeah, it's like, oh man, like, just please don't. But yeah, I think there should be a Twitch setting where you can have it so that it's not like sub-only chat or follower-only chat. It's watch time of a certain amount that you can specify, right? Because if you played a new game for the first time and you said only people with like 50 plus hours worth of watch time can chat, everybody, all your regulars can chat freely, subbed or not subbed, followed or not followed, just people that have been in your stream a lot that you obviously can trust, right? They're not going to spoil it because they're a long-term supporter, you know, they like the stream, right? They're a member of the community. But nobody has to be subbed, because people are like, oh, just do subs only. I'm like, yeah, but I don't do sub only. I don't have any fucking subs. Like, my chat's quiet enough as it is. If I put it on sub only, I'd just be playing a video game on my own. But yeah, like I think that there should be an option for people like me where like you can set like an amount of time somebody needs to be a member of the community to be like a regular thing. Like you say, you know, only regulars can chat, and regular is 50 hours, 40 hours, 90 hours, 60 hours, whatever. And if you were to set it as a minimum amount of time that the game lasts, so let's say you've got a 50-hour video game, and you set the amount of time somebody has to watch you to 50 hours, that means you're going to finish the game before they get a chance to chat. So they only watch you if they really want to watch somebody play the game, right? They can still watch, right? They can still watch, they just can't chat, which means they can't spoil. So that's kind of it. Because, yeah, like the amount of people that have to do emote-only, their mods have to turn on emote-only chat at certain points of the story, but turning on emote-only chat then foreshadows that something's about to happen. So that's still foreshadowing, and it kind of spoils the surprise sometimes. Because sometimes you think something's going to happen, but you don't know for sure, and that's part of the magic, right? So yeah, if your mod turns on emote-only chat, it's like, okay, something big's about to happen, right? So it kind of diminishes the surprise a little bit, but yeah. Just completely ignore them and drive them out. Yeah. It means you play wrong. Yeah, this is it. If it has a build system, if there are enough variables, somebody will tell you that you're playing the video game wrong. And I'm like people are allowed to find what they like in a Souls game. They're role-playing games. You're supposed to fucking find what you like, you know? Like, there isn't just one build. Just because you and all your fucking loser friends copy-pasted a build off fucking Reddit to get past a boss because you refuse to learn an attack pattern, refuse to learn how the weapons work, refuse to learn how the fucking buffs work, refuse to learn how to fucking read an attack animation and dodge. You copy-pasted a fucking one-shot build off of the internet, and now you're trying to tell everyone else how to play the game. Like, fucking shut up, brother. So, we doubled our magic bar, but coming here still doesn't do anything. So now I am, yeah. Fucking GameCube controller struggles with me moving Link in a circle. So yes, once again, I am at a loss. You got to turn on emote only randomly. Yeah, well, this is yes. But the thing is, you got to do it. But the thing is, if emote only's on, and then people can't have conversations, and that's not what you want for the viewer either. You know, like, you know, I'm not like one of these big 6,000 viewer streamers that just doesn't give two shits about the viewer experience. I'm not going to compromise it in a massive way. I want to find a middle ground where I can protect myself from spoilers, but people can still have conversations in the chat. But yeah, ideally, human beings should just not spoil things for other people. You know, people should savor the notion of somebody else experiencing something for the first time, because once you've experienced it for the first time, you can never experience it for the first time again. So the only way you could ever get anything like that again is to watch somebody else experience something for the first time, which is why first playthroughs on YouTube and everything else do so well. But obviously with first playthroughs on YouTube, you're obviously not attached to the fucking content with people commenting on it as you make it. But arguably for me, that's why streaming is magic to me. Is that, you know, we don't have to preordain or pre-design or predict what's going to do well as content. You can just go live, and wherever the stream goes is where it goes, right? There's that flexibility and that freedom, which I think is incredibly awesome and interesting. But yeah, it does mean people can spoil you in real time. You can't just do a playthrough and make a video and then upload it afterwards. If you do it live, yeah, people can come in and be fucking terrible. Anyway, thought that was all you needed, so I'm confused too. Never had any trouble getting the arrows myself. Yeah, this is the thing. I think I broke the game. I think our sequence broke it. Which is why I let people embarrass themselves. Yeah, this is it. You know, when someone's about to do something and fuck up, you're like, well, I could help them, but it's also their lesson to learn, you know? Because as you can see, if you look at the generation of kids that were fucking coddled, you know, wrapped up in cotton wool, where nothing was ever a mistake, they weren't allowed to make mistakes. Their parents stopped them making any mistakes. You've now got this generation of fucking idiot adults that go ahead and make all the fucking mistakes, but at a much grander scale. And I was reading an article on the effects of social media because, you know, I wanted to make myself even more depressed. But I was reading about somebody's point, somebody's take on the whole thing was that because social media creates a very low stakes accountability version of life where the stakes are very low. You don't really have to deal with the consequences of your actions, specifically not what you say. That's created a generation of people that are completely unaware of the reality and the gravity of that their actions have, you know, a reaction and, you know, the accountability of everything. So they go around saying and doing things without really thinking that, you know, there's going to be some, you know, some accountability or some. There's also that. It looks as if there's like you can pull a block out from behind here, but I can't. It looks as if you can pull a block, but there's nothing to. And there's this little patch of land here, which I don't really know. What's that up there? Looks like there's a rock of some sort up there. But can we get to this side of the island? Let me just see if I can weave my boat over here. Treacherous Jack, welcome in, dude. Excuse me, voice. Oh, fuck it, that'll do. Boat, you can stay there for a while, you'll be fine. Definitely some trolls, but I think many believe they are helping you, especially it's a game, a lot of missable things. Yeah, well, the thing is, so, excuse me. So you get people that are deliberately, like you get trolls that are trying to antagonize and rage bait and everything, and they're just the worst kind of person to a certain degree, right? But yeah, I agree. There are definitely people out there that are just super excited. Can you fuck off so I can climb a box, please? They're super excited about, because Link won't climb it without fucking pushing A. So, yeah, controls. No, the auto jump, please. Yeah, there are people that are just so excited to fuck off, dude. There are people that are so excited to see someone play a game that they love that they kind of forget, like, the no spoilers rule, which is, I kind of get that. It's kind of innocent and it's, there's an innocence to it. Sorry, my brain is completely switched off. I apologize. I'm trying to fucking form a sentence, but there's an innocence to people that are just super excited to see one of their favorite video games being played. But yeah, there are also people that are like maliciously going around spoiling and antagonizing people just because they clearly have very little in their lives that makes them happy, which is kind of sad if you're going to be honest. Those people usually stop once you give them a warning. Well, this is it. This is the thing, right? This is how I've always kind of weighed it up. When somebody comes in and does something I don't like, I tell them to not do it. And the warning is not, like, it's how they respond, right? Because as soon as, because it's not like, what they've done or how they did it or anything. I say to someone, I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that. If they argue and they don't take the feedback online, if they're not comfortable with me setting a boundary, then they can get fucked. Like, I don't need the viewership. I don't, it doesn't define me, If they don't respond to a boundary being set as like, okay, somebody would like me to be part of this community, but they don't appreciate when that sort of stuff happens, that's me saying this is how it works here, take it or leave it. If they don't respond positively to it, I'm like, okay, you don't give a fuck about other people's enjoyment, or you're clearly a selfish person, right? Because when you set a boundary with somebody, that's you communicating that you want to remain in contact, you want them to remain a part of your life, but it has to happen in ways that don't detriment you, right? And yeah, when you set a boundary and people don't respect that, it's because they don't respect your boundaries, right? They don't respect you enough to respect your boundaries. And it tells you everything you need to know. It tells you everything you need to know. Like, if somebody thinks that they're above, like, somebody else's well-being, then they're clearly not a good person, They might be a good person to other people, but if they don't respect you enough to give you the same courtesy, then they can get fucked. It's that simple, When you tell somebody I don't appreciate that, please don't do that. If they're like, well, fuck you, you can't say that, it's not that bad, and they try and undermine it, and it's like, no, I'm sorry, that's it. So all I'm doing is giving them a test, right? I'm testing them to see how they respond to a boundary. And yeah, I ban them on the spot, because if I say to somebody, please don't do that, I know you're excited, or I know you're only trying to help, but please don't do that. They're like, I'm really sorry, I won't do that again. I'm like, okay, this person, I can talk to them like an adult and they'll respond and listen like an adult. They can be part of the community, But if I set a boundary with somebody, they're like, oh, that's not a spoiler because I'm like, mate, I don't give a fuck what your definition of a spoiler is. What I've asked you is to not do what you just did again. Whether you want to call it a spoiler or not, what you just did was not okay. Don't do it again, But yeah, like I say, you can weed them out pretty quickly. Oh, fuck. Because, yeah, we got to the top of this and we spoke to What's-His-Chops. Because, yeah, one thing that I've done in the past when someone's playing Bloodborne or whatever, a game that I have a reasonable amount of knowledge in, I'll say, this bit's a bit complicated. If you want any help, just say so. I don't mind helping, but I won't spoil otherwise. Because, I think that's the polite thing to do, right? And most people have responded well to that, so that's what I tend to do. It's not difficult to just say, yeah, this bit's awkward. If you want to know how it works, just I can nudge you in the right direction if you want. I can be vague about it and sort of still let you work it out. But yeah, like, I mean, there have been times, I remember I was in a community once, I was in a stream once and somebody was playing Dark Souls 1 and they were farming for an item, but they were using the silver serpent ring, not the gold serpent ring. And Jode might be able to correct me, but I'm pretty sure the silver one does souls. It buffs soul discovery. And the gold one buffs item discovery, but I could be wrong. But I checked it because I thought it was wrong. And they had the silver ring equipped and they were killing the clams in the crystal caves. I was like, oh yeah, I remember doing that. And silver souls, yes, silver souls, gold items, cool. I can't remember. But yeah, they had the wrong ring equipped and they were farming. And I was like, if you're farming, I think the gold ring is for items and the silver one is for souls. So I didn't even tell them what to do. I just reiterated how it worked. A mod said no backseating and banned me. I was like, I think maybe that mod told them to put that ring on. I think maybe the mod, but you know, maybe I should have developed more social capital within that stream before saying something. But yeah, you know, this poor streamer was farming on stream, which is kind of awkward if you've done it before. And yeah, they'd obviously been told to put on a ring to increase, and maybe somebody had told them, maybe somebody hadn't told them. But yeah, I was just, you know, just saying, I think, yeah, if you're farming, that ring isn't the best ring for farming. But yeah, one of the like really parasocial, overprotective mods didn't like that and said no backseating and banned me. So there's a community out there somewhere where I'm banned for backseating when actually I was just correcting them on what ring to wear when farming items in Dark Souls 1. But you know, oh, you can make the fucking jump. Link, stop being a prick. A mod after my own heart. Right, we do have an ad break coming up, unfortunately. I apologise, chat. I agree that social media does give a certain level of disconnection, but on the other hand, it's not the word's responsibility to take care of you. In the contrary, it's common that people are cruel at one moment and then nice the second. You can't stack the good from the bad. Yeah, I think that a lot of young people have grown up in that fuck around and find out era without finding out. You know, a lot of them have become very, very arrogant and cocky because they've never been slapped back down again. I think that's an important part of life. I remember being 15 and thinking I fucking ruled the world. And then I got the shit slapped out of me because I did something stupid and I pissed off somebody because I wasn't thinking, right? And I'm not saying somebody has to get the shit kicked out of them to fucking learn something. Some people learn it just by watching somebody get the shit kicked out of them. But yeah, I think there's a lot of young people that have never had that accountability put on them for their actions, and it's kind of made them a little bit over the top with it. You know, they think that they're perfect and they've never set a foot wrong. And obviously by the time they're 30, 40 years old, they'll get it. But for them to be in their late 20s acting like fucking teenagers that have never been punished for anything, and they don't think about anyone else. They just walk into people. They think everything revolves around them. They're not willing to share things. They don't think about other people. It's a very, very kind of, you know, combative, you know, society because of that. But then again, elderly people are fucking oblivious. They don't fucking look where they're going. They don't think about where they're standing. They get in the way. They're always out at rush hour. They're on the bus or in the fucking queue at the shop on rush hour or on a lunch break. It's like, you could do this any time of the day, but you're adding to the congestion at rush hour. But they just want to be around people because they're lonely. And that's also really sad as well. So it's like, it's a super difficult one to balance. But yeah, I think that we're definitely seeing young people becoming worse because they are like, there's no accountability. There's so little accountability. They can act like a cunt online behind a username all day and just never, and it gets worse. Whereas when you're a kid in the real world, if you act like a cunt, you're going to find out what being a cunt is, you know. And so yeah, it does kind of sort of, you know, it mitigates that behavior. But because of social media, it's enabled people to be awful and never really have any negative consequences, not to the degree that would make them stop doing that, if that makes sense. But anyway, the ad break is playing, so I'll pop you guys on the BRB. It's going to be right back, and then we'll carry on. Hopefully I can figure out where the fuck we're supposed to go. But yes, I'll be back shortly. That does a fair bit, actually. Fucking hell. Excuse me. Hey, Siri. What's 289 plus 137? At 387?
289 plus 137 is 426.
So that does 426.
I set your alarm. 6 a.m.
No, don't set an alarm for 426. Cancel that, please.
I deleted your 4:26 a.m. alarm.
You motherfucker. Right. Excuse me. Fucking hell. Shit. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Jesus. That smoothie got me. Fucking hell. Excuse me. Yeah, I think you're supposed to jump and then
Daddy
land
Dennis
on the,
says
on
my
the side of
friend
the
gets
lift.
really upset when I call him a flat earther. He
Oh
says
my God,
the
chat,
correct
we are
term is
fucking
bulldozer
goated.
operator.
Oh my God, chat, we are fucking goated. Let's go. Okay, do you know what? Yeah, okay. So hang on a second, because yeah, this boss feels like unbelievably obtuse and difficult to try and fight normally. So let me see what the parry's like. Fuck you, game. Odds, just fucking pure fucking core strength, right? I bet she can. Stealth. Stealth. We don't need to see the end of that one. Excuse me. Somebody realised I stood up. I stood up to move my legs on a break, which means somebody gets a bit of a fuss. I was in a stream one time where they were playing DS3 and asked for specific help at one point, and I revisited that point like a minute later with some input, and they were like, "Oh, no, I'll ask for help," and every one of them was repeated it one by one. So, yeah, like I think some people, like some streams, like yes, shit happens on stream and it's kind of annoying, but some people do. They do milk it. They do beg it a little bit. It's like, yes, this happens. Let's move forward. Some people will like bring it back up. Like, I can't believe that person's spot. And then they get, I'm like, but that happened like 5 minutes ago. And like, they're berating this person, right? And I at the person that spoiled them, and they're not even in the chat anymore. I'm like, but I don't want to say, dude, they're not even in the chat anymore. Can we move on? Because then I'm going to be targeted, you know, by their wrath. But yeah, don't get me wrong. People shouldn't spoil things. People shouldn't backseat or be shitty or anything. But yeah, I think some people like they put so much effort and they put so much fuel into that situation that it's kind of like, well, yeah, like if people were like thinking about like trolling you, they're definitely going to do it now because they know how much it's going to work. Whereas when someone tries to troll, if someone tries to troll me, I'm like, yeah, nice one. How about you gargle my fucking nuts and then ban them? And people are like, well, that ain't going to work, is it? I didn't get a rise out of the guy. He's just playing the video game. He doesn't care. So there's no point, right? So I'm not going to bother, right? But yeah, when people like, when you let them fire you up, when you stop playing the game and you start arguing with them, they've won, and that's what they want. And I know it's difficult, but you've got to be like, yeah, okay, whatever, you know. And it's like someone on my YouTube was like, I don't like that filter, and I was like, yeah, I don't like your attitude, you know. Because I'm sorry, I just don't like it. I'm like, yeah, I just don't like your attitude. Like, what's the problem? Like, if you don't like something, just keep scrolling. Yeah, there's plenty of content for you to watch. There's loads of content. There's fucking an endless ocean of content for you to go and watch. I didn't put this into words because I can't be asked. Like, what the fuck are you sitting here being negative? It's like going to a buffet and then complaining about one thing. You know, just fucking eat something else, brother. There's loads of stuff, you know? But I don't know. I think some people just enjoy going around being negative. I'm like, a strange way to have fun, but you know. But yeah, anyway, off you go. Little man. Excuse me. We're still responding to help requests. And oh yeah, I just got dogpiled by their mods, so I left and told Twitch not to recommend them to me. Yeah, well, this is it, you know. Godfather, welcome in. So you can choose GameCube controls, old CRT TV filter. Yes. So we have barrel distortion and scan lines. There's also some other bits of the filter, but that's more for sort of retro horror games. But yeah, I feel like this is kind of like a nice way to look at the game. It looks a little bit more true to what it looked like back in the day. It doesn't like this for me. For me, it looks like this, nice and crispy. But yeah, I thought, you know, some barrel distortion and some CRT scan lines might make it look a little bit nice, you know? Playing a Wii or PC? We're playing it on PC, but I am using a proper controller because these controls are fucking insane. So yeah, I needed a proper controller. So I've got a GameCube. I mean, the thing is, I do have a GameCube, but plugging it in and capturing the video off of a GameCube and then converting it into something that's HDMI to then capture it with OBS is like a massive amount of ball ache. If I was a retro content creator that was playing retro games all the time, I'd just have an OSS or a retro tink, OSSC or a retro tink. But yeah, I don't. You know, I move from genre to genre, from era to era. So there's no point having like a retro tink. It'd be nice, but you know, I also need, you know, I need a CRT TV. You know, I don't have a CRT TV at the moment, unfortunately. So yes, we are playing on PC because it's significantly easier for me to manage. The save states mean that we don't lose too much progress. It means I can apply a decent texture pack to bring it up to modern standards in terms of texture resolution. So yeah, I think it improves it in a number of ways. And there's also a few patches I've applied to make it more playable for me. Oh no, not here. We're about to grinder. Nice to see you there, man. Catch you in a bit, dude. So that's round there. Oh God, please don't. Please don't. There we go. Oh, I did not mean to push that button. Excuse me. And then I found another fave streamer by leaving so benefit. Yeah, well there you go. This is it. This is the same thing, right? Is that, you know, if I spent all my time complaining about streams that I didn't like, I wouldn't have spent any time cruising around and finding the people that I love watching now, right? And I don't know. To me, that doesn't seem like such a crazy kind of way of doing things, but it's clearly not what some people do. Some people click on a stream and then complain that it isn't what they want, as if there aren't like thousands of other streams to go and watch, you know? And like, I'm not everyone's cup of tea, never have been, never will be. But I've never forced anyone to be in my stream, you know? You know. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, people shout. It's because the thing is, the boomer generation did it. Something would be on TV and they would be shouting at the TV. It's like, just change the fucking channel, brother. Like, there's like hundreds of channels to watch. Just change the channel, right? There's got to be something else you're going to enjoy. Pielo, welcome in. Clicked on this stream and this is what I want. Well, I'm glad to hear it, dude. Thank you. Appreciate that. Not very nice of you to say. But yes, I'm just going to scroll up. I think I may have missed a message or two up here. We have a nice view out of the top window. No backseat. I'd say verbal equivalents can work, possibly better. Even physically violent response, I can recall, just leave me to hate those people. Yeah, I feel that like fucking around and finding out, like, you know, realizing that, you know, you need to conduct yourself in a respectful way. Don't fucking piss off other people. That seems to have gone out the window. And like, I don't want to be petty, but like, you know, if we let all this shit just go, society will continue to fucking crumble around us. And like, the amount of people I know that are like, oh my God, I fucking hate being in public. I fucking hate other people. I'm like, that's not a good reflection of society. The fact that people are like, oh my God, I fucking hate going out in public. I hate people. I'm like, why do you hate people? But now that I go for a walk every day through the town centre, yeah, people are fucking oblivious and they're so fucking stupid and annoying. And like every day I go for a walk, there's always somebody doing something to inconvenience me with their fucking stupidity or ineptitude. And I'm like, is it really that difficult to walk down the street? Is it that fucking hard to just walk down the street without somebody walking into you, getting in the fucking way, or walking? Like, the one that gets me the most, right, is I'm walking in a straight line down like a strip of shops, right? I'm walking to the exit, and I see somebody just off center, right? And they drift and drift and drift, and I'm like, and then they're like, oh, well, fucking, what are you doing? I'm like, brother, I saw you drift from my peripheral to my fucking central vision. You are not looking where you're going. You are fucking checked out. I saw you coming and thought, you know what, let's see if this guy noticed it. But nobody does. So I spent all of my lunch break walking to and from the shop, course correcting around people that just don't fucking look where they're going. And some days when I'm in a bad mood, I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to get out of anyone's way. I'm just going to walk in a straight line. And what happens, happens, because I can't be fucking, my brain is not there today. I cannot be hopscotching my way around other people who are like, just not looking where they're going. Like, I don't know how you could be walking like towards something and not looking where you're going and just not see other people around you. They're so oblivious. And it's in cars as well. Motorcycle riders in chat will have experienced this before. People just don't fucking see a motorcycle. They see a car, they see a child, they see a sign, they see all kinds of things. They see bins, they see fucking lampposts, they see bollards, but they just don't see motorcycles. They just do not register motorcycles. And I'm like, why are you so fucking blind? Like, not only does this thing make twice as much noise as a car, but like it's a lot taller. And yeah, like the bikes have all kinds of pointy bits and shiny bits on them. The person's leathers are all colourful. Their helmet's colourful. How do you not see them? But if it's not car shaped, they just don't fucking register. And yeah, it gets so bad. And yeah, it must be so fucking annoying. But yeah. Anyway, I'm trying to play the video game and cheer up. I apologise. Definitely a lot of streamers who just don't vibe with, and just the thing is, like, not vibing with somebody's fine. Like, and if you don't like their personality or whatever, just move on. But like the trouble I see is, like, some people think there are only 5 streams. They think there's only the 5 people that have like an advertising budget. Shit, I nearly fucked that. People that have an advertising budget, so they have like thousands and thousands of adverts being pushed on all sorts of platforms. They think that's the only stream. And when they go there and they don't like it, they just complain about it. And the thing is, when there's like 6,000 people in the chat, nobody's fucking listening. Like, nobody's going to fucking listen to you, dude. So I feel as if around there's a ledge. I don't know if we can get... So can I just change the wind? Face this way. Who's this? We've got a raid. Welcome in. Kimmy DNC. How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. How was stream? What were you playing today? Welcome in, raiders. How's it going? But yes, did I miss a message? Let me just talk. Should we go for a walk and see who implodes from social rage first? Because I genuinely don't know who'd lose their entire... Yeah, we should go for a walk in a public place and then just sort of give each other side-eye whenever somebody gets in the way. What a wonderful activity. Yes, welcome in, raiders. Peter Graves, hello. Welcome in. PLO, for Palace. You guys didn't come with the raid, but yeah. How are you guys doing? How was stream? What were you playing today? Good to be here. We finished Fallout New Vegas and then some spooky game. What was the spooky game called? And yeah, Fallout is one of those series I will eventually go back to. I played the top-down isometric one a little bit on my friend's computer, but I never played the whole thing. And I had a partner who was like obsessed with Fallout 4, and she bought me a copy of Fallout 4 for the PlayStation, but I got stuck somewhere, and every time I booted the game up, I just couldn't get past that one bit. I went through a door, and then the objective marker moved back to that door, so I went back through the door, but it changed to that door again, so I was like, okay, I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go. And I ended up playing something else, and I never finished Fallout 4, but yeah, really interesting writing. I really enjoyed them, but yeah, never finished them, unfortunately. Sleep Awake. It's called Sleep Awake. It's kind of like Silent Hill. You fall asleep, and it's other world. Really? Ooh, I'm a big Silent Hill fan. I'm gonna have to have a quick look. Is it on Steam? Is it platform locked, or is it on Steam? I'm gonna have to add it to my wish list. Apologies. Sorry for diverting. But yeah, Sleep Awake. Sleep Awake. Ooh. Oh, where's my wish list? You add it to wish list? How many versions are there? You add stuff to wish. Oh, that's the demo. Okay. Oh, wish list. Sorry, I don't know how to use Steam. Sorry. Wish list. Okay, cool. I'll whack that on the wish list. That looks quite interesting. Ooh. Thank you for the recommendation. I appreciate that. That Fallout, I've only completed Fallout 3, but I played a lot of New Vegas and 4, never played any of the first two. Yeah, so it's a series I'd like to dive into at one point, but we have so many games on the backlog that I'm not sure I can add any more to it, because there's a series of games, so I need a big gap in between releases, because so many games came out last year. More puzzle and survival horror game, kind of like Outlast. Most welcome. I appreciate that. Purple Haze, welcome in. Kimmy, is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip? Or would you prefer a non-clip shout out or no shout out at all? Totally up to you, whichever one you prefer, but I really appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. As a smaller creator, it's very, very important. Raids are super, super important, because basically without a raid, I just don't exist anymore. So yeah, raids are super, super important. So I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Clip, yes. Or Purple Haze says yes, but I need Strimmer. I need Strimmer to actually agree to it, because it's their clip, of course. A clip if you dare. Wonderful. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Non-raiders, please feel free to say hello to our lovely friend Kimmy, who just raided. Oh dear. Are we going to hit a mine or something? Did the mine go off in your hand? Never say things. Never say things. If you're playing a video game on a stream, never say anything. Because no matter what, if you say something, like, the worst thing will happen. Just trying to survive. Yeah. Yeah. Never say things. You know, like, oh, yeah, okay, I know what we're doing now. I know what we're doing. And then something unexpected will always happen. It's just how streaming is. But yes, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. But yes, I will at some point I've got myself in I will at some point get round to playing Fallout on stream. But oh, I keep pushing the wrong fucking button. Excuse me. Put the leaf on the wrong button. And now I don't know. So yeah, I think, can we glide, because this is where all these rocks are. So it was around the back of the island, wasn't it? There was like a excuse me, game? What's going on here? Have we just been... Wow, okay. I mean, that's a bit rude. Is that supposed to happen? Infernal, welcome in, dude. How's it going? I'm good, dude. How are you? How was your Monday? Oh, the wind's blowing the wrong fucking way. Oh, man. I just need the wind to be, like, always facing the way that I'm facing, please, game. Never played through Legend of Zelda games. Are you marathoning them or just Wind Waker? So, I want to play Wind Waker and then Twilight Princess, because they're two of the games that I never really had a chance to play. My friend had the Nintendo consoles and I had Mega Drive. and then PlayStation. So he had all the Zelda games and a bunch of other games that I sort of, you know, played bits of, but I never did a full playthrough myself. And I was thinking about something I could play. I'm a variety streamer, so I like to jump around and play different genres and different eras and everything. Oh shit, we're out of magic. Okay, that's not going to work. That ain't going to work either, breadcrumbs. And yeah, I was like, do you know what? I've never played Wind Waker. No, I've never done a full playthrough. I've done bits of it, and I did bits of Ocarina, bits of Majora's, bits of Minish Cap, bits of Spirit Tracks, like just bits and pieces. You know, they were playing them, so I played a little bit, but I never did a full playthrough. So I think, you know, I should rectify that, because there's that. I mean, there's a lot of Zelda games. They sort of, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the Zelda franchise, but the end of Ocarina of Time, there's like 3 endings because there's 3 timelines or whatever. But Nintendo are insane, so they fleshed out all 3 timelines, right? So there's like 3 different narratives of like being canonicized or canoned or whatever. So yeah, it gets a little bit hard to follow. And yeah, I was like, okay, I can't keep up with this, so I'll get around to playing them someday. And yeah, here I am playing Wind Waker for the first time. But yes, Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, Majora's and Ocarina, if I can get copies of them, and an N64 controller for my computer. And then potentially Minish Cap, Spirit Tracks, but I don't want to do them all in a row. I think I want to sort of, you know, do a Zelda game, then do something else, then do something else. I like to do new things. I can't just do the same thing over and over again, which is unfortunately not so good for streaming, because you're supposed to stay in the same category. Twilight Princess is good, much darker entry into the series, very, very good. Yes, so from what I'm told, Nintendo teased a much more mature, like, you know, gritty kind of Zelda game, and everyone was like fucking hyped. And then they dropped this, and everyone was like, what? So yeah, this came out first, but then they released Twilight Princess, which is, yeah, like as you say, a much more mature, sort of gritty kind of Zelda game. So yeah, I'm looking forward to how that changes. And yeah, Twilight Princess was the game where people playtested it on the Wii and were like swinging the sword with the left hand, or with the right, or it's swinging this Link holds his sword in the left hand, right? So he's technically left-handed. But people were saying when they played the Wii version, swinging a sword with the left hand felt weird. So to fix it, they just flipped the entire game, which is hilarious. That they're like, fuck, how do we fix this? So they just reversed the entire game and then just made sure the text was the right way around. And I think it worked. Like, you know, I think it was only later on in time that people figured out what actually happened. But yeah, I was talking to somebody about Breath of the Wild. And how the controls in Breath of the Wild were already a little bit kind of over the top. They were a bit awkward. And Tears of the Kingdom kind of made it even worse. Like, there were even more menus and button combinations to hold down to do things, so the controls were kind of even worse. And obviously, like I said, the controls in Breath of the Wild were already a bit of a mess because it was originally a Wii U game, and it took advantage of the Wii U's like touchscreen, like controller that's a screen as well, to sort of leverage that. So they had to find a way to get around that with controls, just buttons, because the Switch wasn't going to have that. It was just that controller, right? And then because of that, they had to sort of make the controls a bit more convoluted or complicated. And as a result, yeah, like Breath of the Wild was kind of awkward to control. And then Tears of the Kingdom, they doubled down on it. And somebody was like, well, no, the Wii U version doesn't use the screen. And I was like, well, I read that it did. And they're like, no, I have it. It doesn't. And I was like, okay. So I went down the rabbit hole again, and I found out that they retroactively patched out the screen support for the Wii U after they released it on Switch to bring it in line. And I was like, wow, Nintendo are actually kind of fucking evil. Like, they removed functionality to avoid owning up to the fucking mistake of porting a game to make it a launch title for the Switch. I was like, holy shit, Nintendo are actually kind of evil dudes. I'd heard this for years, but that was what did it for me. I was like, damn, like, that's actually kind of fucking evil. They patched it out. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, this is it. They pivoted Breath of the Wild so hard to being a launch title for the Switch because they needed launch titles. They needed games, right? But yeah, it was a Wii U game. And what's even crazier is that, like, you know, anyone that's played Breath of the Wild knows it plays at like 20 FPS. Imagine how fucking much it chugged on the Wii U. I suppose actually the Wii U was like a proper console, wasn't it? Like, proper console. It was like a proper, like, you know, plug into the wall kind of console. It wasn't trying to be a handheld, so maybe it was probably smoother on the Wii U. It probably played at like 720p or something, right? But yeah, I cannot believe they retroactively patched out functionality to make the Switch version on the same level. But yeah, I remember explaining that, yeah, the controls in Breath of the Wild were kind of a bit awkward. The rest of the game is literally absolutely fucking outstanding in almost every regard. I think Breath of the Wild is probably one of the best video games I've ever played. But yeah, the controls are its Achilles heel. It's the one thing it doesn't do perfectly. And they're okay. They're not terrible, but they're not brilliant either. And then Tears of the Kingdom, they doubled down, and I was like, oh man, this is kind of painful. Some of these controls are kind of painful. No, I don't want to do this again. I don't want to do this. I can't be honest. I think maybe there's another way of getting to where I'm looking at from the outside. But yeah, I'm good on a break now for 2 hours. Only 3 hours left on off. So I hope. Oh, awesome, dude. I hope the last few hours are as pain-free as possible. Ooh. So this goes down to the room with all the bats. We can just go. I always forget where the there it is. But yeah, that was the explanation for the controls. Breath of the Wild feeling a bit wonky. But yeah, Tears of the Kingdom was great because they added some stuff that was kind of fun, but I still kind of felt like, yeah, they've pulled the same trick as Ocarina and Majora's, is they've built a game engine and now they're going to milk it for 2 games in a row, and then we'll get a new Zelda game. But here we are with the Switch 2, and they're like, hey, do you want to play Breath of the Wild at 60 FPS? I'm like, well, you mean the way it should have been to begin with? You know, like, what are you offering me? So you want me to spend another several £100 on a handheld, which is already going to be underpowered by the time I get it, to then play Breath of the Wild at 60 FPS when it should have been 60 FPS to begin with. Oh, fuck off, bird. It's a shame they don't get fucking cooked by the fire. Oh, shit. It's going to be too soon. Okay, I think we're all right. Like it's a literal slide. Yeah, it's the thing is, it's literally a slideshow in places. And do you know what's crazy, right? Is that I've mentioned this before, but for everyone that came in with the raid, just in case you guys hadn't seen this. But yeah, if you remove the limitations of the Switch, and not Switch 2. No. If you remove the platform limitations and play Breath of the Wild another way, which I won't mention for the sake of legal reasons. But yeah, it is an absolutely, like, unbelievably, achingly beautiful game. I mean, it looked amazing on the Switch. I'm not going to deny that it looked amazing. The art direction, everything is chef's kiss. But yeah, if you put it on an emulator and you get a texture pack, like I've done for this, fuck me, dude. It is absolutely unbelievable how good this game looks. If you just play it at a higher resolution. I mean, yeah, the Korok Forest, oh my god. Oh my god. Like, yeah, I mean, there's lighting mods and texture mods and everything else, but yeah, this is how good Breath of the Wild could have looked if Nintendo just made a proper console, right? Maybe not 4K, maybe 1080, but you know, yeah, it's crazy. Like, it looks amazing as is, but yeah, like what I've seen people do with the game since its release, yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. It is, like, unbelievably beautiful. And yeah, playing it at 60 FPS at 4K, it's, yeah. Maybe we'll do a playthrough of that, but yeah. And this is on a 3070. It's not even on like a 4090 or something. This is on a 3070. And it's doing ray tracing because it's obviously a Switch game, right? So it's not very demanding. But yeah, it looks absolutely unbelievable. But even if you just bump the res, like in my experience, even if you just play it at like 1080p 60, it's transformative, right? The game just feels as good as it looks. It's always looked good, but like, yeah, to make it feel as good as it looks. Yeah, I don't need to fucking bother with this, do I? I can just do this. Oh, you... No, I can't do that. Excuse me. But yes, I suppose I should ask everyone what their favourite Zelda game is. That's always a good question. Because for me, it's probably Breath of the Wild. I think my playthrough of Breath of the Wild, when I used to commute to the office in London for work, I was on the train for like well over an hour every day, and everyone was like, "You're insane." And I was like, I don't know. I kind of like having an hour of the day where I have to sit still. It's kind of nice to have that built into my schedule. But yeah, I remember I got Breath of the Wild, I got a Switch and I got Breath of the Wild, and it became my sort of, my commute to work game. And yeah, I must have sunk probably 300, 400 hours into that game on the train to work. And the other people on the train that I didn't know at first would see me playing this game. They're like, "You're always playing that game." I'm like, "What? The one with the blonde kid with the sword, you're always playing it?" I was like, "Yeah." "No, is it a good game?" I was like, "It's probably the best video game I've ever played." They were like, "I have no idea what it is." I was like, "Yeah, it's Legend of Zelda. It's been going since like the 70s or the 80s. It's been, there's like dozens of these games. And I really enjoy them." But yeah, it was my commute to work game. And yeah, it got me through many, many commutes. And yeah, I love that game. Tears of the Kingdom was like, yeah, it's great, but a lot of the things that are great about it were great about Breath of the Wild. So that it's like, it's not Game of the Year material like Breath of the Wild was, because they've built on top of Breath of the Wild. But a lot of the things that I loved about Tears of the Kingdom were things that I also loved about Breath of the Wild. So it's like, does that really count? Because yeah, I feel like we were sold the idea of like these giant, complicated dungeon islands in the sky, and we got basically some pebbles most of the time. And like there was like one or two large islands. There was like a couple of sky temples and like maybe one big island, like the training island at the beginning. But then all the sky islands after that were super tame, like really small, really simple, kind of dull and repetitive. And yeah, I mean the dungeons were okay, but they're usually okay. Was because that was my first introduction to the Zelda games. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can see. The thing is, if you had no idea that Breath of the Wild is, and you just played Tears of the Kingdom, then yeah, it would have all the same qualities that I loved as well. So I can totally see that. Breath of the Wild is the one I've played, but what a game. Yeah, for sure. Tomorrow, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're all good. Can I speak to you again? Quumbus. So you've returned safely. You may have seen you've been checking about post boxes. Since you left, our island has been beset by a plague of monsters which appear after the setting sun. Luckily, they have never come during the daylight hours, so you may rest safely. Getting stuck on things, man. What a fucking 90s game problem. So this is up here. And we're not even allowed to go over there, okay. So yes, I think I need to check. I think I need to cave in and check where we get fire arrows, or how we trigger getting fire arrows and ice arrows. You can't use the leaf indoors. No leaf indoors? What the fuck? But yeah, I think somewhere along the line I've missed something. Everything going great here. I'm almost done with my 4th run in Elden Ring. I'm working on its DLC, Shadow of the Earth Trade, beating Mesmer, the Impaler, and his second phase. GG's, dude. Mesmer is not to be sniffed at. That is a fucking rough fight. But oh my god, it's peak FromSoft. It's just, that's like, FromSoft can turn it up to 11 without ever being silly with it. Like they always have this kind of tact and integrity with how the DLC is always ridiculously difficult, but it's always done so well that it never feels cheap. And yeah, I love that about them. Some fellow players. Oh, so you co-opted it, yeah. And they're great fun to co-op. Like I co-opted through Bloodborne with Bambi, and hopefully at some point I'll co-op through Elden Ring with Pizza if they get a chance. And whoever else, I might co-op with in the future. But yeah, they're great games to co-op through as well. Like, overcoming a challenge with friends, there's something magical about it. Right, yeah, I need to check on here because I've tried so many different things. I need to check where we get the fire and ice arrows. Wind's Requiem. Oh yeah, I suppose maybe wind. Crucial upgrade for the hero's bow obtained from the fairy queen at the mother and child isles after lead. They allow Link to shoot ice arrows and freeze fire and fire arrows to make arrows essentially for solving puzzles and accessing new areas like Fire Mountain and Ice Ring Isles. To progress the story, particularly to obtain the iron boots. Okay, so I need the iron boots to start with. So added weight makes it possible for heavy winds. Okay, so break tiles, trigger switches and springs. Old colleague from my work once said, if you do it my way, paper should not play like a player should not play any Souls-like game. Really? I played Bloodborne for the first time. It's strange to sort of, because the thing is that, like, not everybody wants to spend a bunch of time grinding in a Souls game, and I get that, that's fine. But when they criticize them, it's like, well, I don't know, dude. Like, they are, like, like, in terms of what they do it the best. And they just, it's just... So, can I just get a location? So, Ice Cavern are locations... talking. So the ice cavern, that's fucking Majora's. Iron boots are found inside a cave at Ice Ring Isle, so making them required for the wind temple. Activate spring. Yeah, so hook shot. This is the thing, dude. I feel like I've sequence broke the game. And now I can't get the item that I need. I don't want to know just in general. I want to know where they are in Wind Waker. So... Okay, so... Where are they? So, Mother and Child Isles. Mother Half and the Island can only be reached rescuing Ariel from the Forsaken Fortress and learning the Ballad of the Gales. So I have to rescue Ariel from Forsaken Fortress to learn Ballad of the Gales. What? Do I have to rescue? Do I have to go to Forsaken Fortress first? Because I thought that would end the game. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Forsaken Fortress, but I'm going to create a save state before we actually land, because, yeah, I'm concerned that's going to fucking throw us into a fucking fight with Ganon, and then we'll end up finishing the fucking game. We can't go there because it'll take us to the inside of there, so we want to go to there. But yeah, I'll have to create a save before we actually go into Forsaken Fortress. Don't worry, Crumbs, you've still got quite a way to go in the game. So can I go to Forsaken Fortress and fight Ganon and everything, and that won't end the game? Because, yeah, I don't want to end the game. Yeah, oh, okay. Because, yeah, like, when it says, like, go to Forsaken Fortress, and then someone says, yeah, you'll go and fight Ganon at Forsaken Fortress. I'm like, oh, I don't want to fight Ganon yet, Okay, let's try and do that. Let's see what happens. Game won't end now. Okay, cool. Because yeah, the thing is, I wasn't sure whether it was a case of yes, you can go and fight Ganon now, even if you haven't got all the items. But then afterwards, you just get free to just cruise around. I'd rather save the story for when we finish the game, right? I want to finish the story and finish the game. I want to do everything else first. But yeah, if we have to just go to Forsaken Fortress and see what happens, then yeah. A little over halfway done with the story. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, okay, because I thought the boat was like let's go to Forsaken Fortress. I was like, okay, but that's who we're trying to rescue is, and we've already been there and been kicked out of there once. I don't think we go there and then get kicked out again, but maybe we do. Don't tell me. But yeah. Nat, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Now I need recommendations for gaming mice. I need a gaming mouse that isn't like ridiculously expensive, but also isn't ridiculously like RGB. I need like a nice, sleek, simple gaming mouse with a bunch of buttons that I can program to do stuff, because the designer mouse I normally use with this computer is broken. My Magic Mouse from my Mac is broken. It doesn't have enough buttons. And this is a designer mouse. This is not a gaming mouse. This is for designing, so it doesn't really work as a gaming mouse. But yeah. Just waking up. Well, good morning. I hope you slept well. I hope you're well rested and ready to take on whatever Neo challenge. Are you still playing Neo at the moment? Or have you moved? Did you move on to something else? I can't remember. Because I was watching you play Kingdom Come Deliverance, I think. And then you were playing Neo for a while. I can't remember. I used a $300. Yeah, exactly. I've been done with Neo for like 2 weeks. Really? What did you move on to? I feel bad that I must have missed what you were playing. Have I been? My memory is so bad at the moment. I apologise. It wasn't not me. Oh, what were you playing? Were you playing something that was like Skyrim? Sorry, my memory's fucked. Sorry. But yeah, I think the last time I was there, you were on a Neo boss that was ridiculous. Like Logitech's. Yes, yeah, no, someone said the Logitech G502, I think. And the Corsair M something was the other one. But yeah, it doesn't need to be like a super pro gaming Mac. I'm not. I'm playing Battlefield 6 and I need a few more buttons on a mouse. I could do with a few more buttons on my mouse to be able to bind a bunch of stuff to buttons rather than having to use the keyboard shortcuts. I think I have the 502. Let me check. Okay. Ridiculous. Go hand in hand. Yeah. No. Yeah. It looks like you have to like. It looks like one. Because I was recently playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, and the enemies feel so tanky, and it feels like everything is such a grind. And yeah, for melee action, it just felt like too much. But yeah, I was watching Neo, and I was like, damn, the fights, you have to fucking slap the shit out of each other to do damage and everything. But yeah, it's a really popular franchise, so yeah. I think some people must enjoy it that way. Good affordable option, I reckon. Lots of options. I use a mouse 4 and 5 for the thumb. Yeah, so I've got 2 extra buttons and an extra scroll wheel on that one, which is good for, like, in Photoshop, undo and redo are these 2 buttons, and then that's scroll through layers, and that's scroll, like, zoom in, and then that turns. So this is a designer mouse. So this turns off the click. The wheel, the mouse wheel, like, clicks when you turn it. You can push a button and it becomes a smooth. So you can really fine tune things in Photoshop. It's really, really nice. It's the main reason why I bought the mouse, is that you don't have to be notched in your selections of stuff. But obviously for games and stuff, you just want it to, you know, click one up, click one down to go up and down a list or whatever. G502, yeah, and it's wired. So I'm looking for something wireless because the mouse is quite far away from the computer. I'm looking for something wireless. Okay, no, not going in there. I'm looking for something wireless that has a reasonably good battery because I'm going to be streaming, playing games for like several hours. I don't want a bunch of crazy RGB. That's not me. And yeah, it needs to be of a reasonably decent size because my hands are a bit wide, so I could do with a mouse that's a reasonable width. What's this guy again? Suge. Wireless one. Okay, cool. I'll keep an eye out for the wireless one. But yes, I long for the time in the future where you can buy a device for a computer, and if you choose the one that doesn't have all the RGB, it's cheaper. Because like basically everything needs to be a fucking Christmas tree right now, right? On top of being really expensive because of data centers and fucking AI. But yeah, like everything is a fucking RGB Christmas tree when actually all I want is just a basic like mouse or a basic keyboard. With a keyboard, it being backlit, it does kind of help sometimes, but it's not really that necessary. So, oh yeah, hang on, I think maybe I have to shoot that door with bombs. Excuse me. Oh shit. What? We going through there, or we're supposed to shoot the door? There's a door somewhere else. Hang on, that was closed a minute ago. Excuse me. Oh fucking! Excuse me. Oh. Excuse me. Used to be like this. What a crazy time we live in. How's your Wind Waker journey been? Sailing rustled my jimmies as the game went on. Yeah, so like having to like guide, like select which way the wind is going every single time is like it's a cute mechanic, but it does get a bit repetitive, and the control scheme in general has a little bit of like, you know, there's a bit of stuff that's like, you know, it's a bit kind of like, oh, it's not really the best way of doing it. So yeah, it's a bit clunky and a bit awkward, but all of the Zelda games up until this one, I mean, Majora's was super. Going into the menu to equip an item and then coming out was quite a few different like functions, or quite a different. There were several steps to it, and that's fine as long as you don't have to do that very often. But sometimes you have to do it quite often. It's like, well, yeah, it does create a lot of like needlessly repetitive kind of processes. But yeah, on top of that, like the camera being reversed and up and down being reversed and not having an option to change that feels super fucking weird. And the GameCube controller is just kind of weird anyway. I mean, I knew it was going to be strange button mapping this game, so I actually bought like a USB like GameCube controller. But even this one is slightly different in the sense that these aren't like analog switches, and there's two shoulder buttons. But even though this is Z target on on the old one, this as R doesn't seem to work. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I think it's very strong in some ways, but also quite kind of awkward and clunky in others. And I suppose because it's an old game, you know, we have to sort of, give it a little bit of a wide berth, a little bit of a leeway. But yeah, it's when I was patching this game to make it work in this particular setup, there was an option to have the wind always behind you. And I thought, well, like, we're supposed to sail, aren't we? We're supposed to sail around and use the wind, but I had no idea we were going to have to fucking tell the wind which way to blow every time I wanted to go in any sort of direction or anything. I was like, yeah, okay. And there's other stuff like when you learn a song, you have to do it in time, whereas in Ocarina, you got the Ocarina out and you push the buttons in sequence, and then once you've done one that actually exists, then it would play it, right? Which I think is a much better way of doing it. In this one, you get out the Wind Waker and it's already counting in time. And the fact that you have to move the stick to change a 3, a 4, or a 5, they could have made all of them 4. Like, there's the amount of like variables there are. If you have 4 beats and 4 directions, that's 4 to the power of 4, so that's a lot. So I think there's only going to be about 3 or 4 songs. I mean, 3 to the power of 3. Hey Siri, what's 3 to the power of 3? Siri, what's 3 to the power of 3? 27. So if they had 3, well, it's not even that, it's 3 to the power of 4, isn't it? Because you've got 4 direct. So yeah, there's like, even if it was 3 to 3 to the power of 3, you've got 27 different variables, 27 different combinations. Not all of them are going to be, you know, but you've got up, down, down, you've got down, up, up, you've got left, right, left, left, right, up, left, right. You know, there's plenty of combinations. So the fact that they've made like 1 3-bar one, 1 4-bar one, and 1 5-bar or 6-bar one is like, yeah, that's bonkers to me. That's like just a whole bunch of complication that doesn't need to exist. I mean, maybe there's a reason for it, but yeah, I just feel like it's kind of like, that's pointless complication. Like, you could have just had 4 beats, 4 directions, and be done with it, you know? And like, yeah, in Ocarina, you just punch in the code, and you punch in the code, and then it plays. But this one, as soon as you get the Wind Waker, you've got to slam the stick in the right direction, and then, so yeah, bit strange, bit strange. But other than a few minor things, it's been really enjoyable. Ganon has likely been made aware of our little incursion already, but you have the Master Sword, and that sword shall shine in the darkness, casting back evil. With it in your hands, none can keep you from rescuing your sister. Oh, I didn't create a save state. Fuck. I'm gonna be afraid. Okay. Well, I'll create one there, because it looks as if we could just leave if we wanted to. Okay, so you can't bounce these ones back? Promise your foe may be fierce and fearsome, but do not be afraid. Forged deep within the steel of your Master Sword is a power to repel evil. Even as his ball of fell magic bears down on you, stand your ground and knock it back with your... Oh, you hit it. So it's not like the Octo things where you hit them, you bounce it back with a shield. Okay. I'm sure you have a shot at victory. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck you. Target the guy. Oh, I pushed the wrong. This is actually fucking awkward as fuck, dudes. Oh, okay. Oh, those fucking imp things. And the skull hammer says to use my hammer can break things, pound obstacles into the ground. Some enemies even get stunned by the shockwaves it causes when you pound the ground with it. Okay. It staggers people. Ah, okay, it's giving me a few imps to test it out with. Okay. It's fucking massive. Ah, okay. We have officially unlocked the strength build, chat. Okay. Okay, cool. Right, so we've got another item, and I definitely know of one use for it. There we go. Right, cool. I think for me, the only thing I really like was the art style and the colors. Very pretty. The art direction and the presentation is like absolutely brilliant. I agree. It is a beautiful game. But yeah, I think that there's a handful of decisions that they just feel a little bit short-sighted and a bit clunky and a bit awkward, especially for a Nintendo game. When Nintendo games are usually like really polished and like, you know, they stand the test of time because of how well they're made. So to find things that feel a little bit kind of like, oh, if I hit these, yeah, I don't want to hit these guys, do I? Oh, they throw. Oh, okay. You guys like that, are you? Oh shit. Give me that money. Oh. Oh yeah, they really get knocked back by the shockwave, don't they? Did you see this guy? He just fucking dodged it. You're no fucking sneaking around now, mate. I'm not fucking unarmed like I was last time. Oh, you fucking... Oh, fuck off. So yeah, I mean, I think one thing that the combat is kind of like a little bit like enemies like stun lock you and like fuck you into corners and stuff, but the game is pretty generous with hearts and stuff. So I think maybe if I was a little bit less worried about losing health because the game's going to give you health back, it wouldn't bother me as much. But yeah, sometimes I'm like, oh wow, that's like really unfair. Ah, yeah, if you hit them, of course. You're going to make them throw the damn bomb first. Nothing, okay. What the fuck is that? Oh, I see. Okay. But yes, the patch, the mod patch tool I've got, there is a setting to just have the wind behind you all the time, which I think would save a lot of ball ache. Would definitely save a lot of fucking effort. Yeah, the game's pretty generous with hearts and rupees and stuff and bombs and arrows, so yeah, pretty generous. So I suppose you can be a little bit careless if you want. It's very cool. I think the HD version on Wii, I think it had a lot of quality of. Yeah, so the Wii version reversed the controls to make them fucking not insane. But yeah, even still, like up and down is always reversed, and it's fucking crazy to me that a game of this, you know, era, when we definitely had free cam controls, we had free cam controls on the PlayStation 1 for fuck's sake, as well as PC games having them. The fact that you couldn't reverse the up and down, as well as the you know, a few other control settings, it's like, damn, it's pretty fucking crazy to me. Yes, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm gonna take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So if you're lurking and you want to follow in secret once we're on the BRB screen, there's no follow alerts over there. So if you want to follow anonymously, you can do so on the BRB screen. Yes, I'll be right back. And then we'll do this dungeon for the third time, second time, third time, and hopefully rescue Ariel, and then we can start doing some dungeons and some puzzles. I want to do some puzzles. I like the Zelda puzzles, but yes, I'll be right back. This is what courage looks like.
Amazing camera, and then he went and got like this crazy expensive camera, I can't even remember what one it was, and had a built-in ring light, and it never focused because his room was so dark.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just thought, like, what have you done? Like, and then he quit streaming probably about 3 months in and never streamed again. And I'm just like, you just bought this insanely expensive camera without doing your lighting setup, and it's just like, you've wasted your time and money.
Fuck me, Sumerian Descendant is fucking so hard. They're so brutal. Right, so have you checked the jump scare setting? Got to make sure that's on. They soften them otherwise.
Stop.
Nope. Fuck you, FromSoft. Fuck you. Get poised, bozo. Oh, fucking hell. What are you doing down there? See you later, bozo. Have a nice life. Oh, he's trying. He's trying. He's fucking trying. He's not happy. There's a well over here. I'm going to jump in here. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Didn't fall in the water. How did a chicken get down here? Can chickens swim in this game? I guess not. He doesn't seem too bothered by that. Oh! I got her in the fucking ankle. Have we got a puncture? Or is the cart just a bit broken? Oh, this area is fucking really broken with the LOD.
Oh, not for me.
Ah, can you see what's happening on my screen?
Yeah, that's weird. Try and get out. The hell? You good, mate?
Game? Game? Woo! Let's go. I couldn't roll in time. Yep. Okay. It was so weird when, like, welcome back, by the way. It was so weird when the gameplay capture was freezing, but the webcam and the stream was fine. I had no idea it was happening. But yeah, capture cards, dudes. Capture cards do be funny sometimes, for no damn reason. That's actually a question I went to ask chat as well. Do we reckon that the PlayStation 6 and the Xbox of that generation in the future, if there is one, because it sounds like Microsoft's kind of moving away from it, consoles, do we think the PlayStation 6 will have the ability to output the frame buffer of the GPU over USB video to have like a capture device to just plug into your PC? Because Sony has been kind of dabbling with streaming from consoles. They've enabled the ability to do it, right? You can stream directly off a, but it's pretty limited, right? It's not OBS. You know, you can't do too much with it. Overlays and streamable, the API endpoints is difficult, right? So yeah, like I'd like to see it, but I would feel bad for the capture card market. But yeah, I think that with the kind of troubles that people have with capture cards, I think that maybe the only way we're going to solve it for console enjoyers who deserve to stream as well, people that stream on console deserve to stream as well, you know, I think the way we're going to solve it is if the PlayStation, the USB-C port, you can output video like 1080-60 to an external device, right? And capture it without needing to have a capture device to take the HDMI signal, convert it into a USB video compatible signal, and then pass it through as HDMI, you know, because it's a bit of a ball ache. Because yeah, the more, any streamers in chat will know what I'm talking about, but yeah, the more complication you add, the more chance of things going sideways, especially when you're live. If something's a bit complicated, the second you click start stream, fucking good luck, brother. Good luck. Which is why I use a capture card on PC. Yeah, this is it, is that the capture devices that are external, yeah, people would just use a capture card internal, like a PCIe capture card, because it's a bit more robust. And I have thought about getting one because I've had my HD 60 plus whatever for a few years, but now that I can stream to Twitch at 1440p and I want to stream to YouTube at 1440p indefinitely, it can't quite do the same. It can pass 4K 60 through, but it can only capture 1080 60, which is fair enough. You know, it did the job for the time. But yeah, if we're going to move into a realm of streaming at 1440p, and that extra quality allows us to do stuff like this, where we filter. I add filters because I thought about doing this before, like putting a CRT filter with barrel distortion and pixelation and, you know, scan lines and everything. But then when I looked at the video at 6,000 kilobits, I recorded a video. I was like, the compression kind of murders it. And I know that obviously the stream and the way it looks doesn't quite. It's a bit better than the VOD, because the VOD is like a compressed video, whereas I'm sending you guys the full fucking video. and the compression isn't quite as bad. Once it's been compressed into a VOD, it loses a bit of quality. Ooh. Okay. But yeah, with 1440p, there's enough like headroom with the pixel density to actually be able to see the effect. And I mean, we played Silent Hill 2 remake, Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition on PC with the scanline filter and a bit of bloom, and people said it looked good. But yeah, I just it's obviously it's bad enough trying to get the games because I mean certain games that are very detailed, foliage and extreme textures and stuff. As soon as everything starts moving, the compression just absolutely has a meltdown because it's only 6,000 kilobits. But yeah, because we're on the 1440p streaming test, I just let them choose the bit rate, and it usually goes to like 20,000, which is fucking crazy because that's like fucking three times what it was before. Because yeah, at the moment it's 21,932 kilobits a second, which is fucking crazy. Yeah, I suppose I want to get over there, don't I? Ah, was that barrel frost? Was that barrel frost to climb on? How can I do this? Oh. Oh, Link, what are you doing? Link, come on. Don't know if they do much beyond that, what they've done with the 4 or 5. It'd certainly be interesting. Yeah, because I feel like, Sony kind of wants people to be able to stream on their console. But yeah, I think that even Sony by now, they've realized what they've offered doesn't really provide enough kind of nuance. For a stream to stand out, you've got to make a reasonable effort with the presentation. But I mean, it's audio just as much as it is visual. Audio is so important, which is why I sort of freak out about the microphone sounding the way it does and getting the game level right, because people won't always say when the audio isn't great, but they definitely notice when the audio. And also the thing is, like, I'm not arrogant enough to think that people are watching the stream all the time. They're doing other stuff. I'm not going to pretend. They're doing other stuff as well. But the thing is, they can always hear the stream. They can't always see the stream, and they won't always be looking at it. But they're probably going to hear it most of the time, if not at least more than they look at the stream. So for me, bit rates and making everything look nice is part of it, but audio is so important for me. Which is why I freak out a bit about being unwell and my voice sounding a bit gross when I'm streaming, because I've spent a bunch of time trying to make the microphone sound as good as possible. This AI is bugged. It's running away for some reason. They're still not. Goodness sake, go away. That fucking heart. Yeah, excuse me. Don't know they'll be able to fit it into next to what I can only assume will be another comically large heatsink. Yeah. Although, like I say, the NVIDIA replay thing, where it just takes a dump of the frame buffer for the last 5, 10, 20 minutes, whichever and then it compresses that into a video. So the thing is, the frame buffer of the GPU in the console is definitely built with architecture and software that allows you to capture video on the PlayStation, because you can save a video, right? You can start recording, you can save the last 10 minutes of gameplay. So there is a frame buffer, and that frame buffer is built in a way that allows it to chuck everything into RAM, much in the same way the GPU would access the RAM to do the calculations to render the video. The frame buffer, the final frame that gets sent to the screen, you can just make a copy of that into RAM. You can only make 10 minutes worth of a copy on a PlayStation. I think it's 10 minutes, or maybe it's a bit more. Unless you do continuous video, where it's, you know, it's just recording to a video, and obviously it probably uses MKV or something similar, where it's, you know, compartmentalized into chunks. So if you stop recording or the console crashes, you've still got the video. But anyway, Matrovska or whatever the fuck it's called. But yeah, so the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 5 already have that functionality. That functionality of the frame buffer being, you know, exported into video already exists. So I don't think it's a huge stretch from that point to make that a USB portable chunk of data, where it can be, rather than converting it into the video format that they use to save videos on the PlayStation, you just convert it into the USB video format that's compatible with all the sort of, you know, because a streaming capture card, I mean, the Elgato one, it's not a specialist device. It uses the USB video protocol. It's a standardized protocol. So yeah, it could use the same thing. So it would work with OBS. So I think all of the hardware is still there. I appreciate that consoles are small form factors. I agree. But yeah, I think that the hardware is already there. It's more of a including in the firmware the back end and the compression algorithm that would convert that dump of the frame buffer into a video format that's transferable over USB, much like a webcam, basically, right? Because you can also plug a camera into the PlayStation for VR and also for streaming. So there is definitely something in there that understands the USB video transfer protocol. There's definitely something in there that understands how that works. So, like I say, it's all there. I'm pretty certain if I was really invested and really bothered, I would try and jailbreak a PlayStation 5 and then see if I could make it do it with some Linux. But I can't be asked because it's not worth it. But yeah, I have a strong suspicion that it's perfectly possible at a software level, even with the PlayStation 5, to export video over USB. Because the USB protocol has to be part of the PlayStation's functionality for the USB ports to work in the first place. That must be there. It can definitely use webcams. So if it can use a webcam to do the VR, it must have webcam functionality. So USB video transfer protocol must be part of the firmware. So it must be in there. The software library and everything should be there. Transfer protocols and all the API endpoints and everything should all be known to the software. Oh, you guys are just here for me to farm to make sure I've got full items. Okay. Okay, you're not dropping any items. I suddenly stopped caring. You have to fit in like a large heat sink. I've used an external capture card before. Excuse me, sir. I've used an external capture card before, but I ended up investing in the Elgato 4K Pro last year. Ah, yeah, if you've got the 4K one that can capture 4K, then yeah, you're good. And obviously you have a PCIe, it can get all of that into RAM to convert it into video, so yeah, you'd be fine, yeah. Other one that plugs straight, yeah, it's PCIe, you can get PCIe ones that plug straight into the motherboard. I've got you one we're playing on. Yeah, this is it. You know, people. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna, you know, get bent out of shape over it. I'm a background. You know, I'm a background to somebody else's afternoon or something. So that's fine. I'm not going to get upset about it. You know, thinking somebody's going to sit there staring at the screen while I play a video game. It's not going to happen. So yeah, like I say, I consider that when I think about that. You know, what does the viewer experience encompass? You know, I watch a bunch of streams, and when I see something that's good or bad, you know, I think, okay, that's a good thing, that's a bad thing. And I don't copy people, but I look at like the logic behind what they're doing. So I'm like, oh, okay, so that's good because this. So that's what matters, right? That's what I appreciate as a viewer, right? And then I try and incorporate that into my stream in my own way. Oh, them bombs. Oh, please don't shoot me off the wall, you fucking prick. Where are you fucking... Oh, piss off. Where the fuck are they shooting me from? Where the fuck are these cannons? Is it because... Did I not take those guys out? They're facing. Okay, hang on. Can I? Like right into the spotlight. Oh, it doesn't like it. Don't get stuck on it. Oh, are you gonna fucking stare at me the whole oh my lord. Oh god. No, this is what I mean. The game is kind of jank. Oh, this game can be kind of jank. Oh, this game can be kind of jank. Where was this? Yeah, people are obviously going to have you on in the background, which is perfectly fine. I'm not going to call people up or anything, but yeah, it's like I say, you want to make sure the audio levels are, and this is why a bit of time learning how compressor filters work and how a compressor will be better than a noise gate. Lots of people use a noise gate to just cut off below a certain point and above a certain point, which is fine to start with, but yeah, I think if you cut off below a certain point, you inadvertently lose some of those micro expressions in the voice, and yeah, that then means you lose a bit of emotion. And yeah, I think if you lose emotion, that's like a terrible outcome. I think your emotion wants to come across in your voice, right? So yeah, for me, I was like, okay, so I want a compressor to take all of my voice and compress it down to where it doesn't ever grate on people. So my voice always stays the same volume, but the tone of my voice can change. So even though I'm talking normally now, if I was to whisper, I was to talk really quietly, you can still hear me quite clearly because the compressor is catching me at this quieter level and bringing it up. If I talk really loudly, you can tell that I'm shouting, but it brings it down. Yeah. Once you get that dialed, suddenly it doesn't matter how loud you get, it's always going to be the same volume, and then you can make the game stay at a certain volume, and then you're always clear, but the game is never quiet or too loud. And the trouble is, we've had a few games that have had really wonky audio, where they're mastering, like some parts of the game are stupidly loud, other parts of the game are stupidly quiet. So I feel like I need a compressor just for that fucking game, and I think I might have to eventually make a compressor for games. So I can make them the volume I want, but they'll always be the same sort of volume for you guys, and then I can listen to the VOD and make sure it's exactly where it needs to be. I can't need one of these guys to drop some magic. Yes, there we go. Oh shit. That'll do. But yes, audio balance is another one, because there are a few streams that I go to, and if my washing machine is going or there's noise in the room, I can barely hear the streamer. And I'm a tiny little streamer. I'm not going to tell other people how to do things. But yeah, it is difficult. It's difficult when I have to turn the stream and the computer all the way up, because then anything else, like my music or like a notification, anything else that my computer makes a noise, is fucking super loud. So I've always felt, and I've mentioned this before, I'm sorry to repeat myself, but yeah, you want your stream to be a little bit too loud, because people can then turn you down to the volume that they want. Whereas if you're too quiet, they can't really turn you up, because they have to turn everything else up in the process, and that then means that all their audio on their home computer is all out of whack. So yeah, I've always been of the mindset that you should have your stream being a little bit too loud. You want to, I mean, I personally aim for -15 for my voice and -17 for the game. That's usually where I roughly end up, which is into the yellow, which is not bad. The yellow isn't bad. It's just, you know, you don't want to go into the red. The red is probably, you know, and some people say you can go down to -5, but I worry that at that volume you start to get distortion, I personally think, which is why the meter goes red. So that's why I don't tend to. But yeah, if I was to put my VOD on and like, you know, and have the volume slider and get it to a volume that I like with everything else on my computer going, and I could hear the VOD when I'm watching my own VODs, because as cringe as it is, you should watch your own VODs. Yeah, and I'm like, okay, this is too quiet, this is too loud, I need to bump it up a little bit. So I do. Can I get past this one without getting... I think I can. Sidle, 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 sidle. But yes, understanding that you are going to end up as the background for someone, which is why, like, I'm always... I listen to the VOD more than I watch it when I look at my own VODs, because, yeah, I'm trying to make sure I make it sound as clean and comfortable as possible. Because yeah, if you can't, like, even if you're not going to watch the VOD, if you can't even have it on in the background whilst you're editing and something, and like the audio is doing your head in, then you know that you need to fix the audio, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything. So I want to get up there. Oh, I do need to change the wind, don't I? Shut up, game. This white screen is kind of grey. I don't know if that's something to do with my setup, but yeah. Come on, Nintendo. Fucking 2 words per dialogue box. I was worried. That all could have been 1 dialogue box. So I won't open that easily. There you go, acting before you think, as usual. Where do you even realise that we had to draw that monster bird off for you? I was about to come flying in here after you again. You've got the Master Sword. Oh. A sword. Where did you get that? Are you... Is it even possible? How could it be? Metal Gear, it can't be. Well, never mind about that. For now, we'll just take these girls. I'm sure their fathers back in town will pay a handsome reward for their return. Okay, but they left our sister, so... I mean, I don't agree with them kidnapping women, but, you know... So sorry to interrupt such a heartwarming reunion. Isn't there still something that you need to take care of? You're worried about your sister, don't be. I promise I'll deliver her safely back to your little island. Normally I'd expect a huge reward for something like this, but this time it's my treat. Listen, Errol, your brother still has some things to take care of, big, important, grown-up things. He'll be back soon, so just wait nice and quiet here until he returns, okay? But big brother... Miss Citra, we have to hurry. The bird will be here any second. Gonzo, excellent. You're just in time. Take this one for me. But she's fine. Just do as you're told. Big brother. Link's just like... He's just like, whatever. Grumbus will be back, I swear. He's not even like, no, don't take her. Oh, fuck, we got to fight another one of those fucking birds. Right, we need to create a save there first of all. No, don't do that, Link, you absolute clown. Oh, the water's... okay. I mean, could we not just stay in the water? Oh, okay. He wants us to sidle. Sidle, 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 sidle. Or can we just wait for the water to rise? Can I just do laps until the water rises to there? Chat, look at these strats. Can we just bonk it? Okay. I was going to say, the hammer is what we get in this area, so surely it's got to be the hammer, right? Yeah. Oh shit, there's spikes on the walls. Ah, there's spikes on the walls, chat. That's not good. I don't want to walk into them spikes. Okay, it's not that simple. Sorry, Baba. I'm in the middle of a boss fight. It's basically Medea, chat. And I mean that. It's basically Medea. Like, you just have to get their head down and then hit them in the head. Medea stole the idea. Oh shit, okay. Did not see that coming, excuse me. Fuck are you? Oh wow, I was really lucky I'm here because I would have hit those spikes otherwise. Luckily we were on this very section here. Oh, you fucking prick! No! Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Not too bad. Sorry, Bubba. I was in the middle of a boss fight. Sorry, my cat's come to say hello. He's decided it's time for him to be the center of attention, not the video game. Didn't realize you hadn't done this part yet. Yeah, it needs to be done before you... I thought, yeah, this is what I mean. I feel like I may have sequence broke the game because people are like, yeah, if you've got Ballad of the Gales, just go to the Mother and Child Isles and you get the fire and ice arrows. And I was like, okay, cool. But I did that and I didn't get them. They were like, what? Like, did you go to like a secret little like pond with a little fountain? I was like, yeah, with trees and you're inside a big tree stump. They're like, yeah, Mother and Child. I was like, yeah. And what happened? I was like, well, the fairy said I wasn't powerful enough. They were like, what? So yeah, this obviously just does slight... Because, yeah, I don't know how I got Ballad of the Gales. Because, yeah, you're supposed to get the bow and arrow, and then you can shoot the Typhoon. Oh, that's actually Ganon. That's actual Ganon, not pretend Ganon. Been a while, boy. You've done well to sneak into my fortress and wriggle your way all the way up here. Suppose the least I can do is commend you for your reckless courage. But yes, speaking of reckless... Whoa, come here, little man. Come say hello to everybody. That's what you want. You want to say hello. And you want to be the centre of attention. And go sit down over there. After you get cat hair everywhere. My name is Ganondorf. Shadowdorf. I'm the master of the Forsaken Fortress. By the way, boy, when you drew that sword of yours out of its pedestal, did you by chance notice how all of the monsters frozen in time down there suddenly began stirring again? Do you understand precisely what that means? Oh, there's monsters elsewhere. Foolish child, while that sword is indeed the blade of evil's bane, at the same time it has long played another role. You see, it is also a sort of key, a most wretched little key that has kept the seal on me and my magic intact. By withdrawing the blade, you have broken the seal. Leave the microphone. No, come on. Leave the microphone alone, little man. The bubba. Indeed, the bubba. Oh, shit. Can't defeat me with a blade that does not sparkle with the power to repel evil. What you hold is useless. Go back to the world below and tell the pathetic fools who made this blade. The power is gone and its edges are dull. Crumbus, get up. There you go. Pathetic little sea rat. He's got the Triforce on the back of his hand. My Triforce of power is resonating. At long last I have found you, Princessa. That's Zelda! What are you talking? I don't know what he's... Feigning ignorance will gain you nothing. Tell me, if you're not Zelda, then why do you have this you have this fragment of the Triforce? That's Zelda. Oh. Did the Rito. Yeah, let's go. See you later, Ganon. Sucks to be you, brother. Oh. Go on. Blast him with fire. You see that? I mean, that feels like an end of a game to me. Obviously, it's obviously not. We haven't defeated Ganon. We've just barbecued them slightly. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. It's all right, Quambus. She has merely lost consciousness. Your sister has escaped the Forsaken Fortress with the pirates. You can relax. She is safe now. Lord Valou, you arrived not a moment too soon. We are deeply grateful. He speaks in an ancient language we can't understand, doesn't he? I am aware of this. Yet I thought our first priority should be to separate these two from Ganon's grasp. I will explain things later. Now we must return to the world beneath the sea. Right, some progress, chat. Who would have thought? Oh, wow. Crumbus, you're all right. What is this place? Hey, and Ganondorf. What happened to him? Hey, Grumbers, what are you doing? You must have come. You must come now to the room where you got the Master Sword. Who is using the stone? Just who are you? Crumbus and I are the only ones who can speak through this stone. How dare you use what's not yours? Your name is Tetra, correct? You must come with Crumbus to see me at once. Well, don't you sound important? Fine, we're on our way. Just hold your horses, whoever you are. Crumbus, what are you waiting for? You heard the stone. We're supposed to show me how to get to where that voice is. What's going on here? Are all the enemies going to respawn? Because, yeah, I can't be asked with that again. Are you him? Are you the one who was speaking through the stone without my permission? Answer me. That stone is an enhanced version of gossip stones long spoken of in legends of the Hyrulean royal family. I am the one who made it. You made it, the royal family's gossip stone? I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Have neither of you heard the tales? Tales of the kingdom spoken of in the legend of the great hero, the place where the power of the gods lies hidden. This place where the two of you now stand is the kingdom. This is Hyrule. And I am its king. Daphnis Nahanson, Hyrule. Oh, his name's Hyrule, okay. Crumbus, do you not recognize my voice? Indeed, I am the one who guided you here. I am the king of Red Lions. Oh, he's the boat! There was no need for me to reveal my true identity to you so long as that blade, the Master Sword, could defeat Ganon. And now both of you must listen to me. Once long ago, this land of Hyrule was turned into a world of shadows by Ganon, who sought to obtain the power of gods for his own evil ends. My power alone could not stop the fiend, and our only choice was to leave the fate of the kingdom in the hands of the gods. When the gods heard of our pleas, they chose to seal away not only Ganon but Hyrule itself, and so, with torrential downpour of rains from the heavens, our fair kingdom was soon buried beneath the waves, forgotten at the bottom of the ocean. Oh shit, so the ocean we're sailing on is like above Hyrule. Ah, okay. Yet all was not lost, for the gods knew that to seal the people away with the kingdom would be to grant Ganon's wish for destruction of the land. So before the sealing of the kingdom, the gods chose two who would build a new country and commanded them to take refuge on the mountaintops. Those people were your ancestors. Oh, so the islands are actually the mountaintops of Hyrule. Oh, fuck. Damn, okay. Story. Huge chunk of story. Hundreds of years have passed since then. So long as Ganondorf was not revived, Hyrule would remain below, never waking from its slumber. Tetra, come to me. Da, 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 da. This necklace you wear is part of the sacred treasure called the Triforce of Wisdom, which has been passed down for many ages within the royal family of Hyrule. Your mother passed this down to you and instructed you to treasure it and to guard it with your life. Am I not correct? Triforce of Wisdom is none other than the sacred power of the gods that we have kept from Ganon's clutches for so many long years. The gods placed upon your ancestors the task of protecting it from evil's grasp. You too must abide by the laws of the past, and so the time has come for me to teach you the fate into which you were born. The fate into which you were born, the very reason that you live. Oh. So she's got one of the Triforces as well. Okay. My fate. You are the true heir of the royal family of Hyrule, the last link in the bloodline. You are Princess Zelda. Oh, damn. 2 bombshells in one stream chat. Zelda, I'm a princess. Watching a bit of Phoebe fighting Triller. Ah, okay. You are confused, aren't you? I suppose such is to be expected. Bombus, I am terribly sorry that you have been caught up in these events. But now that it is known that Tetra is indeed Princess Zelda, Ganon will be searching frantically for this child in an attempt to get the power of the gods that she possesses. He will not rest until he has found her. If he succeeds, my ancient kingdom under the sea will be turned into a land of shadow and despair, and so will the world you know above the waves. Bombus, I need you to lend me your strength in this dark hour. I have a suspicion about what has caused the Master Sword to lose its power. I need for you to come with me back to the lands above the water and return the power to repel evil to the Master Sword. Zelda, it is far too dangerous for you to join us in this task. Fortunately, this sacred chamber is not yet known to Ganon. It is my wish that you wait here in hiding until we return. And then he's like, peace, I'm out. Grumbus, we must go. Oh, we can just teleport. Okay, cool. I mean, dude, you have to rub it in. Dude, like, did they just not want to model a walking animation for this guy? They were like, we've got to model this guy's walking. Now just make him teleport. I don't know how to say this. Everything that's happened to you and your poor sister, it's all been my fault. No, it was Ganon's fault. I'm so sorry. No, it was Ganon's fault, not yours. You didn't even know you were the princess. Look at Link. He's like, whatever. Bombus, be careful. No. Oh shit. Fucking sealing her in there, are we? Suppose it's safer, but yeah. Hopefully there's food down there. Fucking hell. Ooh. Reminds me of the good old days, chat. Is there a barrier here? Yes. Okay. Bom, bom. But yes, send my best to Phoebes. Send my best of luck to Phoebes if possible. Ooh, chat. I need a new spine. Bombus, listen well. The fact that the Master Sword has lost the power to repel evil suggests to me that something has happened to the sages who infused the blade with the god's power. The sages would be here in Hyrule in the Wind Temple to the north and the Earth Temple to the south, praying to the gods. You must head for those 2 temples to see what has happened to the sages and attempt to find a way to recover the power to repel evil. Unfortunately, Ganon seems to have erected some sort of magical barrier down there in Hyrule, blocking our path to the temples. But each temple should have another entrance high upon Hyrule's mountaintops, which are now islands above the sea. As always, I shall mark these places on your sea chart. Now then, if we stay here much longer, we shall draw our enemy's attention to Princess Zelda's whereabouts. We must return to the surface immediately. Sure thing, brother. Off we go. Mombus, do you know the legend of the Hero of Time? Once long ago, he defeated Ganon and brought peace to the Kingdom of Hyrule. A piece of the Triforce was given to the Hero of Time, and he kept it safe, much as Zelda kept hers. That sacred piece is known as the Triforce of Courage. When the Hero of Time was called to embark on another journey and left the land of Hyrule, he was separated from the elements that made him a hero. It is said that at that time, the Triforce of Courage was split into 8 shards and hidden throughout the land. It seems you already have some knowledge of these shards. I've already got 2 of them. If you were able to collect all of them, then they fuse together to complete the piece of Triforce, complete the piece of the Triforce, once again opening the passage through the waves of Hyrule. You must search for the remaining shards. Okay, so yeah, that's what we do now. Right. So first things first, we're going to go use Ballad of the Gales to get the fucking ice arrows, because that's what this was all about. Okay. Greetings, child. It seems the door to your fate has already swung open, has it not? I am the queen of the fairy world. What is the matter? Does that not surprise you, child? I like you, and so I shall give you a new power to the bow that you wield. Psychomantis. Oh. Powers of fire and ice have been added to your arrows. When you take out the bow, use R to change the arrowheads, then fire away. Ah, okay. Any arrow can be changed to a fire arrow. So again, the R button, I need to figure that out. Ice arrows can freeze the hottest flames, and fire arrows can melt the coldest ice. Berries in this fountain will ease your weariness. Use them as you need to. Child, I must tell you, you are just my type. Tee-hee-hee. The red lion's like... Right. So now we have the ability to melt ice and everything. So where do we want to go? This new ability first. Forest Haven. I suppose what I need to do is double check. South, welcome indeed. How's it going? Good morning. Ah, Ice Ring Isle. So we want to go there. So. Cool. Right, apologies, chat. After all that, we do actually have a very, very well-timed ad break. 18 minutes past the hour because we add 3 minutes every time an ad break happens. So yes, to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. But please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So if you're lurking and you want to follow without the alerts going off, once we're over there, don't worry, the bot will say so. There's no alerts for follows over there. So if you want to follow in secret, completely respect that. But yes, going all right, my man. Just at the gym, we'll be going to hell of a lot better if this job just gives me the job. Yeah, if you're in the fucking interview cycle, fucking hellscape. I heard about someone going in for their 6th interview, and I was like, are they paying you for this? Because this is getting a bit silly, you know. But the job market everywhere is so fucked, and companies are getting away with so much shit. And the governments are just like, well, we can't do anything about it. They control the economy. What do you mean? You're the fucking government. Fucking do something about it. But anyway. Got fired. Yes, we did twos. But yes, the ad break's going to start in a second. I'll pop you guys over there. We're back in about 3 minutes. We have to run 3 minutes to get rid of pre-rolls on the channel. I don't think it's fair for someone to have to watch an ad before they even get a chance to hang out in the stream. I like people to just be able to join the stream, watch it for a little bit, see if they like it or not. It's up to them. Making someone watch an ad and then they realise they don't like it, that feels kind of shitty. So yeah, we do 3 minutes to get rid of pre-rolls. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll see what we can do with these fire and ice arrows. But yes, I'll be back in a moment.
You motherfucker. I need... Did we see my fucking partner just standing there not doing anything? Hot tub streams, review content. I still find it odd that hot tub streams are a thing. Yeah. It's fucking wild, right? I mean, who would watch somebody sitting in a hot tub, right? Like, just in a hot tub. It's just, yeah, it just seems really weird, right? You know, that somebody would do that and loads of people would watch it. Yeah.
Please feel free to say hello to this lovely human being up here. This is an old clip,
People
right?
in my chat saying run. People in my chat
this is
saying
the
run.
Phasmo stream.
If it's Trisha Paytas, can we ask her what her next baby's gonna be called?
Phasmo stream.
No, stop that! Leave! No. My betting's on Tenerife.
Oh. No. Memes. So we get the sickle. Okay, cool. Right, well, yeah, that was a lot easier than I thought. Whenever I go to a new stream and I'm like, hey, how's it going? Are you enjoying the game? And it just gets completely overlooked. I'm like, I know it's kind of a generic greeting, but I don't know you, you know? What do you want me to say? If I say anything too specific, it's going to be called out as backseating or spoiling. So I'm like, hey, how's it going? Are you enjoying the game? And if they say like, yeah, I'm really enjoying this, I'm really enjoying this, I can say, yeah, I really enjoyed the gunplay and the movement as well, or I really enjoyed the story as well. Goated Quest, welcome in. How's it going? How are you enjoying the game? We got one. We got.
Oh, my aim is really bad, but the game is just giving it to me. We remembered from last year, chat. Eat off there. And then do this business in here. Oh shit! Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Excuse me.
Say, Hammond, I cracked the secure files. DC was here for more than just a mining zone, huh?
What do you mean?
This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
But rolled out the way at the last second. You'll love to see it. There were still moments in Elden Ring where I was like, holy shit, this is concept art. Look at that fucking castle on top of that mountain with the... Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Applications close on the 28th. So for now, I'm just waiting to hear back, which is awful. I think I have a solid application, but it's just one of those uncertain things. Yeah, and to be honest, dude, like, please don't let, like, you know, companies... Like, don't let a company... Sorry, my t-shirt isn't on straight. Don't let a company's, like, you know, hiring process, like, affect your sort of, you know... Oh, leave the microphone alone. Don't allow a company's hiring process to sort of, you know, put you in a bad headspace, because honestly, like, the amount of people I know that are in their 40s like me, but they went into a field when they were 20, when I was getting into drugs and everything, that are now, like, you know, arguably subject matter experts in their fields, some of the most highly qualified people in what they do, they still get fucking parred on job applications sometimes. I'm like, really? You're building this kind of infrastructure in the factory sector? You're going to be manufacturing this kind of bearing or this kind of sheet metal fabrication, and you don't want this person to work for you? Yeah, you don't know shit. That company will fold in 6 months to a year, and it does, you know? And yeah, they par my friends off who have been fabricating and building and welding and carving and modeling and fucking designing AutoCAD software. They par them off. And I'm like, I've seen these people take a milling machine and make the most complicated part you could think of for a car, and then create a fucking order of process that does every single cut perfectly, so that one cut becomes another cut, and that means the head of the milling machine doesn't waste any energy. So that manufacturing process then becomes more efficient. And they do that with AutoCAD and a bunch of algorithmic mathematics. And they parred you off for a job interview? Fuck them. Fuck them. They clearly don't know quality when they see it. And that's their fault, you know? That's on them. Right, so can I shoot a fire arrow at this? Let me get a save down first before I waste any arrows. I've only got 26. Have 6 years experience in that same position at a different factory, so surely that would give me at least a fighting chance, maybe even an interview. Yeah, I would hope so. I would hope so. But like I say, the job market and the hiring market is fucking insane at the moment. So yeah, please don't let it get to you too much. Okay, so yeah, I just had to hit it in a weird spot. Oh shit, oh, there's a timer? Okay, fair. You. Link slides around, I love it. Is there... Oh shit, okay. We should have... no, I suppose you got to... we should have sailed around because it would have been quicker. No, Link, climb, come on. You. Oh shit, hang on.
No, fucking hell. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay. Okay. So the auto jump is just taking the day off. Fair. Would have been nice to know that, but never mind. So we need this and... One was already pointing this way anyway. Right. Excuse me. Oh. Yeah. So do we have 3 minutes to solve the dungeon? Because, yeah, that would be a pretty fucking mean. The ideal job I would want if I can get it, but I just have to apply around like crazy. Yeah, this is it. And, you know, like, a friend of mine who has been working in certain industries for ages said that the only time they get a new job is when a... Fuck off, bat. Is when a company is in deep shit and they need people and they just take a bunch of people on, and then he's like, cool, all I got to do is just wait for that to happen, and then yeah, they'll hire me, but just because I have the skill set they want, and then I'll do a really fucking good job and then I get to stay there, which is yeah, but it's a shit way of doing it. It's not the way it should be done. You should be able to work and learn and gain experience, and you know, but yeah, the employment market is absolutely cursed. I'm not too sure how it is where you are, because I mean, yeah, you're in America now, aren't you? Are you no, you're not in America. This is in New Zealand. I'm gonna say, because yeah, one of you moved. Oh, okay. I see how it is, Kang. No, don't roll. Excuse me. Ah. Sneezed and a bunch of cat hair came out of everything. Oh shit, the boots. You got the iron boots. These boots are so heavy that you can hardly walk, but the wind can't blow you around when you wear them. Oh, let's go. Okay, cool. Right, that's good. So, my little booties. Clunk. Aha, fuck you, wind. Still in NZ, yeah, honestly, I'm also not sure this factory is particularly gets thousands of people applying for it, but a lot of them just be throwing their hat. Yeah, this is the other thing, is that you've got so many people lying about their experience that a company goes through like 7 applicants that are actually not fit for purpose at all before they find the one they actually want, and that pisses them off. That's why the fucking hiring phase is such a fucking grueling ordeal. So they do have some argument for the way that they do things. But yeah, people do be lying on their application. But this is the other thing, is that when I apply for jobs, I don't lie on my application. But somebody was like, well, that's why you're not getting interviews. And I was like, okay, fine, you know, so I'll just embellish everything massively without, yeah. And then guess what? I got a fucking interview within a week. I was like, fuck's sake, man, you know. But yeah, at the same time, I do worry that you've got HR and like maybe personnel, if they're a big enough company to have 2 separate departments for it, doing the interview process, and they don't really know the task or the job that they're interviewing for. They've just been given a set of skills to ask questions about. But whenever I've had to sort of interview people for a position, I always try and create an interview which will allow me to depth test somebody's knowledge and experience. Because there's usually things you can ask, you know. You can usually ask people to sort of describe how they would do something, and you can tell by the way that they explain it whether they have experience or not, you know. And sometimes, yeah, nobody's applying for the job, so you're going to have to hire somebody and train them. And that's the thing that a lot of companies are kind of cheaping out on. They'll spend loads of money having somebody interview like somebody 5 times, but they won't hire somebody and then train them over 4 sessions. It's like, just hire the motherfucker and then train them, you know. Like most jobs they can be taught, you know. Like there aren't that many jobs where like it's like impossible to teach somebody how to do it. Like most jobs, if you just train the person, they'll be able to do it. But they don't want to train people. They want to hire people that have got the experience and start benefiting from them straight away because they're cheap bastards because of capitalism, right? Oh. Oh, where's my jump? Excuse me, game. Definitely have it easier with save state. Yeah, well, this is it. For the sake of the stream and progression and everything else, I am leveraging save states because, yeah, the controls do be a little bit janky in places. So, yeah, I think with the controls being a little bit janky in places, I still do a manual save every now and again, just obviously for the meme. But yeah, save states so I can retry things over and over again because, you know, like, the auto jump is not as reliable as it needs to be. It just isn't. Sometimes they auto jump, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they jump too far. It's not great, to be honest. I get what they were going for. They took all the sort of anxiousness about jumping platforms, but they've kind of created this situation where now I'm even more anxious about the jump being too much or too little. Whereas I have died to the auto jump in this game more times than I have died to any normal manual jump. A mistake that I've made for the normal jump, I swear to God. So what they've achieved is worse than the system that normally exists. But I get what they were going for. I do understand what they were going for. They tried to create a situation where the player doesn't have to worry about jumping because that's one of the main stresses in a platforming game. And Zelda's games do have a little bit of platforming in them sometimes. So yeah, I see what they were going for, but I just think the way that they achieved it basically creates some problems of its own. And those problems tend to outweigh how useful it is to be able to jump without worrying, right? Because you have to worry still, you know. So yeah, I'm going to quickly do a scooch around the outside and grab these rupees, just because we're here. Oh. I'm at least confident that I can get an interview. I could talk my way. Yeah, this is it. Like if you're able to articulate and describe the skill set that you've learned in a role over a number of years, if they can't see that, then that's on them. Because even if they don't see that and don't hire you, or they hire you but they hire a bunch of idiots, you're going to be the only one in the room that knows how to fucking work the machines, and then suddenly you become, you know, the most stressed person in the building every day. So yeah, that's the other thing, is getting a job. They hire you and then you realize that they have nobody that knows how anything works, and you end up being the manager on the same salary as everyone else. That fucking sucks as well. But yeah, somebody was saying that they went into an interview and they said that you don't have enough project work in C. And the person that they were interviewing, my friend, was considerably older than the person who was doing the interview. And he was like, this kid must have been 21. And he was like, I was learning to write in C before he was born. And he's telling me that my resume doesn't include enough work in C. I was like, yeah. Because C's been around for a long fucking time. I think some of these kids in the hiring departments don't realise that when they're talking to people in their 40s and 50s that, you know, C and C# and a couple of other sort of redistributable engines and stuff that, you know, Windows is built on. Yeah, a bunch of that stuff has been around longer than they've been alive. So when they're interviewing people, saying they don't appear to have enough experience, it's a bit of a fucking piss take, you know. But I mean, even worse than that, there was a guy who was applying for a job and they said he didn't have enough experience in a coding language, but he wrote the coding language. They said that you needed a certain amount of years. I think it was 5 years experience. And he said, I established that coding language 3 years ago. So they said I didn't have enough experience. And I was like, that's the fucking tech sector all over, is they ask for an absurd amount of experience in things and they don't even know what they're asking for. Other people have said that when I was interviewed, it was an absolute prerequisite that I had to have at least 5 years experience in this. I've been working here for 3 years and I've not used that coding language or that technique at all. So they ask for shit that doesn't fucking mean anything. Right, we want to go over there. So I want the wind to blow northeast and we'll head up to Fire Mountain, see if we can freeze it and do that as well. That'll be cool. Right, so I need to put the arrows away and grab this bad boy. But yeah, they put, like, the thing is, they ask for experienced work. The job role is designed for experienced workers, but they pay graduate wages. They pay, like, fresh out of college, no industry experience money, but they demand you have at least 7 years experience in the industry. And it's like, you shouldn't be able to do that. Like, a company should be doing some of the work, onboarding and taking people that have just left college and training them in the industry. There should be a quota for how many people they have to hire out of college, because that was always the biggest problem with my generation. Is we were all told if you go to college and university and you get these qualifications, there'll be a really good job for you and you'll be financially set and secure and everything. But we all left college and university with all these fucking qualifications and there was no fucking job. Those sectors don't exist. That's the thing that really pisses us off, is that whilst they were telling us, whilst the government was saying, go to college, go to university, get yourself a qualification, a craft, a skill, then you'll get into an industry that's profitable and you'll be able to earn a decent wage. Whilst they were saying that, they were fucking offshoring and selling off all of the manufacturing and everything to other parts of the world. Like, we had Sheffield steel, right? When you bought a product that was made of steel, if it was stamped as Sheffield steel, you knew that steel was made in England up to a certain standard, right? Not to be pretentious about it, but yeah, you knew it was of a certain quality, right? Because it was Sheffield steel. It was a mark of quality as well as a mark of manufacture. But we now get all of our steel from China. Now, I don't have a problem with importing goods. I don't have a problem with supporting other economies if it makes sense. But steel is a very heavy object, right? So any freight or logistics that are included in the production and delivery and use and utilization of steel, those freight costs are a factor. The fact that it is cheaper for us to get steel, a heavy, quite often in long I-beam form material, from China and ship it from the other side of the fucking planet to make buildings out of it here in the UK is absolutely insane to me. I have no idea how the finance of that works, how it is cheaper to fucking get steel from China than it is to just make it in this country, because we used to make it in this country. There are entire towns and cities like Sheffield and Manchester and that part of the country. The north used to manufacture things and we sold all of it off. We offshored it all because it was the labor was cheaper elsewhere. But now we don't make anything, we have to import everything. And what's stupid is that a scaled down version of the trap we're in now has always existed in Amsterdam. When you go to Amsterdam, everything is really expensive. Even in euros, it's fucking expensive because they don't make anything in Amsterdam. They import everything, and that drives the price up. Plus, it's touristy, right? So they're going to put the price up anyway. But yeah, we are that financial structure, but as a country, we import everything, which means geopolitical tension and frictions and instability in global markets massively affects the cost of everything here in the UK. Electricity, food, water, gas, everything. Devices, objects, electronics, cars, everything. We import everything, and we have a services-based economy. So here we are with Russia kicking off, the Middle East kicking off again, America stirring the pot again. All of this is creating all kinds of geopolitical tension, which is making it very difficult for us to buy and trade and move goods around. Not to mention the fact that the British public was duped into voting ourselves out of the European Union because apparently we're a country of idiots. But yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked. Happily just tell them, I'm like, I remember basically everything from the old position, but I need a little refresher on the systems and the way the company in particular does things. This is it. And the thing is, like, with certain jobs in factories and working with machines and stuff, there's stuff you can't learn out of textbook. So even though you might not be able to do an exam on it, you know how the machine is supposed to work. And this is the thing, is that, like I said, my friends that are mechanics and engineers and stuff, they know what sheet steel does, and they know what lumps of iron do, and they know how hot you need to make something before you can weld it, and they know what a good weld looks like, and they know what structural integrity is. They know all of this stuff. But because they don't have the right piece of paper, a company's like, well, we can't really trust that you know what you're doing. Meanwhile, they've got a bunch of 19-year-olds who just left college who have no fucking idea, and they're fucking ruining everything. And that's why the company is hiring people in the first place, is because they've got a bunch of kids that have no idea what they're doing, making a complete mess. They're like, okay, we need a few people that are experienced. We can't just get teenagers to do this. Right, that's probably where we're going to land. So I'll do that. But yeah, it's ridiculous how, like, it's ridiculous how oh, we just freeze the lava. Okay. It's ridiculous how companies just don't understand that certain crafts, it's not so much about the paperwork, it's about how much time somebody's spent doing it. And yeah, if you have somebody come in for an interview and they've got 20 years experience, I don't care if their qualification, oh fuck off bird, I don't care if their qualifications are 10 years out of date. If they've got 20 years experience in the industry, just fucking hire them. Even if they don't end up doing the position we're looking for, they are a valuable person to have on the team, right? And when you go to somewhere that manufactures anything, if there's nobody with grey hair on the shop floor, they make a shit product that will fall apart. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. You go to a garage or a factory and there's no one with grey hair and a clipboard, they ain't making shit worth buying. Trust me. I can tell you that for nothing. There's always got to be some old guy who's been doing it for like 50 years that knows that when they get certain materials from certain parts of the world, they're not going to be the same smelting temperature or the same. They'll warp under certain conditions. They just know how the material behaves, and they know because they've got 50 years experience. Yeah. Oh, Link, don't do the big jump. Come on, man. They've got years of experience doing it. Sorry, we're on a timer, so before I can catch up with you, I have to pause the game, sorry. Then you have jobs that want the experience stuff for minimum wage. But yeah, exactly like I said, they want experienced workers for graduate money. It's fucking so insulting. So many jobs, the better you perform, the more work you're given with no increase in pay. To quote Office Space, it just makes people perform just enough to not get... This is it. That's what it incentivizes. That's what the current work world incentivizes. Like me, I take pride in my work, and I know the company gets more out of me than I'm paid for. I know, but I take pride in my work. I enjoy organizing things. My brain itches. Organizing databases and making code and things work. It just itches my brain, and it amuses me. It keeps me engaged, and I don't get bored of it. So I know I can do it, and I don't get bored of it. And I chuck in an extra hour's work every now and again just to get things done. And hopefully in the future that will, bode well for me. But at the moment, they pay me a salary for 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, no weekends, no bank holidays, which is in and of itself is fucking brilliant. And I work from home, which is fucking brilliant. So I already feel like they've done me a solid by helping me establish this work-life balance. So I like to do a little bit extra just to make sure that they keep me around. But I enjoy the work. I found something that I enjoy doing, something I can get my teeth into. Stresses me out a little bit, but there is no such thing as a job that doesn't stress you out. If it didn't stress you out, it wouldn't be you wouldn't get paid for it. If it doesn't stress you out and do your head in a little bit, you wouldn't get paid for it. That's why it's a job. That's why you get paid to do it. So yeah. And also, there's problems, we get problems, there's problems that come up, but if there weren't problems, I wouldn't have a job. So, I'm kind of like, okay, we have to have problems, Sometimes I wish there were slightly less problems, and sometimes I wish they weren't as complex, but we have to have problems, Beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. But yeah, this is it. The amount of industry manufacturing work I've seen, and I didn't go into it myself, but yeah, like I said, I've got friends in the industry, and they're like, you know what? They gave me a tour of the shop, and there wasn't a single person over 30 in that entire building. So I know that nobody in that building has that like huge wealth of knowledge, because I know that when I take on a new manufacturing project or start doing a new manufacturing process, you need that old guy that knows that the mill is about 2 or 3 mil out. That CNC mill is a little bit wonky, or that the plate on that that machining drill is not quite straight, so you've got to be careful with it. It would cost too much money to fix. They don't make that plate anymore. Excuse me, sir. They don't make the plate anymore. It's difficult, so you just have to compensate. And they know this shit, and they know that the entire building is out of. They know the entire building got a little bit off center when it rained really, really heavy one year. No, stop throwing the bomb. So they know that door doesn't close properly. So don't open it in the winter, because you won't be able to close it because it's too cold, and because the door frame is slightly bent. This is quite specific, but yeah. They know all that stuff. And that's the stuff that makes the job like bearable. Shit, we're running out of time. I'm yapping away. Oh shit, what's this? Ah. Oh, okay. Ah, they're bracelets in this one, okay. Okay. Oh, is there? Oh, hang on. Is there going to be a secret? Hang on. That was way too easy. There was a secret in the other one, wasn't there? What's the matter about Bub? Why are you shouting? It's almost time to finish. And then we get to pick you up like a baby and scratch your belly and say you're the bestest boy. Don't worry. You're still the best boy. Stop shouting at me, Bub. Oh, Link, hit the fucking Batman. Come on, it's right there. Right, so yeah, we've found 2 massive items that open up a bunch of options. So we've got another stream in the future with a bunch of stuff we can do. Excuse me, Bubba. I need to save the game. Excuse me. Right, so is there anywhere in here that we can use the big power bracelets to move something? Because we got that. But there was also, when we moved, when we could walk past with the wind blowing. See the auto jump, it just doesn't fucking trigger sometimes. Fuck off, bat. Go away, bats. Is there a secret in this one somewhere? Because I feel as if, because there was a secret in the other one, I feel as if there's going to be a secret in this one. But I really don't know where they would have hidden it. Because there's nowhere else where we can pick up a heavy object. Okay. Well, I suppose we can always come back. We can always come back. Yeah. Gonna head to bed now, my dude. Catch you again soon. Pettis, thank you for hanging out, dude. See you again next time. Being an intelligent person in the US right now who doesn't buy into the propaganda is a special kind of hell. Yeah, it's oh fuck. Okay. Oh, that's just a bomb. Okay. Oh, okay, we can't make it to the water. We just land really hard. Oi! Excuse me, sir. Absolutely no need for this kind of tomfoolery. Keep your bombs to yourself. Thank you very much. Right, cool. So 2 massive items that open up some possibilities for us, which is cool as fuck. So, oh, no. No. Go. Get away from the fucking Burge. Run away from the Burge. So, Big Head. There is one on Outset Island, and also it wants us to go there. So I think it's time for the gales to take us back to Outset Island. We can glide from the top of the mountain in Outset Island to where that giant head is, and I think there's a dungeon on the right hand side over there. Sailing into the wind, chat. Tacking, do they call it tacking on? Can't remember. But yes, I remember the day I walked into work and they said, and the news was on the TV and a few people were standing in the break room. I was just about to have my breakfast and they said, England has voted to leave the European Union, 52% to 48%. And I was like, not only is that a crazy fucking outcome, I cannot believe we voted to leave, but also that is so eye-wateringly close. And I was like, have they done a recount? They're like, yeah, they've done 3. And I was like, oh, fuck me, dude. We're going to leave the European Union. And I was like, our entire fucking way of life has been made affordable. It's kind of affordable by the fact we've been able to import goods from Europe for very little. The movement of goods has been easy and cheap. And therefore, you guys drop any magic? I don't think you do. You're just going to drop shit. Choo-choo jelly, aren't you? Yeah, like basically all of our food, a bunch of the education sector, like loads of people. Oh yeah, we can pick up the big pig, can't we? We can pick up the big pig and put some bait down as well. I want some magic, not some money. I don't want to steal this farmer's money. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And somebody was being interviewed in the street afterwards, because that's what we do in the UK, is we interview people in the street immediately when anything happens. Just ask some random person to say something, and then, yeah, pretend like that's the sentiment of the entire country. This girl was there at some train station. She was like, "Oh, I didn't know we were actually going to leave. If I knew we were actually going to leave, I would have voted to remain." And I was like, "Oh my fuck!" They're rage baiting, chat. The BBC is rage baiting over the referendum. What timeline is this? I've got to bring the pig all the way up here. Fuck. Okay. Right. So we need to glide over there. Do you reckon we could glide the whole way from here? If the wind is blowing the right direction? Do you reckon we can make it that far? Very fortunate that I have an amazing group of friends, and we're all an incredible support group for each other. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Like, one of the biggest crimes of late stage capitalism is how little spare time people have for their friendships and family. And that just, working all the damn time and not getting paid very much is just going to erode you as a person anyway, and it makes it difficult for you to do anything else other than just work and sleep, which suits the capitalists down to the fucking ground. They just want obedient worker bees, right? But yeah, the way people are so emotionally and mentally and physically drained by doing the work they do, because everything's so complicated now, it leaves so little like bandwidth emotionally, mentally or physically to go and do things with your friends. And if you aren't going and doing things with your friends, like, what is the fucking point? And they wonder why everyone's so depressed, you know? It's like, well, you know, what you've done is establish a situation where people just fucking work all the time. They hardly ever do anything fun because they haven't got the time or they can't afford to. So yeah, if you have a working class that never gets to have any fun or see their friends, expect them to be fucking massively depressed all the time, you know? Not fucking rocket science. You don't need to fund because the thing is, they'll say like, yeah, depression and anxiety are really big issues. What we're going to do is we're going to spend 160 million pounds, taxpayers' money, trying to get to the bottom of it by doing a big study. It's like, why don't you just take 160 million pounds and make it better for the working class? Oh, I need more magic, don't I? I need more magic, so please give me some magic. Come on. Be clever, game. Come on. Game, come on. Thank you. Okay, is that going to be enough? Sure. Oh, I should have some potions, shouldn't I? I should have got some potions that replenish our magic. Ooh. I think we might be a bit too high, a bit too low down anyway. Oh, it's going to be close, chat. It's going to be close. Oh, let's go. Yeah, that's what I thought. Right, dungeon. Look. Okay, that's worrying because he wants to make sure we're on full health. The savage labyrinth. Deep in the never-ending darkness, the way of the golden shard you seek awaits. Oh, okay, chat. Okay. Hopefully we don't need any magic for this. My little guy, bless him. My little guy. He's just sitting there watching. Bless him. I shouldn't do that when I'm live. I shouldn't camera. And that's by design. They want us overworked. Yeah, they want us overworked and separated so we can't, collectively, band together. Class warfare and being divisive within society is such an important tactic for governments to keep people divided. And if everyone's arguing with each other, they won't ever argue with the government, right? The government always has someone to blame. There's always a reason why things are wrong, and it's always some other demographic that's not very popular. And the idiots buy into it and start being really fucking racist and discriminatory. And then you have to spend a bunch of time speaking to kids to make sure their fucking idiot kids don't fall into the same fucking hateful patterns. When you got some hateful man who's brainwashing his teenage son into being a hateful man, who's going to have a teenage son who's going to fucking brainwash him into being a hateful man. You're never going to stop these old guys. These old guys think they know the world because they read the fucking newspapers. They don't realize how fucking biased they are. The trouble is, they realize their kind is dying out. That's why there's this huge social media push to try and capture more young minds with these right-wing views. And it's fucked because you've got social media accounts talking about how bad the crime is in London, but they've tracked down where those accounts are run from, and they're all run from outside the UK. They're not even in the UK. They don't even live in London. They don't even live in the UK. It's all clickbait, click farm propaganda. London has never been safer. Well, London's not been this safe for a while. A lot of people don't know what London was like in 2004, when kids were literally getting fucking cut to pieces every night. Camera. Oh shit. Kids were literally getting stabbed to pieces. And, for fuck's sake. And yeah, kids were waiting outside the hospital. They would do someone, and then when they realized it didn't work and they saw the paramedics show up, they would then go to the hospital and wait for them to be discharged to finish the job. Yeah, London is safer now than it used to be, trust me. I mean, I don't live in London, but I've spent time in London. Yeah, and people are like, oh yeah, phone thefts are through the roof. I was like, yeah, because people are walking around with their phone in their hand. You are begging for it. It is a city. I'm sorry, cities are like that. Krill, welcome in. I bet London was safer in 1974. Well, the 60s and the 70s, lots of people were doing drugs, but the drugs were so pure that they weren't as detrimental as they are now, for a start. The summer of love, nobody had any STDs because they didn't exist yet, So yeah, everyone was just loving it, right? Oh, just one, okay. Better. Drugs, not stab. Yeah, well, this is it. The thing is, everybody was smoking weed and doing cocaine that was so pure that it barely fucking ruined anyone's lives. It was so cheap. Rent was cheap, food was cheap, everything was cheap. Nothing was electronic, everything was manual and mechanical, and it worked. It was just simpler, right? But I won't be so naive as to say that it was a better time, because if you were a person of colour or a woman, it wasn't a better time. It was way, way worse. Things were much worse for women and people of colour in the 60s than they are today. And there's still work to be done in both of those spaces, for sure. Especially if there's a woman who happens to be a person of colour as well. They get both fucking barrels. But yeah, other parts of society and the way things worked could be considered a bit better. But yeah, things were a lot worse for other people. Medical science was nowhere near as good. Violence between men was, just as bad as it is today, so it wasn't better, But yeah, as I say, women and people of colour had a pretty shit deal back then, so yeah. Sweden was a lot better even in 2004 than 24. But yeah, lots of places seem to have kind of gone backwards a little bit. Oh, excuse me, sir. Lots of places it seems to have got, you know, a lot worse. And I was saying earlier, Krill, how social media has created this generation that doesn't really understand accountability. Oh, fuck off. Oh, that doesn't work. Fuck off, man. That one flat out doesn't work. Like, that does not work. Shit, I'm running low on health. Well, not low, but I'm getting there. Enjoy your daily bread. It's counting correctly. It's counting. Oh. Why the fuck is Steam back on my screen? Steam, go away. What are you doing? But yes, it's counting correctly now. We have 3,000 times our shootings and stabbings and sexual assault. Oh, yeah, fucking hell, dude. This is the thing. This is the fucking thing. You know, like, not to be like, you know, I'm not going to talk about your country or, yeah, but people calling England and America first world countries when violence against women and girls is getting worse, and, like, you know, children are being forced to live in poverty. Even though both parents are working, they live in abject poverty. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? You can't call England a first world country. Huge portions of its, you know, half its population is obviously not very safe most of the time. And yeah, you've got children growing up in poverty. It's fucked. So was that it? Did we not get a piece of the Triforce? Oh, okay. Poverty is probably working class for you. Yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked. You know. Like I said before, dudes, I didn't mean to get as emotional as I did, but yeah, meeting kids and knowing how good they are at skateboarding or photography or whatever, but knowing that, you know, the easiest and quickest and best way to make money is to do what they're doing, and it's not safe, it's not legal, you know, but the threat of prison, because the fucking terrifying thing was one kid was like, what's going to happen? They're going to put me in prison. That's my rent and bills paid for, blood. And I was like, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to earn money to pay my fucking bills. I'm trying to pay my mum's rent. You know, I'm trying to pay my rent, you know, and my mum's rent. I'm trying to help her out. Obviously, if I go to prison, it's a problem, but then she can rent my room out to pay the rent. You know, so if I go prison, you know, rent's paid, isn't it? And food and everything. And I was like, oh, fuck off. I was like, fuck, you know? Kid's like 17, but like they've got a point, you know? they have a point. Oh, come on, game. What are these collision boxes? I'm nowhere near these cunts. Okay, damn, I wasn't expecting to get hit fighting those guys, because, yeah, they're normally pretty easy. But, yeah, there's this weird kind of, like, the range of my sword. I kind of want to be a certain distance away, but that ends up being too close. What's fucking wild, dudes? Hang on, let me see if I can figure it. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen. Hang Wind Waker Goblin. Have we got just the walking animation? That's kind of what I want to see. Can I do images and then GIFs? Flights? Type GIF. Because, yeah, the way they walk... Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. No. Oh, they're moblins. No, they're moblins. It was bokoblins. Yeah, I'm looking for their walking animation. There's so much stuff on the internet, dudes. And then you go to GIFs and it's just, okay, fuck it, never mind. Maybe I can find it another time. But yeah, like whenever they walk, they've got a rhythm to it, and it reminds me of something. And but I need to get it up on the screen to make it make sense. Welcome back, Velda. Ow. Fuck off. Fuck off. Okay, that didn't feel very fair. I got absolutely... Yeah, the enemies mob you in this game pretty bad. Speaking of moblins, the enemies mob you pretty bad in this one. Not gonna lie. Yeah, see, normally I can just take them out. Sometimes I can just hit them when they spawn and they come out of their pod. Oh my goodness. Oh. They're actually smart enough to Oh, fuck off, gang. They're actually smart enough to go and pick up a weapon, okay. Oh shit. Oh, game, could you lock on maybe? Like the entire Zelda franchise? Kind of made famous by the lock-on mechanic. Could you maybe do that? That would be helpful, thanks. Just start swinging off in the distance even though you're locking on. Coming for you, you guys getting close on points. Yeah, the way everything sequences together. The way everything sequences together is kind of crazy, dudes. I'm not gonna lie. Will these be stuck to me in the next room? Will they be cleared? It's gonna load a new room, isn't it? So you'd think they'd be cleared. Okay, cool. It's giving me loads of money, but no heals. Okay, a bomb and 1 heart. 2 hearts, okay. Okay then, game. Right, so let me save the game there because yeah, it is getting a bit late, I'm afraid. I'd love to continue because I know we were building to this for quite a while, but yeah, I am going to have to stick a pin in it there. But we've got loads to do on the next stream. So let me jump you guys over to here. We'll hang out on this screen for a moment. I can close this GameCube player down that we've been using. Save state that, that's fine. There we go. Get rid of that, cool. And that frees up that screen over there to see who we're going to raid. I'm going to get my raid thing up on here. YouTube, I will call it there though. Thank you for hanging out in the YouTube, dudes. I appreciate you guys very much. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that social media nonsense. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate that. The next stream will be Wednesday, 5 p.m. UK time. Or you can catch up with the VOD on YouTube because they get recorded as videos on YouTube on my live section. You can always catch up there as well, but obviously live streaming is fun because we get to chat with each other. So yeah. But yes, look after yourselves. Thank you very much, YouTube.